Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Today is Friday, May 20th. It is 9:21 a.m. We got approximately 8 minutes before the opening bell. We got a lot going on. Market, it is a lot going on. We see John Deere reported this morning on the red track. So before we get any further with that, though, I do want to say that this is live from Let Cash Accumulate Over Days. This is live coverage from the stock and crypto market. This is live thought. This is live ideas of thought and study. Excuse me. This is not financial advice on this stream or with this company. So, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, man, John Deere, man, they went down $20. They down 5%. About down about $20. Someone else got clapped too. This is all retail too, you guys. Well, part of retail where Ross is, they're clapped. They're down about 23%, down $22. Ross is. So that'll stick here. That'll be like a Target this week. So all retail is definitely clapped. Target got clapped. Lowe's took a hit. Home Depot, Ross. It's a lot, man. It's a lot. But Pella, what's it? Pella L2 Networks, Pella L2 Networks, they are not taking a hit right now. They actually it's looking good, man. They up here about almost $50. You got $51, up 11.74% here in pre-market, you guys. And this is an earnings play as well. So like I said, this was a cybersecurity play right here, and then it just so happened to, cybersecurity is looking good. So, we'll see if it holds, it sticks, and what they're gonna pay out. Da 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 da. Let's see though what's going on in the morning. It might not be anything today, you guys. It's like going to be moving the market as far as briefings or anything. So we'll be doing a lot of just paying attention to the charts and numbers here today. Uh, you know, it does look like we're seeing a lot of green right now, but this is about the same amount of green it was yesterday. So we definitely don't want to get too excited here. We just want to just kind of play it level to level. If it can break higher than it did yesterday, then that'll be pretty good. But other than that, this is the same level as yesterday, you guys. So I wouldn't get too excited here because we don't know which way it's going to open up and go. Obviously, we're about to find out here in about 6 minutes. But yeah, this is the stock market live with LCAOD, and then the pre-market here looks like we do got all the indices in the green here. Looks like we're probably going to open up green more than likely. Oil looks like it's down here today. So the gas stocks is down. Oil taking a breather. But yeah, man, we're gonna see European Central Bank. This is breaking news. European Central Bank member says to expect first rate hikes this summer. Okay, so that's what that is. So yeah. We do see Amazon. Amazon's up about $40 here in the pre-market, you guys. So we'll see if that'll hold and that'll stick. They tend to been losing traction here when they get up here, but not all the time. Not they haven't been, but we'll see. We'll see. It might be different. It might really hold today, you guys. The bottom kind of was in 2 days ago, so you kind of had your chance to get in then, but we do see a lot of green, you guys, for real, for real. Shopify's up 3% here in pre-market. They're back up above 400, so that's actually straight. That's actually straight. So some stocks actually are starting to rebound a little bit, not too much, but a little bit. Elon Musk had a lot of news with him about sexual assault, but I think that's just the radical left, maybe right or whatever you like to call it. They possibly just messing with Elon, just messing with him now, right now. And he even said it on his Twitter before all this mess even started. So he's definitely right. But yeah, they had to try to accuse. They're trying to accuse him of sexual harassment now. That's Elon Musk. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see if it's true or false. It sounds to be possibly false, but I could be wrong. I don't know. What do I know? Hey, what do I know? But yeah, we're gonna see today, man. What's going to end up happening, man. Hopefully, like I said, the market can just give everybody one direction on this wonderful Friday. But other than that, the market is about to open in 4 minutes. We're gonna go ahead and play some music here. Good luck, everyone. Uh, you're holding something. Good luck to you.
Extra. If you go short, we stretch it. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know my nigga finesse it. Said he gon' do it to me. You know these niggas be flexing. Nigga get hit with the West. You know that my nigga keep webbing. Extra, extra. If you go short, we stretch it. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know my nigga finesse it. Said he gon' do it to me. You know these niggas be flexing. Nigga get hit with the West. You know that my nigga keep webbing. Extra, extra. Brother for brother, you know how I'm rockin'. Nothing but hundreds that stash in my pocket. Don't fuckin' me, bitch, that's straight up exotic. See a battle, can't tweet about it. So many racks, you can't fit in my pocket. That's straight up exotic. Fuckin' the bitches, she say I'm too toxic. Little spade bitch, she callin' me pop. Run down, creep on her, put him on the shirt. Long night, no street, got it from the dirt. OTMs out of shit on my shirt. Brother for brother, let's see what he worth. Hey, my brother, if you ain't come from the turf. RP truth, that shit hit the worst. Remember them days I was laying in the bed and my mom told me it could have been worse. Camping they rap, why that shit sound the same? Yo, bro, my brother came from my pain. Did what you did, so stay in your lane. Green light don't go, no one live for the same. Nigga be with all the diss and keeping me all in their bitch and get hit for all of that feds. You pull on the hoe, check my pen, but 10 toes in, really stand on my pen. Extra. If it go short, we stretch it. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know my nigga finesse. You know the said he gon' do what they do. You know these niggas be flex. You know that they flex. Nigga get hit with this West. You know that my nigga keep webbing. Extra, extra. If it go short, we stretch it. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know my nigga finesse. You know said he gon' do what to me. You know these niggas be flex. You know that they flex. Nigga get hit with this West. Hit with another one. I can't go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me. Sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take out my baby and not let the street drive me crazy. Hit with another one. I can go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me. Sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take out my baby and not let the street drive me crazy. Cause most of these niggas be shady. Most bitches want have my baby. I can go back to my old ways. If I do, they gon' hate me. Baby mama tryna break me. Sister tryna lock me down and rape me. I'm tryna take out my baby and not let the street drive me crazy. Cause most of these niggas be shady. Most bitches want have my baby. Everyone niggas they shady. I'm tryna fuck on this lady. Then I go ice out a bracelet. Pull up and everybody hate me. Why they gon' hate me? Tryna provide for my baby. Fuck whoever gon' hate me. They gon' hate me till they take me. Second starving with my people. Had they go swipe me a visa. Fact I get blood full of reef. Bad bitch, she certified eater. And she there when I need her. Got a stash in the needle. Bitches mad they wanna be. Tryna get wet like a pump. Told them I'm rich, I can yes, I'm a dog. We can get lost in the mall. I'm on whatever you want. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the market is about to open in any moment now. Ding, ding, ding. Market's open here, you guys. Market is open, so here we go. Market is definitely open here. We're starting out here with some red candles here. But it's the start of it, so I would just relax. 9:30, you know. You know how it is when it first open. It's going to go a lot of ways. You can go either way. Give it some time to go your way, if it is. You know. So right now we got a lot of mixed action here. A lot of mixed action here on the SPY starting out here. Might be running into some selling pressure, possibly.
So we'll see how things end. Let's see. We'll check around and see what type of news could possibly be moving this market here. But I doubt anything. Like I said, there's no hardly any economic data today. So we'll see how things might end up being. A little confused right now at the opening bell. It's usually always like that, but I would give it, let it shake out here. You'll start seeing the direction confirm itself. CDC green lights COVID boosters for kids, so that's breaking news a little bit, but not probably having something to do with the vaccine stocks, but not the whole overall market. They're having some technical difficulties over there. I ain't even gonna click on that, you guys. See what Fox talking about.
Federal student loan interest rates are set to increase on July 1st of this year. They typically go up every year, even though that the federal student loan payment pause continues through August. Undergrad loans now carry an interest rate of almost 5%, which is up from almost 3 3/4.
So it looks like we might even have a different correlation here today. They're still trying to get it together though. SPY is coming back down now though. So far we've been getting selling pressure on the SPY. And they're just talking about the gas prices still right here.
15% less oil every day compared to before the pandemic. Gas Buddy's Patrick DeHaan says he doesn't see that increasing anytime soon, at least not under.
So they are starting to sell off, you guys, for real.
Refineries overnight. Given the climate of hostility
now
towards the oil and gas
starting to see it here a little bit. About the first 6 minutes, we just got straight selling pressure here. So that's going to be tough to recover here. Not saying it'll be hard, but not saying that they can't, or it's just going to be tough. It's a battle, The first 6 minutes, the Bears took over the market here. So all that green that was just in pre-market, the Bears just came in and showed that they still here. First 6 minutes, you guys, hang tight.
Grady, thank you for that.
SPY still coming back down here. This is the first 6 minutes, you guys. SPY is selling. We're not seeing it try to go up. It's going down here, so it's resistance. And, it is coming down now. So we'll see so far. Like I said, downward momentum on the SPY, triple Qs, even to some stocks like here. I'm looking at Amazon being one of the tops. But yeah, that's what it is here so far, you guys. So it looks like they hit you guys with a false breakout again. Wanted people to sell right at the open, and it looks like that's what they're saying so far. That's what the charts are reading here. The Dow is up in 44% now. Only the S&P 500 is only up 66%. The Nasdaq's only up 75% now. The Russell 2000 only up 8%. The VIX is down about 2%, down at $28.73 here on the VIX. So not looking good on the VIX today. They're actually pulling back here so far, but that's still pretty high. $28.69 on the VIX. Volatility is still high. That's what's moving the market. That's what's making all this so exciting. The volatility, you guys. But we're getting like we're getting the first initial bounce on the SPY back to VWAP. So, but you know, right now, I would say we're going in a downtrend here, you guys. Looking at the opening here, they already sold off. They already sold us back to 391.67 that quick. So if they're willing to do that quick, like I said, and they don't show strength to get back to or hold at VWAP at least, or even try to get to the upper band up here, I'm seeing resistance at about 394 on the SPY, you guys, and I see resistance on the triple Qs at about 294. So if the SPY and the triple Qs can't get past those levels, yeah, we probably will definitely more than likely have a sell-off Friday. But you know, as of right now, it is looking bearish. It is, you guys. They sold off. It looks like they're about to retest the low again right here. So we're not seeing no type of upward momentum at all, you guys. And it's only been 9 minutes. Got a long day today. So it looks like there might be a possible retest on the SPY at 394 possibly now. They just made it above VWAP just a tad bit. So yeah, they could just come right down instantly here though. It looks like rejection level is kicking in already. So yeah, it looks like that's true right now. Yep, rejection level kicking in. So. So yeah, really chill right now. It looks like a lot more green just kicked in that fast. But you know, it's not showing strength on the board here. But the Dow did just kick up 58%. The SP 500 just kicked up 82%. The Nasdaq just went up to 98%. The Russell 2000 is only up 8%. The VIX is down, still 2.69%, down $28.56. You can see that green ain't really working for certain names, certain sectors. So we are starting to see a level out here now on the SPY. They are back at VWAP consolidating here. So we are technically in the middle. It can go either way again. But so far they did sell off a little bit from the opening there. Kind of probably shook some people out. But it looks like it's trying to pick back up and get to the opening level here on the SPY. The triple Qs, that is.
So yeah, this volatility is starting to work in the favor for the bulls now that they see it's actually going down. So look, the SPY just hit the upper band now, you guys. They're back at almost at the opening price here a little bit. So they're right back there a little bit. Not all stocks have made it there yet, but the SPY's up out of the channel, you guys. They're at the upper band. Looks like they're going to retest resistance seriously this time. 394 is resistant. It was yesterday. 394 is resistance. It was yesterday. So if it breaks it today, it might not be. It might be support today. We do see the triple Qs going back to the upper band as well. Now Amazon is trying to pick up here at VWAP. I think Amazon will go to the upper band if they see the SPY break resistance. That's just what it is now. That's just how it's been. So yeah, SPY is definitely up out of the channel now. So they're just facing resistance, but if they don't break it, they'll get knocked back into the channel. More than likely come back to VWAP. Same for the triple Qs right now. The stocks won't budge to go out of the channel unless they can see them break resistance at this point, at these levels. The VIX right now, it just started here. You see they got a little bit of a gap down on the VIX. But volatility does work both ways. We do know that here at LCLD. That looks like a topping candle right there. The SPY just created out of the channel just a little bit. Now they're at the upper band, just touching it again. So we're right back at the opening levels actually. But that looks like it could be a topping candle right here. We might even be having a consolidation Friday, you guys. Possibly. Oh, man. So we do see the key today for today. Definitely the SPY and the triple Qs must break their resistance level if the stocks want to pick up. It looks like the reserve have gave the stocks and the ETFs a little bit of a boost in pre-market. You know, private investors did, but it must hold throughout the open market for investors. You know, investors must buy past resistance today, or this thing is going to continue to sell off. And we'll continue to consolidate. That's just what we're facing right now. You can see they're battling right here at 394 on the SPY, not breaking above. It's about to almost come back in the channel here. Triple Qs have made it back in the channel already. They're back at VWAP suddenly. So yeah, look, volatility just put its first green candle up. You see the stocks put their first red candle in, and the SPY did just came flush right back to VWAP that quick. So that's how much, that's how serious the pressure is, you guys, on the selling and the buying. You see what I'm saying? The VIX just shot up just a little bit, and stocks already back in the channel and in the middle, about to go back to the lower band this fast. The SPY is about to flip here. And the triple Q is about to flip too that fast. So we got a lot of consolidation, you guys. A lot of credit spreading still here on this wonderful Friday. It looks like they're not going to give us one direction, at least not right now. We have seen the downside, we have seen the upside, and now currently we're coming back down here. So we're definitely consolidating. Hopefully this thing might just flush through this time. I think people are kind of getting sick of the consolidation. Considering Wednesday was a huge day in the market. Hell, even yesterday was kind of it was all right because people got to open up, you know, take that profit. But yeah, Wednesday was a huge day, guys. So it makes sense. The MM's gonna consolidate it today and tomorrow. It's a big option expiration date today, so it makes sense. They're gonna milk time off the clock and try to make everybody just not make nothing, you know, and then just try to make, you know, things expire worthless. That's their goal when they got these massive option expiration dates And that being is because everybody has, it's a lot of buying in these option expiration dates, a lot of buying, so a lot of money basically just lost. And, because people don't get paid out if their number's not on the board. Keep that in mind. Your number's not on the board, you're not going to get paid. If the stock or the ETF is not going in your direction, you're not going to get paid. And that's just how it works. That's just how it works, you guys. So right now, like I said, credit spread in here, we see down, up, currently coming back down right now. This really looks like the action from yesterday. So we're not seeing any differ. But it is still early, you guys. It's only been 20 minutes technically. So we're going to take a quick break here and see if we can find anything that could possibly be moving the market. We'll be right back.
Baby, I don't see you flying. Good girl, this is how Baby, I don't see you flying. You're just my type. Good girl, this is all brand new. Everything is alright. I don't wanna rush this, but I love it when you're touching on me in public. The way your body push against me, how I feel when you ain't with me. Go down just to see what we come up with. I realize if I just take my time, this ain't never gonna fall through. I've been trapped in my mind, but everything's alright when I'm body to body on you. And I don't think I'm perfect, but I think I deserve this. And I'm loving watching this play out. Cause I can see it working, yeah. Nice legs, hair too. Nothing that anybody compares to. Got the soft smiles, blue eyes, like a sea that I can stare through. I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is all brand new. Everything is alright. And baby, is it new to you? It's new to me. I could lie, try to tell you that I've got this. Is it news to you? You move me through everything that's been weighing on my conscience. Yeah. Bad girl, but she's honest. What I wanted. Couldn't tell you how I'd act if I lost it. No, I ain't giving up flawless. Baby, I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is all brand new. Everything is alright.
Somebody pass me my lighter. It's a freestyle up top. I'm trying to keep it clean. I'm trying to be seen. I got that black eye. They say, Lennon, you too high. But I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't trying to be cool. This thing, son, sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't trying to be cool. This that son, sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't tryna be cool, I ain't tryna be cool, I ain't tryna be cool, I ain't tryna be cool. This that son, sit down, go to school. School rocks, you can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, take care, roll out, it's fair, go up, go down, it's there, it's here, my mind, we racing, I'm here, I'm there, you here, you there, we here, I'm here, I did it, came up, I'm committed, you did it, I'm committed, you send it, I send it, we send it, you sent it, we sent it, we swipe, we win it, shit reverse though, it can be a fucking curse though. If you're running your mouth, I hope your shit go down south. I hope your shit go down south. Like my bitch going down south, but we ain't gonna talk that now. This ain't about no fucking bitch. Man, that bitch ain't shit. Man, she lied on my list. Man, she lied on my list. Then she asked for some dick. Then this shit got twisted. Then I said, ain't no twister, but this ain't no game. You can't get it. You can't fit it. You can't fit in with my team. I'm committed. Yeah, I said it when I said it. Then I know that I did it when I did it. If I did it, then you know that you did it too. So that's all I know, that I did it, boo. Every nigga talked against me, they dead, ooh. Damn, man, they dead, ooh. And I don't even brag about that. I just ask God, why is it as like that? Damn, I done did some fucked up shit, but I know I'm gon' burn. But it ain't lit, yeah, it ain't lit to be talking about death. That's why I'm even gon' get on that subject to death. You get it? Don't talk about death, don't get on the subject to death. These niggas ain't got death. They run out of breath. They run out of breath, yeah. Hey, they run out of breath. Hey, but I'ma step with that 4-5. I step with my hands, yeah, I got hands. It don't matter what you wanna do, leave you in the sand. Knock a nigga down, leave his ass to the land. Rest in peace, that's my man's. That's my man's. Yeah, that's my man. To the land, rest in. One right. Just busy chasing bag on this one, man. From the real nigga. Shot. Shit really fucked up. Shot, nigga. Goddamn shot. Feel me? I don't know what the fucking nigga doing to goddamn get to that, feel me? But it ain't your motherfucking business. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. I ain't tripping or hurting for shit. Just gotta stay focused and keep stacking money. And watch you hating on me. It could be your big dog. It could be your little homie. I keep that iron on me. I'm never blind, homie. I'm always riding, homie. And when it's time, homie, for that stoop light, I bet you dying, homie. Show me my opponent. You gotta be lying, homie. I knew you wasn't real. You always show me phony. It's just reality now. My shit, I bet you want it. I dare you niggas take it. Your family gon' have to wait it. These bags I'ma have to take it. So play it how you play it. The end won't see you make it. Then that's when rap home. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. What the fuck? Man, this shit fucked up. Make the money, stack the money, invest the money, don't waste it. Cause these niggas out here watching, nigga, they ready to take it. Hey, my nigga, I'ma have focus, bro, they better be patient. Cause I'm sliding, yeah, I'm riding, and I'm ready to spank them, blank them. Yeah, I hit them up, got my glizzy tuck. What the fuck was these niggas thinking? What the fuck be these niggas reason? Man, that shit fucked up, but you niggas gon' get it though. And my niggas, yeah, they with it, hoe. And I'm sliding by whatever, hoe. Even if that shit fucked up. Man, I don't give a fuck, bruh. What the fuck these niggas on, bruh? Yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah. One right. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot. This shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me.
Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me out my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather be laying in the cut, water in my view while I'm rubbing on your butt. She sucking on my balls and she ready for a nut. She fainted for a nigga, you know I had to eat it up, beat it up. Freaky stuff, I been a G and me she trust. Money on my mind, I gotta get it just for us. Love on my mind, is it real or is it less? Time I never tell, just keep it real. I need your touch, don't tell no lies, don't wanna fuss. Just you and me, laced up designer, then expensive jewelry. Sitting courtside, bad bitch, you and me. Just you and me. Well, I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. La la la, la la la, la la la. What I hear when you la la la. I don't need no lines, baby girl, it's bye bye bye. Hit the road, back up shit, it's time to slide. You should've been a honey, baby girl, friends, don't you really what I wanted? But you la la la, got me going in circles crying on your line. You need to stop, this shit ain't right. I see the hurt in your eyes, I'll make it right. Hit my phone and let me know if you riding now. If you ride or not, hit my phone and let me know if you ride or not. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me out my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me out my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. One rack. Go spizzy. Boogie left for life. Just chasing a dream. Seeing green, nigga. I'm gonna go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book, a nigga getting cake. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurting for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, police going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I got options, let's play. Stand in my own lane. I'm running up, keep going. Stand in my own lane. I'm just spending money, spending money, spending money, spending money. Spend the money, make this money, just letting this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me, you can't tell me nothing. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this money, run it up, running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one rack.
Of this technological terror you've constructed, the ability to destroy a planet is insignificant next to the power of the...
Okay. I'm in disbelief. Start from beginning, this shit was a joke. They used to laugh at me. No, it's not a question, this shit that I touch becomes a masterpiece. I used to run from my problems, I was an athlete. I ain't know nothing about making it, just hoping the grass was green. Now going back's not even question. Oh, life before was purgatory, now it's painted perfect for me. Blessed, I chose. Yeah, I haven't worked on purpose, but I think it's self-learning. I ain't knows I can live paycheck to paycheck and make it. I used to be fine with that. Now I'm invested in trying to be famous. I crossed where the line was at. I used to live for a little bit. Now I'm percentage this little is the part that's above where the medal is. If I want the money, I'm getting it. Life's not impressive. This shit is progressive. I'm in it for me. When I see $1, I'm moving the camera. I'm making a reach. Yeah, I just turned that into something. I did it. They hate what they see. They don't believe I can do it, but honestly, not to do it. I'm in disbelief. Don't playing the victim. Life ain't what it seems. Gotta want it just to get some. Yeah, and I know that. Raise your glass, we can toast that. Gonna throw back and come back and toe tag. Cost more shit than your own pay. Oh.
hit particularly hard. The parents are thankful as milk banks step up to fill the void, now shipping the life-saving milk to 26 states.
I'm so glad that they could give us a little bit.
As we wait for those Operation Fly formula flights to arrive here in the United States, milk banks like this, they're asking for donations. We're in a freezer right now where it's minus 20 degrees, and this would be the first stop for your milk donation if you're able to do so. It comes into this freezer before it's pooled and then pasteurized. The idea here, though, is with demand so high, this is not a solution forever. It's not a long-term solution, according to the milk banks we've been talking to across the country, because they're now serving infants who are in the hospital in addition to babies who need formula, who are healthy. They say a lot more must be done by the federal government to solve this problem.
Jolene Kent, thanks so much. All right, we've got some more news for parents this morning, this time on the COVID front. The CDC has given the final approval for Pfizer to distribute booster shots for children 5 to 11 years old. Kids in that age group who received their last dose at least 5 months ago are immediately eligible for the shot, adding another layer of protection in our fight against COVID. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now for more on this. Hey, Gabe, good morning.
Hi, Savannah. Good morning. There was some debate about whether a booster dose for kids was needed since so many in that age group were infected over the winter, but ultimately, CDC advisors overwhelmingly recommended it. Overnight, the CDC director signing off on Pfizer's COVID booster shot for kids ages 5 to 11 after an advisory panel voted 11-1 hours earlier to recommend it. The smaller booster doses are now available to children 5 months after they receive their first 2 shots. Welcome news to mom Laura Castelline in Iowa.
I feel like this gives kids a step up on it. Like, then your immune system already knows what it's looking for, and the chances of them getting really sick is much lower.
Still, less than a third of kids in that age group have received their first 2 shots.
The kids, especially, they have a good immune system. I don't understand why they need a booster.
Vaccines for children under 5 are not available yet, but the FDA commissioner says a review of Moderna's application for that age group is imminent.
One of the major lessons is that children are not just small adults, and so you have to do specific studies for the biology and the size.
All this coming as COVID cases among children are on the rise, up 76% from just 2 weeks ago. Overall, the U.S. is seeing 100,000 new daily COVID infections for the first time in months. Over the past 2 weeks, cases nationwide are up 55%, but deaths are down almost 20%, thanks in large part to effective vaccines. In New York, COVID hospitalizations are at a 3-month high. In Los Angeles County, public health experts say rising case numbers just triggered a higher risk level, but no renewed mask mandates yet.
I do not think that the country will be as responsive as they might have been a year or even 2 years ago, because we now have approached probably about 70% of all adults in the United States infected with Omicron, even just in the last 6 to 9 months.
And also now separately, the CDC is investigating a possible case of monkeypox here in New York City after the first confirmed case of the year in Massachusetts several days ago. It's a rare but potentially serious illness, but public health experts say not nearly as contagious as COVID, of course.
Yeah, a little bit of good news there at the end. Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Uche Blackstock joins us now for more. Hey, Dr. Blackstock, always great to have you with us. So we know kids 5 to 11 can now get a booster shot, but children under the age of 5 have yet to receive the initial dose. Also, kids within that age group that are eligible to get it, the vaccination rate's pretty low. So first of all, why are we seeing such a holdup for the under 5 age group to even get the shot? Is there any idea of when that decision will be made, and how much of a difference could it really make, as a lot of kids aren't vaccinated?
I know. Good morning, Savannah. I know that there are a lot of parents of children under 5 that are very, very frustrated. But as the FDA commissioner mentioned, children are not little adults. They have their own specific physiology and biology. And we need to make sure that those vaccines that are approved are both safe and effective. And so we know that Moderna already submitted their data. FDA will be reviewing that. Pfizer should be submitting their data imminently. And we know FDA has scheduled a meeting for June. So hopefully as early as July, we should have approval for the under 5.
I love how you said children are not little adults. That's adorable. All right. Now, meanwhile, that's a good point, too. Meanwhile, cases in the U.S. are quickly rising, though. So the Biden administration vowed to push for more Paxlovid pills to combat COVID symptoms. That's what you take once you have COVID. It can help you with those symptoms. So how does someone right now get their hands on those COVID pills? How available are they? Who are they? Who can take them? Do you have to have a pre-existing condition, for example, to qualify?
Right. And so we actually have a great supply of Black Paxlovid pills now, which is a better situation now than a few months ago. And so these are pills for people who are considered high risk. So they're either elderly or they have other comorbidities. And actually those comorbidities have expanded. So they include, obesity, asthma, heart disease, cancer. And so a lot of people who are high risk can access them. The really important part is that you have to get tested and you have to start taking them within 5 days of symptom onset. So that's very important. But the other part is once you have a positive test, you have to be in touch with a healthcare provider to get the prescription. So you can either go to pharmacies that are part of the Test to Treat program, and that's on the CDC website, or you can go to your primary care physician to get a prescription.
And doctor, finally, I do want to ask you one quick last question about the fact that we're seeing this rise in cases at a time when there's very low funding for COVID at the federal level. Can we slow the current rise in cases without government funding? Does this concern you?
Savannah, I have to tell you, I woke up really worried this morning, very concerned. That funding covers testing, therapeutics, vaccines, all of those incredibly important. And we have forecasts that there will be over 100 million infections this coming fall. So we really need that funding because that funding equates to people being hospitalized and potentially dying from COVID.
Dr. Uche Blackstock, as always, we appreciate your time and expertise. Good to see you.
This morning in Ukraine, the eastern region of Luhansk is reeling after heavy Russian shelling left 12 people dead. That's according to the head of the region's military administration. It comes as President Zelensky said the Donbass region has, quote, been completely destroyed by Russian forces. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us from Kharkiv. Aaron?
Hey there, Zincle. Overnight Russian missiles striking a number of locations here in Kharkiv in an apparent attempt to regain lost ground, although Ukrainian officials say that so far those efforts have been unsuccessful. Meanwhile, I want to warn you that some of the images in the report you're about to see are disturbing. Ukrainians fighting back any way they can, even showing how they blew up a bridge in Donbass to stop the Russian advance. In his nightly address to the nation, Ukraine's President Zelensky saying, Donbass is fully destroyed. It's hell there, and it's not an exaggeration. This as we learn more about the horrors that have unfolded inside the Russian-controlled city of Mariupol. Yulia Paevska, a Ukrainian medic now in Russian custody, smuggled this disturbing body camera footage to the Associated Press. It shows her and her team treating two siblings, gravely injured in a checkpoint shooting that killed both of their parents. As doctors try to save the boy's life, she begs him to stay with her, but his wounds are too severe. I hate this, she says. Ukrainians now also fighting to hold Russians accountable in court. After pleading guilty, a 21-year-old Russian sergeant apologized to the widow of the unarmed man he killed, saying he was ordered to do it. And outside the northeastern city of Kharkiv, prosecutors collect evidence of potential war crimes after the Russians dropped more than 7 bombs onto this once tranquil village. Right now, they're measuring the distance between where the bombs actually fell and what they believe the intended target to be, the local school where some border guard were hiding. As you can see, the Russians missed. The investigators found what they believed to be missile fragments in Alla Goods's backyard. Her 31-year-old son was one of 3 civilians killed in the attack. Through tears, she tells me, had he survived, he would have helped her rebuild. Do you think there will be justice for you and your son? I hope they will be punished by God and by the whole world, she says. How can it be that there is no force stronger than Putin? I asked the prosecutor responsible for the investigation in that village if what he saw there amounts to a war crime. He told me there's no other way to look at it, adding that he hopes to present that evidence one day to the International Criminal Court. Zincle?
Important analysis from Aaron in Ukraine. Stay safe. Thank you. Let's now bring in Lester Munson. He's a senior fellow at the National Security Institute and a principal at BGR Group. Lester, this morning we've seen the first Russian action in response to Finland and Sweden applying to join NATO. Finland's state-owned gas company says Russia will cut gas supplies to the country from tomorrow. This move comes after President Biden hosted the Nordic leaders yesterday to express support for their NATO bid. What do you make of what's a pretty bold move from Russia?
Well, I think the Finns have accounted for this. They say they'll be able to meet their energy requirements for the next few months. Europe as a whole is moving to wean itself off of dependence on Russian energy sources. That is a good thing. It is going to be a huge challenge. That's going to mean likely we'll need to see more energy production from the United States, which of course will become a political football here. But these are important steps. The addition of Finland and Sweden to NATO is historic and a leading indicator that Russia's efforts here with its invasion of Ukraine in the grand scheme of things are failing miserably.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. The spot is coming down. The market is coming down here slowly. Looks like we're going back to the pre-market lows from where they gapped up, you guys. Definitely, that's where we're heading here. So the spot's back at 390 right now. Stock's not really going down too far, but they can. They're starting to lose gains on the green side a little bit. It's a little bit of a weird action today, though, man. There's a lot of credit spreading going on. Everybody kind of really doing their own thing. Volatility's going up, as you can see here. VIX is coming up here right now. See that right there? Pop, $28.79 on the VIX. So that's made some stocks pull back. Tesla's over there getting flushed, apparently. Yeah, where it is, Tesla's getting flushed here, you guys, and they are getting flushed. 676 on Tesla. So it looks like that sexual harassment situation is kicking in, you guys, with Elon. It's kicking in full effect there. They got Tesla below 700 finally, and that's gone. They done. That's an easy short that way. Be careful though. Be cautious. You know that you're gonna have some people that love Tesla. You're gonna try to save it to the maximum right here. But you guys, they're flush. They're below 700. That's what a lot of people been waiting for. It's gonna probably continue to go down all day. You can see that happening, and then you can also see if the SPY start to flush and the triple Qs. Now they are losing traction here. We are at the low of the day. Basically, no upward momentum at all today, as you guys can see if you're reading the charts correctly. This is all downward pressure here. We've just been going straight down. Every pop has been getting faded. And that one about at 10:09, about 10 minutes ago, that was the one right there. That just brought us down to a low of the day. So yeah, we're playing with new numbers here now, new lows. For some stocks named Tesla finally broke below 700, you guys. SPY is starting to sell here now, 389.95. It is coming down here. It is starting to come down here. Amazon is holding their green barely here, only up to about $30. Travels barely holding on to their gains, only up about $6. So we see a slight little bit of green here, but they're starting to fade it. It's getting fadeable, you guys. We're only up here now. The Dow's only up 39% now. The S&P 500 is only up 15%. The NASDAQ only up 10%. We're about to flip red here. The Russell 2000 is only up 32%. The VIX, now, that volatility is starting to go up here. They're about to turn green. They're only down 1.43% now at $29. So we definitely are seeing momentum switch here. It's just what it is right now. It's just what it is. So they turned in the credit spread to a debit spread here, but to the downside. So be cautious right now. It's slowly starting to transform here. It's 10:22 a.m. right now. They are transforming the market here. Pay attention, charts and numbers, you guys. But yeah, we were credit spreading, but this is now, we're out of the channel here on the SPY. We're in the lower band, so we're debit spreading now. to the downside right now. So be cautious here. Be cautious here. People starting to exit some positions. Investors are losing. Some investors are winning if you're day trading puts right now. That's just the action here. Stocks are losing. Shares are losing. Shares are losing bad. Yeah, this is what it is right now, man. It's hard out here. It's hard out here. But see, when you don't go all in and you don't over leverage, you guys, you should be fine. If you didn't do anything, you should be even more fine. I told you that's like winning right now. Not doing anything is like winning right now. And really, like I said, not playing too big is like winning right now. If you're playing something you know you can possibly get back, then you're winning right now. So keep that in mind. But doing the all-in stuff right now, it's just not worth it. They'll take it if you're not right. That simple. So I mean, if you are right, you know, congratulations to you. You're hitting right now. I'm pretty sure you're making a lot of cash right now. That's just how it works right now. So that's just what it is. That's the confusion the market is bringing to everyone here right now. But we still are in the green here. They almost flipped red. They about showed it, but it looks like they bounced back. The Dow's only up about 4%, though. They might be flipping red here soon. The S&P 500 is only up 23% now. The Nasdaq's only up 25% now. The Russell 2000 is only up 4%. They might flip red. The VIX is still down 1.53%, down at $28.90. They might flip to green. Looks like the spot's trying to find a bottom, but they're nowhere near the channel, so keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. The volatility's picking back up here to the upside. Looks like some stocks making it back to where the sell-off began about 15 minutes ago. So it could be a possible reshort here. It might back test again on you. Or they might really like hold it up here, consolidate right here in the middle now. Just moving around, not staying still, you guys. They're not staying still, if you noticed that today. So we are back credit spreading here where they just pulled it up. Some names here. ETF starting to pick back up, almost touching the lower band. Yeah, they're not staying put, they're not staying called, they're doing both today, you guys. We have a kangaroo market right now. The Russell 2000 is witching on us. It's turning red and green. Got two colors over there. We do see the numbers getting lower here off this bounce from the bounce earlier. We're not seeing a strong bounce like from this morning. The bounce getting smaller and smaller. Let's just starting to figure it out here. I would just stay calm, stay cautious, you guys. No economic data today. Shouldn't be no briefings either. Just got the news outlets rolling. And just letting them talk, man. It ain't really nothing that's driving this. This is just investors being investors right here. This is just volatility being volatility. This is just the market being the market right here. That's all this is. So we're going to take a quick break here. It's 10:27 a.m. Almost officially 1 hour here today. So this first hour, basically, we definitely credit spread it. And then it finally, the SPY and the triple Qs finally broke down. So right now they're looking like they want to possibly get back to the channel, but bears have clawed. They're hurt, you guys. It's gonna take a lot to get back to the channel. Not saying that it can't happen. I'm just saying it's gonna take a lot. You see, the market's just really everybody's doing their own thing. You see, Amazon's over here just popped back up to the upper band. So it's everybody doing their own thing, kind of today. But And stay cautious, like I said, stay calm. Weather the storm right now, you guys. Find something that's affordable. You know, I would find something affordable and go from there. This is the Stock Market Live with LCLD. We'll be right back.
One Ray. Go Spizzy.
What's his name?
Yeah, that's great.
Trying to get away from them fuck niggas. Say I'm trying to get away from them fuck bitches. Fuck bitches. Oh ass bitch. Bitch. I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga.
Two clips up, take together on the stick. I'ma dump out the clip, then reload that bitch. How you stupid ass running and ducking and shit? Whatever you behind, I'ma explode that bitch. You a pussy ass nigga, I'ma expose that shit. And it ain't no chill, cause I told that bitch. I'm trying to put some goddamn hoes in his ribs. I'ma put a goddamn hole in his lip. G shit, nigga, we ain't showing no love. All my niggas some goddamn thugs. All my niggas some goddamn bloods. And all my niggas get it out the goddamn mud. Mr. Cocaine with the mirror like a chopping. How you goddamn nose running like a faucet? Got my pockets on swole, no problem. I know how to whip it in the bowl, no problem. Know how to cook it on the stove, no problem. Put a lighter under that spoon, no problem. Trapping like a bitch trying to get every dollar. Come get it now, don't wait till tomorrow. I can send it to you in the mail, no problem. Just put the shit on the scale, no problem. Nigga, I can send you a bill, no problem. I bought my bitch some Chanel, no problem.
Trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. Trying to make a way that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. I'm back on that trap shit, gotta get it, I'm back on my rap shit. Gotta spit it, I'm back on that jack shit. Gotta lick it, I'm back on my back shit. What's the ticket? Stay jigging, finessing. All in your section, boy, pipe that shit down. Little bitch, I'm a blessing. Your nigga be hating, I'ma teach him a lesson. I'm strapped with that fire, be trusting these bitches. Tryna elevate on these fuck niggas. I'm tryna double up on some butts, nigga. What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? What you know about hanging with some gutter niggas? What you know about crossing out the mother niggas? What you know about whipping up an onion, nigga? What you know about getting to that money, nigga? I been back to the trap, I'm tryna bubble, nigga. I been strapped, I just hate to have to cut a nigga. I been stupid, I ain't worried about you other niggas. When you cross me, that's when I gotta up it, nigga. I'm blanking bad on this bitch, I'm like my brother, nigga. I'm just tryna get away from these fuck niggas. I'm just tryna stay tame from these fuck bitches. I'm just tryna maintain, I'm going up, nigga. Going up, nigga. Right. Going up, nigga. Right. 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 finessing, finessing.
Yeah, Acuity Man.
Finessing, finessing, finessing. Finessing, finessing.
Yeah, Acuity Man.
Finessing, finessing, finessing. One right, go busy. Finessing, hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finessing, can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Finessing, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finessing, can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Finessing. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Ain't worried about no snakes. Ain't worried about no jakes. I'm all about that pay. You niggas in the way. Get the fuck up out my face. Get the fuck up out my space. Cause I'm headed to the cake. Yeah, I'm tryna get that right. Yeah, I'm tryna hit your bait. Then we headed to the bay. Talking about that Frito Lay. I got options yeah for days. I got options yeah for days. I'm finessing. Never stressing. I got a bad bitch, I'm tryna get her pregnant. I got a sweet lick, it's time to send a message. I got a big Glock, I'm tryna kill your best friend. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. I ran it up finessing. I'm ballin', chimney. I'm the answer, come and test me. Bet nobody disrespect me. Cause I'm stepping on their necklace and I'm sliding with my weapon. I'm the hardest in my section. TTG, go ask your best friend. I'm a soldier, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. What you hold, nigga? I thought I told you, nigga. You stepping over, nigga. My gift been going, nigga. My stripes they folding, nigga. I'm from that bowler, nigga. I'm chilly cola, nigga. Go get a bowler, nigga. I'm tripping over, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. One rap. Finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jakes. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jakes. I'm finessing. 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 Finessing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, and it is 10:37 a.m. here. It's officially been 1 hour. We're just seeing. It looks like the spot's forming a low pattern here. Looks like we got another false breakout that quick. You know, these like I said, these small breakouts are fading fast now. So yeah, man, it's just what it is right now. They did break out, but it's right back where it was at before it broke out. It is coming down. Look right here. Look like we're about to break another low here. If that's the case, we're about to have a low pattern. Big red candle just came in on the spot too down here. On the MACD, the volume is whoa. That don't look good right there. Look a little species homes. But now they chilling though right here, but at the lower band. It's very close to it. Amazon just kind of did its own thing right here. Just keep in mind, they got like a 21 stock split going on, so they can just do, their numbers are going to be different from, everyone else's. Amazon's more so of, you want to really, they give them some time. They reset their share price coming up June 3rd. So yeah, once they reset June 3rd, their share price won't be this level no more. So it's kind of a fun stock right now with them. They lost $1,000 a month ago, the past month. They lost more than that, really, if you want to be technical. But yeah, so they just one of those names, just like I said, it's a fun stock right now. Like I said, the fun is about to be over. They're about to become really valued, really regular. So we'll see how they move then when they get to these levels at $100, $60, $50, and stuff like that. I think that would be really fun for the market then. It's going to be a change. But we are seeing lower lows right now. The SPY is coming down, and the triple Qs is coming down. SPY and the triple Qs is coming down here, you guys. So yeah, we're right here, almost back to the where this broke out at. Like I said, looks like it's a retest right here, possibly. I don't know if it'll hold. It don't look like it will. Yeah, it looks like we're getting lower lows here today. And the breaking point was, I told you about, really at around 10:08, you guys. 10:08 a.m., that was the breaking point right there. That was the division. That was the diversion there. The market broke down right there, and we still ain't even recovered. So we still ain't got back to where we were at 10:08. So yeah, Bears got it in lock right now, you guys. They got it in lock mode. Market makers are definitely, the rules have changed. So the market makers are definitely, they're being shiesty with the numbers there. Break-evens are more important than ever, you guys. Break-evens are more important than ever. And really, like I said, the out the money is really just, it's clapped. It's not the same. They really changed the rules, you guys. So just keep that in mind. Like I said, when you're trading, just have a plan to get it back, have a plan to get back, have a plan to stay up, have a plan to, be motivated. Like I said, I had a homie the other day in the chat. He said, if you ain't having fun, then you're gonna get burnt out. You'll start losing money. So don't get burnt out. If you feel like you're getting burnt out, take a break from it. Definitely fall back, chill, and do something else. Because like I said, if it ain't fun, then yeah, you ain't gonna make nothing, and that is true. So yeah, keep that in mind, you guys. Keep that in mind. But LCAOD, we like to have fun at all times, man. We like to have fun at all times. Today is Friday. You can't be mad about nothing on a Friday, especially when you came from where we came from, out the dirt, out the mud, out the bottom, the rough. We live raw. We live rough. So, just have fun, man, with it. Like I said, today's Friday. The market's in green mode a little bit, but it ain't strong green, We got like a turtle green going on right now. This ain't even no bull. So, the Dow's up about 4% on these. The S&P 500 is up about 25%. The NASDAQ's only up almost 40%. The Russell 2000 is down here now, 9%. The VIX is still down 2.38%, down at $28.65. The Dow advances more than 100 points in Friday rebound, but heads for eighth, you guys. Mamba, Black Mamba Kobe style, classic, eighth. 8 straight losing weeks, you guys. The market has been losing for 8 straight weeks. Investors are cringing. They're like, I've had enough, but it's inflation, so you can't get enough. Potential effects of inflation on the yacht industry is everywhere. It's affecting yachts, it's affecting bots, it's affecting thoughts, all that. Inflation is serious, you guys, so take it serious. Be positive and respectful at all times, too, though, you guys. That's the key. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We're going to take a quick break right here. There is no briefings going on today, no economic data moving this market or nothing. So speaking of that, we can pull that up here. during the break. I'll explain it when I come back. Definitely need to see this. Definitely want to see this. Don't miss this. Oh, man. Some of y'all already might know what this means. But I'm going to explain it when we come back from the break.
Money, power, respect, man. That's all you really need for all that other shit. I got Mikey with me for sure. It's a walk down world. Better keep you a pole, better keep your mouth closed. And don't trust a soul. Niggas ain't double law, in the end they gon' fold. I was at the trap, got kicked out my home. What you need, what you want. Remember late night, I was hitting them lips, it was me and just MJ's ripped through his bones. Money, power, respect, yeah, that's the code. Money, power, respect, yeah, that's the code. Money, power, respect, yeah, that's what I'm on. We about to stick, we not finna run. Every day was a motherfucking struggle. I was on my grind, stuck to my hustle. Got off my ass, got to my muscle. Fuck your blick, I got the ups too, yeah, I'm a fucking bitch, I don't trust you. Niggas start snitching, got too much to lose. People did ride, they don't fuck with you. I thought lit, she gon' suck the crew. Ain't no one man above the crew. Up in the trap, what you need, what you want. I got what you want, you. Money, power, respect, that's the code I stuck to. If you not walking down in this, fuck you. If you not walking down in this, fuck you. Swear to God, yeah, nigga, it's fuck you. If you not walking down in this, fuck you. If you not walking down in this, fuck you. Swear to God, little nigga, it's fuck you, bitch. Damn, it's a walk down world. Better keep you a pole, better keep my clothes. And don't trust a soul. Niggas ain't double law, in the end they gon' fold. Remember late nights, walk down with the stick, it was me and just go. 2 MJs ripped through his bone. Money, power, respect, yeah, that's the code. Money, power, respect, yeah, that's the code. Money, power, respect, yeah, that's what I'm on. Money, power, respect, yeah, that's the code. That's the code. Money, power, respect, yeah, that's the code. I got Mikey with me for sure.
I let it go. I keep that 30-30 and I let it go. I keep that 30-30 and I let it go. I keep that 30-30 and I let it go. I keep that 30-30 and I let it go. I let it go. I let it blow. I'm a type of nigga, I'll never let it show. It ain't for show. I say for a nigga like you to try me, I'ma let it go. I let it go.
You gonna disrespect me? Why you looking at me like you want some big? You wanna take it to the street? Nah, you don't wanna play with heat. I'll microwave you, boy. I'll take you out the heat. Put you in Miami. Wish you win no Grammy. Nah, chase a bag, nigga. Chase cash, nigga. Talking about the 30s. You out here naked, but you dirty. Hey, I ain't got no worries. I just kicked the mic. I'm in a hurry.
I keep that 30-30 and I let it go. I keep that 30-30 and I let it go. I keep that 30-30 and I let it go. I keep that 30-30 and I let it go. I let it go. I let it blow. I'm a type of nigga, I'll never let it show. It ain't for show. I say for a nigga like you to try me, I'ma let it go. I let it blow.
I let it go, yeah. Let this clip fly. If you chose, yeah. And I don't choose sides. I just get money. I let this clip ride. Yeah, these niggas playing with me. Man, I'm Leonard fucking P. And I always keep a P by me. Come and shop. Hey, but keep that on the low. Hey, yeah. Hey, you can get it, then you can go. Hey.
I keep that 30-30 and I let it go. I keep that 30-30 and I let it go. I keep that 30-30 and I let it go. I keep that 30-30 and I let it go. I let it go. I let it blow. I'm a type of nigga, I'll never let it show. It ain't for show. I say for a nigga like you to try me, I'ma let it go. I let it blow.
Unless you day trading right now. That's what's happening too. Let me just keep changing like that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the break. As you can see, volatility is really kicking in here, man. Things are just changing at a blink of an eye. This is really a day trader's market right now, you guys. I mean, when the volatility switch like that, this is what it is. That's what that means. That's not. The market's not giving you one side. It is being precise and paying both. So you got to be willing to switch like that. And see these day traders that have it unlimited. That's what they're doing right now, and they're causing you retail traders and these small investors like I, LCAOD, to really get screwed over if you don't got time, because they can get in and out. That's the point of it being a day trade. They're in and out. Everybody else, you just stuck holding waiting for a number that it's not going to more than likely happen today. It looks like, but the market did just flip red here. The SPY is in the red now, and the triple Qs they're witching here. They're going, it's green and red here action. But they did just touch red for the first time today. The Dow's in the red, S&P 500 is in the red here. The Nasdaq's about to flip red right now. The Russell 2000 is in the red. The VIX is in the red. But that VIX will turn green. This thing will get mean. That is for sure. So keep that in mind right now. Amazon's coming right back down here. So people know for sure now that is resistance at 21.97. Basically 2,200. They're not having it there. They're not. So yeah, you guys, it's coming down here right now. This look like it might really flush this time and stay down. I don't know how much it'll keep. The spot's coming down here 388. I don't know how much it'll keep. Doing all that volatility, bouncing back up stuff. I think this one's gonna stay down here, you guys. We're getting straight down action now. Like I said, they're selling off, you guys. They are selling off here bad now. Yeah. It is coming down. I'm saying that. Tried to pick up right there. That's good. So yeah, SPY is coming down right now, you guys. It's causing the market to sell here now. We're seeing some selling action going on. We're seeing some selling pressure kick into the markets. We don't even know what's causing that. There is nothing causing that. That's just, like I said, investors being investors here. It looks like every 25 minutes we're getting debit spreads now. That's been the action since about 10 a.m. here. At 10:30, same situation. Just now, 10:45, same situation, you guys. It just look like it might be ending or continuing here to go to the downside. But yeah, it's getting ugly now here for the charts and numbers, you guys, and the stocks and the ETFs. Yeah. Bear market. Yes, sir. Short every right now, so it's just easy. Bear markets are easy. You short every pop basically, because they're fading quickly, and that's just easy to just understand. Yeah. So now you see though, I'm telling you, strategies. It's a limited strategies that are only working for you to be profitable right now, you guys. And the number one thing that you can do is day trade. Like I said, that's it. If you got the bubbles clear, go for it. Get on the right side of the trade, obviously, but go for it. That's probably the best thing you can do right now. Like I said, if you do not have time, the weeklies are getting chewed, so it is what it is. Weeklies are getting chopped and screwed. Even the next weeks out, I think you got to be thinking at least 2 to 3 weeks out right now in this market. But that's just what it is, That's just what it is. So, not tripping about it. Ain't nothing wrong with it. It is what it is, Like I said, if you're not, you still got buying power, you are fine. You're absolutely fine. So it's just best to just probably save it right now, Face it, chop it up, charge it to the game. Because, it looked like it was going to be one direction type day, and then they consolidated. They credit spread at the beginning. Then at 10 a.m., things have just really went from credit spreading to debit spreading to the downside. And some stocks are holding up. Some stocks are letting go. Tesla's letting go here. 673 now, they're down. So Tesla's still sliding to the downside here. They're just getting lower and lower right now. Breaking news right now. We're getting some breaking news now. The market just flipped red. The entire market just flipped red here. The entire market just flipped red. Everything's red. The VIX about to flip green. Stocks that raised earlier gains turn negative, building on this week's losses. So yeah, it's gonna sell and continuing, you guys. The Bears are winning right now. It looks like they're going to win today too. This thing is done here. Like I said, Amazon is not going with the action today. They're just kind of in their own little world here, not doing nothing. You have to probably day trade Amazon. They haven't broke out of the channel all day. I'm looking at Amazon, and I'm looking at the ETFs, and I'm looking at the overall market. I'm seeing the other stocks. They're not doing what the overall market is doing. So, just, it's causing a little confusion, but it could be a delayed reaction. I think they'll end up coming down by next week for sure, Amazon. Maybe by the end of the day. And, chart looking ugly. It looks like it want to flush over there, Amazon, though. It really does, but, it's up to the market to decide that. It's up to the market to let it go or, see they can just turn it around and go back in there. But I don't know. This time it looks serious. The SPYs is just breaking down here. 388.24 is the low today right now. Currently, it's still selling. 388.13. It's just going straight down. Free falling right here now. Now Amazon's starting to come down here. Now they're starting to come down. So yeah, now the market is starting to sell here, you guys. They finally, Amazon just got out of the channel there, down there they're below, they're at the lower band, out of the channel. It's like they heard me or something. Could have been a delayed reaction, like I said, though. We don't really know still at Amazon because they're at the level where, like I said, they are in the channel. They are, like, boxed in here right now. We're not seeing, like, you see how the SPY is just going straight down. They're not boxed in. That's a free fall. I mean, they're still loose there. They can still get clawed. And the triple Qs as well. They're not boxed in. Amazon is technically boxed in. If it breaks below 2167, they're not boxed in anymore. They're going to flush. The VIX is going up here. Breaking news, man. That's breaking news, though. The stocks turned negative here. The NASDAQ's down now 46%. S&P 500 is down 38%. And the Dow is down 50%. The Russell 2000 is down 17%. The VIX turned green just now, up 14%, $29.39. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. Market's starting to bleed here now. Amazon is about to get boxed out. You guys, they're breaking out of the box of one there. Yes, sir. Just did it right there, 2166. So yeah, man. They only up 20 now, Amazon. They're losing traction here. They were just up 40. They lost $20. SPY's still selling, you guys. SPY's still selling, you guys. 387.64. We're picking up on newer lows now, you guys. The market is starting to get lower now here, you guys, today. Uh-oh. This ain't looking good. We back testing. We really are headed to the recession level now. We're headed to level 2 crash. We're there. 387.47 is the low. The SPY is still selling, you guys. This is no joke right now. This is real live action. This is the stock market live with LCAOD. Amazon is really losing traction now. They just lost another $4. So they're only up $16 now. Yeah, Amazon is not boxed in the channel anymore. They are going down. They are going down. They are going down. But yeah, that's what it is. The VIX is going up. Whoa, VIX up 48% now. VIX up 48%, so it's picking up. NASDAQ picking up 60%. Yes, sir. The Dow is up 60% too. No, down. Down, excuse me. The SP 500 is down 48% red. I'm just meaning the red is picking up. Oh, man. So, yeah, red picking up pretty fast here in the market. Breaking news, stocks erased all the gains, you guys, from earlier. Turned negative. Building on this week's losses. Those are the headlines. We do not have any breaking news, or do we? Something might be moving this. I doubt it. No, yeah, nothing even doing this. This is just the investors, you guys. So this is a clear indicator. Investors showing you how they feel. Hey, though, but look, though, we do have headlines about the formula and stuff on NBC News, Fox News. They're having headlines over there. CNBC just had breaking news. They see what they own. They see what I'm seeing. Market coming down here. Gas and energy, all that's up here today. That just went up. It shot up early this morning. It actually gapped up. It didn't open. The pre-market, it was down. It opened up, gapped up, went down. Now it looks like it's picking back up. The oil, stocks, gas. Yeah, we got breaking news. Fox News is showing the New York Stock Exchange. They're showing this live here, you guys. They see what I see. The Dow Jones is coming down. VIX is going up here, and now that you got these news outlets starting to pay attention to this sell-off, it's getting they see what I see. You got to look out now on the SPY. Look about a month out. We really are almost back to last Thursday's lows. 385.16 is the low. Looks like we're about to back test that. And if we back test that, guys, we're $2 away. If we back test that and break below that, that will be level 2 of the crash, you guys. Right now we're in level 1 of the crash, and that will be level 2 if the SPY continue to sell off like this. So just keep that in mind. 385.16 on the SPY. If it breaks below that, it will free fall, you guys. We will see action like we saw on Wednesday. So it looks like they changed their mind and decided to actually just let the bears win it. And we got a free fall market right now. Once Amazon flip red, I think the market will really start to go red. I think that's a key. They're a key leader to being red. You know, so if they can go down at least $20, maybe $40. You see what I'm saying? Like Tesla's down bad here, you guys. So that's hurting the market. So they're down $41. Tesla's still free falling, you guys. They're still selling. So if you can get Amazon to start selling like that, yeah, the market really will pick up to the downside faster, basically. But I think that's a key indicator right there. You also got Google. See, Google. Everybody else is already down bad. Google's down $28. See what I'm saying? It's only like a certain couple tech names, e-commerce, retail names that's just kind of still holding it up. Facebook's still up $3. See, I think they need to be red. That'll give you more red. Who else? Netflix is up $1. Like, wow, come on, you need to be red. That's gonna help for the Bears. Nvidia's already red, so you see what I'm saying? It's just a few standout names that just need to be red, and the market really will pick up lower lows, you guys. Seriously here, this thing is starting to pick up lower lows. We're not even near Euro close yet, but it is approaching. We still got a lot of time left. Expiration don't end till 3 p.m. Keep that in mind. I mean, it's a short window, but the way the speed is going, games can pick up fast. So if you can do it in a certain amount of time, things can be done still for your portfolio, you guys, if you have any weekly. So keep that in mind. But other than that, if you got time right now, you're golden. If you're not doing anything, you're golden. This action is taking place. This is live, you guys. It's serious. Like I said, the SPY break $2 more. If the SPY go to 385 and break below it, and they do not try to bounce back up to this level, what you see right now, 387, it's going to get ugly in this market, you guys. Believe that. Believe that. So Amazon is the last one to slip. Once they slip, you guys, like I said too, you'll definitely see more red in this market as well. Let's check with Shopify because they had a lot of green earlier. Shopify already slipped. They already down 17. So you see what I'm saying? Everybody has slipped and went down besides Amazon. What? Who do you think you are? That's what basically the investors are saying right now. They're actually tagging Amazon right now. They're coming down 2160. Yeah, the SPY's coming down to 387.29. Selling pressures on 2157. Amazon starting to bring it down here. Now here they go. There go the Bears. They like, hold up. Why is they? Who do Amazon think they is? They not. They don't. You know, people hate Amazon at the most right now because the unionization situation and all that stuff. They're getting unionized, like, and then they're trying to hold up green, and the market's flushing right now. Can't do that. Wrong, Bezos. So, yeah, you guys, you know, you might want to head south for that one because Amazon's coming down here. Amazon's starting to bring it on down, you guys. SPY is too, though. 387.15. Uh-oh. Triple Q's bringing it down too, you guys. The market is selling now. Fox News not even showing it live no more. They can't handle it. They can't handle it. They took it off. We still got it here live here. Oh, my. Oh, my. The NASDAQ's down 73%. The S&P 500 is down 59%. Oh, my. The Dow's down 59%. Oh, my. Russell 2000 is down 50%. Oh, my. VIX is up 27%. Oh, my. $29.43. Oh, my. 387.4 cents is a low on the SPY. Oh, my. Oh, my, you guys. This is getting ugly here. So they went from a credit spread at the beginning. I'm telling you, about an hour ago, right now, this current moment, things shifted. So like an hour ago, it went from a credit spread to a straight debit spread to the downside. The market has broken down here, you guys. It hasn't recovered since Wednesday, you guys. And this is the lowest been 386.88. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. Here come Amazon. Here come Amazon. Here they come. Here they come. Here they come now. Amazon told you they've been green all day. They haven't even flipped red yet. Once that happens, it's gonna get ugly. It's gonna get ugly. Believe that. Believe that. If Amazon start lose, and they can't do this, I've seen it. They can lose $30 to $50 right now, or they can easily go back $20, go back up $20 right now. That's just Amazon, you guys. But no, if they go down $30 to $50 right now, this market will bleed out. The SPY will probably be at 380, 383 or something like that at that point. Looks like we're heading there, man, for real. The VIX, the volatility's almost back at $30. So it's getting ugly, you guys. It's getting ugly. We're in a bear market.
Male who has suffered a graze wound to the stomach was listed in fair condition. Another male who was shot in the body listed in critical condition at the hospital. A 17-year-old boy also shot in the body, listed as a fair condition in the hospital. And then 2 other males whose ages are unknown. One was shot in the body, taken to a medical center. Another who was shot in the arm and ankle, listed in serious condition at the hospital. So this was a very chaotic scene. It had quickly spilled into the nearby red lane as police searched for the suspect and a gun, stopping at least one train and evacuating those passengers. We had CTA officials who were stationed near the subway entrance as police combed through the tracks. At least one person has been taken into custody, and at least a weapon was also recovered at there as well. So police did not release any additional details. Witnesses were there on scene and still sticking around here this morning after being released from the hospital. As we just heard during that hit with our Fox 32 reporter, they were talking just with one of those 8 victims who did then speak more to media personnel. So what I want to do is go and show you that interview. We're going to play that out here for everyone. But again, just want to remind you, as soon as we do see our police chief stepping out, giving us an update on this incident, of course, that's what we'll be jumping into here in full. But let's go ahead, listen into what he was talking about the incident just last night and some of the words he had to say about those very terrifying moments.
So, how are you? What happened last night? Can you tell me what happened, sir?
Well, basically, we was all out here chilling, cooling. You know, I don't know exactly what really took place for the fight to happen because, I wasn't there. But once I came from out of here, it escalated quickly to where, some guy popped out with a gun. My guys them trying to grab the gun, but in the midst of them grabbing the gun, it slipped my way and a shot popped out. Well, actually 2 of them, so.
So you were just sitting in there?
Yeah, I was just sitting in there. I didn't get shot through there. I got shot right there.
So where were you hit?
Right here. Right here.
And were you just with friends, or what were you doing?
Yeah, I was just with friends, just chilling. That's all.
We saw all these people fighting afterwards. Was that a carryover from the initial fight that started all of this, you think?
Yeah, that's what happened.
What do you think about getting shot right here at Chicago and State?
I got shot like 8 times in total, including this. So, in Chicago, I hate my city. I love my city.
How many times were you shot last night with this incident?
2.
And Northwestern? You went to Northwestern?
Yep, surely did.
So were you not a part of the people fighting, or how did the fighting start?
It started with the females, but then, it escalated when, mutual parties start, saying that, I ain't gonna let you get down on them, or you know how that goes. That's what people have when a person they love is fighting, and they, you know how that goes. So basically, it's just like that, It was just like that.
And so then you came outside to see what was happening, and that's when you were shot, and just kind of the craziness of it all.
Yeah, I just got, shot.
So take me through what happened. You got shot. How did you know you were shot? What did you feel? What did you do?
I actually told my cuddy to check me because he wasn't shot yet. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I didn't know that he was going to get hit next. You know what I'm saying? They sent me off in the hospital, so I ain't think that he was going to get hit up.
Did you get in an ambulance or did you walk?
I got in the ambulance.
And where is your buddy? Was he hurt? Do you know what happened to him?
I don't exactly know, but I heard he's in critical condition. He got shot more times than me.
What do you know about the other people who were shot?
2 of my friends are dead.
And what are their names?
See, Cabrini is my old hood. You know what I'm saying? I don't know everybody's real names, but we all go by nicknames because I haven't been there in a long time. So it's like, you know,
But
we go by the nicknames.
2 of the people you were with, you know, ended up dead in all of this.
Yes.
Were they eating at the McDonald's with you? Or?
Yeah, I think he either went to the McDonald's because obviously, you know, the shots fired in here. This happened after I got carried off, so I can't really say about what happened to my buddy because he was checking me before I had got into the ambulance. So
It was crazy. Can you kind of describe what it was like?
well, of course, getting shot is painful. I got shot 5 times prior.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So it looks like something breaking news in Chicago. 2 killed, 8 wounded, mass shooting in Chicago. I mean, but that's Chirac. I mean, everybody know how that is, man. Prayers to them though. But it looks like that is bringing the market down a little bit too, with the market just going down itself. And it do looks like we got breaking news. Briefing just started here, or something just started live here. It looks like we got the Attorney General, Merrick Garland. He's announcing something here. Hold on, let's see. Announces new efforts to address hate crimes. It looks like he just started going live about 3 minutes ago. And it looks like that they are on discussion on Capitol Hill, Canadian health officials to discuss monkeypox. Whatever the fuck that is.
Ahmaud Arbery simply because he was a black man jogging on a public street. Our prosecutors convicted an individual who, motivated by racist and xenophobic beliefs about the COVID-19 pandemic, targeted and attacked an Asian family at a supermarket in Midland, Texas. And a federal court sentenced a man in Tennessee for setting fire to 4 separate churches in that state. These 3 results in 1 month represent just a small sample of the investigative and prosecutive efforts that the Justice Department is undertaking to confront hate crimes using our criminal enforcement mechanisms. But we recognize that in order to address the destructive effects that hate crimes and hate incidents have on entire communities,
Okay, we'll listen to him for a little bit more here first, and then we're going to tune into this. But yeah, Canadian health officials to discuss monkeypox. So it looks like monkeypox has popped up in Canada, and that's becoming a public health emergency there. That's not good. That don't sound good. So we're going to listen to that, but we're going to give this guy a listen first.
Aimed at raising awareness of hate crimes during the pandemic. This guidance includes several steps that community-based organizations, law enforcement, government officials, and others can take to raise awareness of hate crimes and hate incidents, and how that increased awareness can be used as a tool for prevention and response. This guidance focuses on both hate crimes and hate incidents, and was created with the input of many community-based stakeholders and public health professionals. In just a moment, Deputy Secretary Palm will discuss this guidance further. Second, I am pleased to announce that the department has hired Ana Noguez Mercado, Paula Noguez Mercado, as our first ever full-time language access coordinator. Ana, please stand up. Thank you for joining the team. We know that language access is a major barrier to the reporting of hate crimes and hate incidents. Ana will join our Office of Access to Justice, where she will work to improve knowledge, use, and expansion of the department's language access resources. Third, I am pleased to announce that the department is releasing $10 million in grant solicitations for new programs to address hate crimes. $5 million of this grant funding was authorized under the Jabara Hire No Hate Act. These grants will support better hate crime reporting to the FBI and will fund states to establish and run reporting hotlines for victims of hate crimes. The other $5 million will go to supporting community-based approaches to preventing and addressing hate crimes. I want to thank Congress for providing the funding that allowed us to launch these grant programs. And I want to thank Amy Solomon and her team at the Office of Justice Programs for administering these important grants and putting these funds to good use. Confronting unlawful acts of hate is a matter of moral urgency for all of us here today, and it is a charge deeply rooted in the Justice Department's founding. As I have noted many times before, this department was founded in 1870 in the aftermath of the Civil War with the first fundamental purpose to fight the white supremacist attack on Black civil rights after the Civil War. 152 years later, the task to combat hate-fueled violence remains central to the department's mission. We do this because it is our legal obligation, and we do this because it is our moral obligation. We do this work because we believe that all people in this country should be able to live without fear of being attacked or harassed because of where they are from, what they look like, whom they love, or how they worship. Thank you all for being here and for your tireless work and partnership. In a moment, you will hear from Deputy Secretary Palm from the Department of Health and Human Services. She will be followed by our Deputy and Associate Attorneys General, who will speak more specifically to the steps we have taken in the past year. Before that, however, we will play a short video featuring reflections from the family members, 4 people who were killed by hate crimes, but whose legacies will have an enduring impact on combating hate crimes. Thank you to the families of Heather Heyer, of Khalid Jabara, and of Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. for your important words in this video. And thanks again to all of you who are here with us today.
Hate crimes have impacted our family in a way that we could never have even imagined. We miss Khalid every day. We miss the joy and the laughter that he brought to our family.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you see Amazon started to come down. As I told you, if they break down, the market will break down. The SPY's at 385.66. That was the low of the day, and it is currently back testing that right now, you guys. It's looking over with 385.15. Remember, I told you that was the low from last Thursday. If we break below that, that will be level. This will be level 2 of the crash, you guys. So stay cautious right now. We're down bad here. It is ugly here. The Nasdaq's down 1%. The S&P 500 is down 1%. The Dow is about to be down 1%. The Russell 2000 is down 1%. The VIX went up 3%. They're at $30.26, you guys. Amazon is down here now. They're almost red. So if Amazon flip red and they were just up $40, if they flip red and go down at least $20, or hell, even $10, this is going to hurt the market, you guys. If they go down more than $10 or $20 and they try to go down 40, whoo, this market is going to bleed today. And we will be in the level 2 crash level at close. New low right here, 385.56 on the SPY. The SPY is still selling off, you guys. The SPY is still selling off.
So, yes, right now, I would say just under a couple of dozen people under investigation by local authorities, mainly in Quebec, but a couple of contacts being followed up in British Columbia as well, but only 2 cases confirmed. There are samples under processing at the National Microbiology Lab as we speak, so we might expect to hear more confirmations in the upcoming hours and days. We I think local authorities are still doing their case contact tracing. So we don't really know the extent to which the spread has occurred in Canada. So that's under active investigation. We do know that, as Dr. New has said in French, that the virus is generally, as we know it to this point, it's generally spread through close contact. And so that could include household contacts, could include other close contacts. And so far, we do know that not many of these individuals are connected to travel to Africa, where the disease is normally seen. So this is unusual. It's unusual for the world to see this many cases reported in different countries outside of Africa. And so I think we will let people know as soon as we get more information. Right now, I can't tell you the exact impact, but I think anyone who have developed some signs and symptoms, including these sort of blisters or ulcerative rashes, and are concerned, should seek advice from their healthcare provider. I think at the beginning of any outbreak, we should cast the net wide to try and understand the transmission routes. We don't understand it enough. There's probably been some hidden chains of transmission that could have occurred for quite a number of weeks, given the sort of global situation that we're seeing right now. So we shouldn't rule out new things that we might learn as we go along. This is an unusual situation.
Thank you so much.
Dr. New, just going to add a couple of other points as Dr. Tams mentioned. I think if you're looking at monkeypox and the fact that it belongs to the same family as smallpox, as we said earlier, smallpox was eradicated in 1980 in terms of, vaccination campaigns. I think in Canada it stopped in the early 70s. And so I would say generally that the entire population is susceptible to this, to monkeypox. The other part also is that, historically our experience with monkeypox is that it's been travel related. It's someone who's, maybe been exposed to the virus, in Africa and then traveled elsewhere. And so the fact that it's now appearing in, several countries in Europe and so on, and as well as here in Canada, we need to learn more about it. Has it evolved? Has it changed to something different in terms of the mode of transmission and so on? At this point, it's still what we think the mode of transmission that we have seen in the past in terms of close contact, respiratory droplets coming in contact with contaminated body fluids, from the pustules and so on and so forth. But I think we need to be open that that there may be something else evolving and changing. I think the overall risk to the general population is low, but I think the more that people can be, sort of sensitized, socialize, understand that we're all susceptible. And then to be quite honest, it's interesting, some of the good practices that we've all learned with COVID-19 serve us in good stead, against a whole host of other diseases, including this one. Good hand hygiene. Potentially if you're feeling sick and have a cough, etc., wearing a mask and so on. So I think those are things that we're looking at, and we'll continue to examine and also develop guidance to help healthcare providers and others in terms of how to deal with this disease as it continues to evolve. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I also wanted to ask you about COVID. We've obviously been detecting cases of BA.2.2. So I'm just wondering if you can sort of explain how concerned we should be about this and whether there's potential for another wave given the new variant.
Thank you for the question. So we're continuing to monitor the evolution of the virus. The variants that you are talking about, I'm not sure which ones, but there's a number of BA2 and related variants. We're tracking, for example, BA2.12, BA2.12.1. I think the one that you're referring to is BA2.20. So these are sort of evolution of the Omicron virus and the BA2 sublineage. So we do know that they're probably at least related to that lineage. When we look at some of the parameters, we're learning about that some of them might have increased ability for transmission, a bit more increase in transmission capabilities that are higher than that of the BA2 virus, so the BA2 variant. So we're keeping an eye on it, but so there are always abilities for surges to occur, particularly in under-vaccinated populations. And so that wouldn't be unexpected. What I'm really looking out for, of course, are some substantial changes where there's an entirely new variant of concern that are not Omicron variants. But we will track these. I think even over the summer month, there could be up and downs. We hope we'll, as I said, remain cautiously optimistic and that we'll get a little bit of reprieve over the next couple of months and be ready for any resurgence in the fall. But anything can happen, and we just need to remain vigilant. All of those practices we just all talked about can help keep any resurgences as low as we can and keep a more balanced approach to the ongoing management.
On va continuer avec Olivier Ferron-Boissé de TVA.
Oui, bonjour. J'aimerais revenir rapidement sur la variole du singe. On parle d'une période d'incubation qui serait très longue, jusqu'à 21 jours avant d'avoir des premiers symptômes. Est-ce que ça vous permet de croire qu'il est possible qu'il y ait plus de cas en circulation en ce moment que ce qui est rapporté? Et est-ce que ça cause un danger supplémentaire, le fait que ça peut être long avant qu'on sache qu'on a la variole du singe et que pendant ce temps-là, ça puisse se propager?
Oui, c'est Dr. New. Merci pour la question. Oui, on sait que la gamme pour la période d'incubation, c'est environ entre 5 et 21 jours, mais normalement, c'est 1 à 2 semaines, peut-être 6 à 13, 14 jours. Donc, je pense que c'est important. Je sais que les autorités au Québec, avec leur enquête, ils font tout le travail pour le suivi des contacts et c'est sûr, il y a plusieurs cas suspects et on est en train de, recevoir les échantillons et des cas suspects du Québec et à part de ça, je peux pas, prédire qu'est-ce qui va se passer, mais c'est important de continuer le travail, sur le terrain et on verra qu'est-ce qui se passe et comme j'ai dit avant, on a aussi sensibilisé, on a aussi discuté avec toutes les provinces et territoires parce que, comme Dr. Tam a dit, même avec le cas provenant des États-Unis, on sait maintenant, il y a aussi peut-être des contacts dans les autres provinces, par exemple la Colombie-Britannique. Donc, je pense que c'est important de suivre l'enquête, pas seulement au Québec, mais peut-être aussi partout dans le pays.
OK, merci pour ça. J'aimerais suivre sur la COVID-19, spécifiquement le variant BA2.12.1 qui présente présentement 43% des infections aux États-Unis, qui échapperait à la vaccination, mais aussi à l'immunité acquise. Est-ce que ça vous fait craindre justement une vague plus rapide qui pourrait revenir ici au Canada également, une montée des cas comme on voit aux États-Unis?
Oui, pour l'instant, merci pour la question. Pour l'instant, on continue à suivre ce variant, mais aussi toutes les autres variants émergentes. Et pour être un variant préoccupant, c'est toujours les trois grandes questions on pose. Est-ce que c'est plus transmissible? Est-ce qu'il y a peut-être des conséquences plus graves? Et comme vous avez constaté, est-ce qu'il y a, un échappement de l'immunité des vaccins aussi, peut-être même acquis avec l'infection, dans la communauté. Donc, à date, on continue à suivre. On n'est pas dans la même situation que les États-Unis et c'est pourquoi c'est très important de continuer avec nos efforts d'encourager les gens de porter le masque dans certains contextes et aussi d'augmenter notre couverture vaccinale. Même si peut-être que c'est pas si efficace contre la transmission. À date, on voit que les vaccins donnent une bonne protection contre les conséquences graves. Et ça, c'est très important pour notre système de soins de santé. Et c'est toujours important aussi de peut-être encourager tout le monde. C'est toujours, comme on dit, une autre augmentation de protection avec les doses de rappel. Maintenant, on encourage tout le monde à avoir une troisième dose si on est admissible. Et effectivement, c'est tous les adultes âgés de 18 ans et plus. Et on voit aussi avec les orientations de notre comité consultatif national de l'immunisation que c'est important pour quelques personnes, peut-être par exemple les personnes âgées de 80 et plus, de recevoir même une quatrième dose. Donc, je pense que c'est quelque chose à suivre et on verra qu'est-ce qui va se passer pendant l'été et aussi pour l'automne parce que on ne sait pas exactement avec la situation. Qu'est-ce qui va se passer avec les autres variants? C'est donc, c'est pas seulement ce variant, mais en général, on continue à suivre tous les variants et on continue à planifier pour tous les scénarios avec les variants.
On va poursuivre avec Dylan Robertson, Winnipeg Free Press.
Hi, doctors. I want to thank you for continuing these briefings and for following through on having the fourth dose data posted online. I wanted to ask about Ukrainian refugees and vaccination. Less than half the population of Ukraine is fully vaccinated. You don't need shots for the emergency travel permit. I don't want to stigmatize asylum seekers, but I'm wondering what role FAC has in helping provinces to make sure that these shots are available to newcomers, and what you think the provinces should have in place for these newcomers, given that some Canadians are having difficulty finding COVID shots.
Thank you for that question. And I think provinces have been very collaborative in terms of supporting Ukrainian new arrivals and including providing information and in collaboration with some NGOs that support newcomers to give them information, including in appropriate languages, so that they understand the need to get the vaccination. And so there is even though there's no requirement to entry, there is a federal requirement to get the vaccine within a certain period of time. So we wanted to make sure that everybody who arrives here understands that and that the provinces are able to follow up with them. I'm not certain about the accessibility on the ground, but as you know, we have a lot of vaccines and they can be accessible in so many different ways in local areas, but they are different distribution points. So I think I would encourage anyone who has arrived recently from Ukraine to make sure they know how to connect with the local public health authorities or even the local pharmacists. But yes, we are trying to work, other departments, not necessarily the agency, is working with arrival, such as IRCC, for example, to make sure people know to go and get their shots. And of course, they'll all be provided free of charge.
Thank you.
Dr. New, I would just add an additional point. You know, if you're looking at the newcomers from Ukraine, but just newcomers in general, taking a more holistic approach to migrant health, it's important to obviously welcome them and have them connected to a healthcare provider. And as a healthcare provider, I wouldn't just be focusing on COVID-19, but, you know, really looking at all of their vaccines. Are they up to date in terms of, you know, other vaccines for the children, the childhood vaccines, and for the adults, you know, do they need other vaccines to be up to date? So it's not just about COVID-19, but I think just sort of good vaccination practices and being up to date with all of your vaccinations. Thank you.
Thank you. And on monkeypox, we've had other countries note that men who have sex with men appear to make up a disproportionate number of cases. I'm wondering if that's happening in the suspected cases in Canada, not just the confirmed ones, and if you have any advice for this group or thoughts about stigma.
Thank you for the question. I think, as I said earlier on, we need to look at all modes of transmission. We do know it's close contact, usually respiratory droplets. But if you're in close contact with infected secretions, including from a pustule or an ulcer, if you have a mucous membrane contact or a cut, for example, that could be different ways of which this virus can pass on. And an interesting thing about this virus is also that we think it can be transmitted through contaminated clothing or what we call fomites. So, I think the public should be aware of that. There may be certain transmission settings and groups of people currently experiencing the most cases. But I think I would urge a caution as to, essentially focusing on a particular group of individuals. Certainly, we will provide support and information if we are seeing increased cases in certain populations and make sure they get the information that they need. But I think people should understand that it's close contact. And that could happen in different ways. Households, we heard households in the United Kingdom. So that this is why we must not focus on a singular group of individuals. But we do need to make sure that we have targeted approaches that would help individual groups. Not everybody gets the information in the same way, so we will be linking up on different channels with non-governmental organizations, as well as the broader messaging to make sure everyone gets the same information.
Au tour d'Émilie Bergeron de la presse canadienne.
Oui, bonjour. Vous avez dit tout à l'heure que vous regardez les possibilités d'augmenter la capacité de diagnostic de la variole du singe ailleurs au Canada, en dehors là, des confirmations au Centre national de microbiologie. C'est quoi les endroits qui sont regardés pour élargir? Est-ce qu'il y a des endroits prioritaires dans les scénarios qui sont envisagés? Pouvez-vous me résumer un peu ce qu'on sait là, sur les scénarios envisagés?
Merci, c'est Dr. New. Peut-être je peux commencer. Oui, c'est un enjeu actuel et on sait que notre laboratoire de Winnipeg est en étroite communication, collaboration avec le réseau des laboratoires provinciaux à travers le pays. Je pense que peut-être on va commencer peut-être avec les provinces, peut-être les plus grandes avec la capacité, mais je peux pas donner les détails parce que je suis pas au courant. C'est vraiment une discussion technique entre notre laboratoire et les laboratoires des provinces et territoires. Et normalement, c'est aussi une question de c'est quoi l'état de la technologie, la capacité des laboratoires dans les provinces et territoires. Et c'est sûr que notre laboratoire national est prêt à supporter toutes les provinces et territoires, mais peut-être que c'est peut-être faisable. On commence avec les provinces où peut-être il y a déjà une certaine peut-être capacité technologique, tout ça pour peut-être ajouter quelque chose d'autre pour être capable de diagnostiquer comme le variole du singe. Mais je pense que c'est un travail qui continue pour les prochains jours et semaines.
Oui, je peux ajouter que grâce à le COVID-19, on a plus de capacité pour le diagnostic moléculaire maintenant.
OK, merci beaucoup. Et est-ce que, donc, si je comprends bien, ça risque d'être les provinces qui sont plus grandes et qui ont des meilleures capacités technologiques, mais est-ce qu'on sait déjà quelle province ça pourrait être? Parce qu'on sait déjà que, bon, l'Ontario et le Québec sont des plus grandes provinces, mais est-ce que forcément ce sera eux ou c'est trop tôt encore pour dire?
C'est Dr. New. On peut pas dire, je ne peux pas parler pour le laboratoire. C'est sûr que notre laboratoire est en contact avec tous les provinces et territoires et c'est quelque chose à suivre peut-être au fur et à mesure comme les discussions continuent entre notre laboratoire et les provinces et territoires.
Let's move on to Andrew Davidson from CBC. Andrew, are you there? Okay, we'll move on to...
Hello. Hi, sorry. It's actually Lauren Pelly from CBC News.
Go ahead.
I would hope you could explain a bit more about possible vaccination strategies for monkeypox. So we know that in other countries, including the UK, is now exploring the notion of a ring strategy where you vaccinate using the smallpox vaccine healthcare workers, close contacts of potential cases. Is that a type of strategy that you would be interested in exploring at some point?
Thank you for the question. Yes, those are some of the strategy that we're exploring in connection with the WHO and the UK and others. And as Dr. New had indicated, Quebec had some interest in terms of some of the contacts. So that is under discussions right now. But of course, we need to know some of the epidemiology as quickly as possible. So the vaccinations can be used for a preventive measure prior to the exposure, or if you were post-exposure, there's also potentially a window of opportunity to get vaccinated. And so we're looking at all of those. As someone had already mentioned, there's a long incubation period for this virus, and there may be a window of opportunity to provide a vaccine to certain perhaps higher risk contacts under those circumstances. So these are under active discussions as we speak.
And one more question on that front as well. We've heard from public health officials in Montreal for the general public to not worry that you can't get this in a grocery store, you can't get this out and about in public at this time. But how do we know that at this point? Because we're also hearing from virologists that there are major questions over, how this virus may be evolving, and are we seeing changes in it that could signal, a shift in how it transmits between people and things like that. A lot of unanswered questions at this point. So what is your take on sort of what the real risk is to the public going forward, and what do we still need to understand about this virus before we can determine how much of a risk it poses?
Mm-hmm. So I think it's probably reasonable to think of this virus as one that is transmitted through close contact, as we've just described, the respiratory droplets or exchange of bodily fluids, or from blisters or ulcers or others of the skin lesions. But we should, of course, remain open-minded as we begin to investigate this rather unusual event of spread beyond Africa. I think one of the fundamental questions from my perspective is, for example, the role of asymptomatic and infected individuals. We haven't got to the bottom of some of these transmission chains. These are just beginning to be explored. Most people haven't traveled. So how is it being transmitted? I think we are basing the current information being provided to the public based on what we know, but we may learn more as we go along. So I think you're right. We need to reserve some some of these risk assessments as we go along with the investigation. But in general, it's not something that you can catch in a casual contact setting.
Okay, I don't see any more raised hands. If the doctor allows, we might allow maybe one more, if somebody has an extra one. I see Dylan. Okay, Dylan, I will let you ask your question. Here you go.
Sorry, I always have questions. Dr. Tam, there's a widespread disparity in eligibility for fourth shots, and we're seeing that reflected in some of the provincial uptake so far. The age to qualify is spanning from 18 to 50 to 70. The NACI Council is still sticking with the guidance for 70 and maybe 60. Do you think that needs to be reviewed, or is it prudent to hold on to these doses for now if the wastewater is trending downwards?
Yes, the National Advisory Committee on Immunization, as you indicated, had provided their recommendation, and which is focused on the highest risks, based on the data that we have in terms of the incremental benefits of that fourth dose. So I think the committee is always reviewing evidence on an ongoing basis, but is not making any changes to its recommendations at this time. I do know, of course, provinces are making the vaccine more accessible should the public want this, and they should know, anyone who's getting that fourth dose, that of course is off-label use. But to the extent that we have the information at this point, it appears that the side effect profile isn't any different. There is no increase in side effects compared to the preceding doses. So I think with that in mind, anyone who gets the fourth dose should make sure that they know all the information as they're going to get it. What you've described, I think you're trying to ask is, the timing of boosters. And I think that's a reasonable point, in that if booster doses, they do boost the vaccine effectiveness against infection and transmission, but that wanes over time. So as this current pandemic wave may be coming down, of course, some of the thinking is that maybe that this, we will focus our attention towards the fall. But having said that, we can never guess when that next variant might come up. So these are some of the difficult decisions as we're going about a vaccination strategy. But in any case, I think provinces are knowing that they have enough vaccines is making that fourth dose more available.
Si vous permettez, j'en aurai une dernière en français. Mon collègue Sébastien Desrosiers, là, après ça, je vous jure que c'est la fin. Sébastien, à vous.
Merci, c'est gentil. En fait, je voulais vous parler de lait pour bébé, de préparation pour nourrissons. Il y a une pénurie de préparation hypoallergène, donc pour les nourrissons qui ont des allergies alimentaires. Quelle est la situation actuellement, puis quelle est la stratégie au Canada pour s'assurer que tous ceux qui en ont besoin aient accès à ce produit?
C'est Dr. New, peut-être tu peux commencer. Oui, on est tout courant avec la situation. On sait que ça a commencé aux États-Unis, mais il y a toujours des répercussions pour le Canada. Et actuellement, on sait que nos homologues, nos collègues à Santé Canada est en étroite communication, collaboration avec les fabricants, tout ça, aussi avec les homologues aux États-Unis pour continuer à suivre la situation ici au Canada, et on continue à travailler pour assurer que on a des formules pour les bébés ici au Canada. Mais c'est sûr qu'on commence à voir un peu des répercussions, et c'est quelque chose on continue à travailler avec tous nos partenaires.
Voilà, c'est ce qui met fin à ce point de presse. Merci beaucoup, Dr. Tam, Dr. New, pour votre temps encore aujourd'hui. Bonne journée à tous.
Recording stopped.
All right, so that's done. That's done over there too. So it is with a couple briefings right there. During the Euro close right there. That's what that was about. So yeah, Euro close about 20 minutes ago. United States kind of giving us a direction here. They did bring it down here. They kind of bounced it up here back to the lower band and made it back. But this the lower band. They might try to make it back to VWAP possibly, but let's tune back into this right here, Fox News, and see what it looks like. They're replaying this video right here. But just stay cautious, you guys. It's still early. Technically, Wall Street lunch break gonna tell you a lot. It's either we'll flush and continue to make lower lows as we've been seeing, or they'll bring it back to VWAP.
Combat these kinds of hate crimes and their collateral impact that they have on the communities that they hurt. The department-wide directive that I issued last year benefited from the thoughtful input of external stakeholders and internal experts, including many of you who are here today. It outlined 4 areas of focus to improve our efforts to combat unlawful acts of hate: improving incident reporting, increasing law enforcement training and coordination at all levels, prioritizing community outreach, and making better use of our civil enforcement mechanisms. As I said at the time, each of these steps share the common goal of deterring hate crimes and hate incidents and addressing them when they occur, supporting those victimized by them, and reducing the pernicious effects that they have on our society. These are not easy tasks. We know the threats we face are evolving and that our strategies to confront them must evolve as well. Addressing them requires making total use of both our criminal and our non-criminal resources across the entire Justice Department. Our relevant investigating and prosecuting components, including the Civil Rights Division, U.S. Attorney's offices, the National Security Division, and the FBI, are hard at work maximizing their collective tools to prevent, deter, and respond to hate crimes and bias-motivated forms of extremism. I want to thank Assistant Attorney General Kristen Clarke, Director of the Executive Office for U.S. Attorneys Monty Wilkinson, Assistant Attorney General for National Security Matt Olson, and FBI Director Christopher Wray for their leadership and for their dedication to this work. In February of this year alone, the Justice Department convicted the 3 men who targeted and killed Ahmaud Arbery simply because he was a black man jogging on a public street. Our prosecutors convicted an individual who, motivated by racist and xenophobic beliefs about the COVID-19 pandemic, targeted and attacked an Asian family at a supermarket in Midland, Texas. And a federal court sentenced a man in Tennessee for setting fire to 4 separate churches in that state. These 3 results in 1 month represent just a small sample of the investigative and prosecutive efforts that the Justice Department is undertaking to confront hate crimes using our criminal enforcement mechanisms. But we recognize that in order to address the destructive effects that hate crimes and hate incidents have on entire communities, we must make better use of our non-criminal tools as well. Today, I want to announce 3 important steps we are taking that reflect our holistic approach. First, along with our partners at the Department of Health and Human Services, we are issuing new guidance aimed at raising awareness of hate crimes during the pandemic. This guidance includes several steps that community-based organizations, law enforcement, government officials, and others can take to raise awareness of hate crimes and hate incidents, and how that increased awareness can be used as a tool for prevention and response. This guidance focuses on both hate crimes and hate incidents and was created with the input of many community-based stakeholders and public health professionals. In just a moment, Deputy Secretary Palm will discuss this guidance further. Second, I am pleased to announce that the department has hired Ana Paula Noguez Mercado as our first ever full-time language access coordinator. Ana, please stand up. Thank you for joining the team. We know that language access is a major barrier to the reporting of hate crimes and hate incidents. Ana will join our Office of Access to Justice, where she will work to improve knowledge, use, and expansion of the department's language access resources. Third, I am pleased to announce that the department is releasing $10 million in grant solicitations for new programs to address hate crimes. $5 million of this grant funding was authorized under the Jabara Hire No Hate Act. These grants will support better hate crime reporting to the FBI and will fund states to establish and run reporting hotlines for victims of hate crimes. The other $5 million will go to supporting community-based approaches to preventing and addressing hate crimes. I want to thank Congress for providing the funding that allowed us to launch these grant programs. And I want to thank Amy Solomon and her team at the Office of Justice Programs for administering these important grants and putting these funds to good use. Confronting unlawful acts of hate is a matter of moral urgency for all of us here today, and it is a charge deeply rooted in the Justice Department's founding. As I have noted many times before, this department was founded in 1870 in the aftermath of the Civil War with the first fundamental purpose to fight the white supremacist attack on Black civil rights after the Civil War. 152 years later, the task to combat hate-fueled violence remains central to the department's mission. We do this because it is our legal obligation, and we do this because it is our moral obligation. We do this work because we believe that all people in this country should be able to live without fear of being attacked or harassed because of where they are from, what they look like, whom they love, or how they worship. Thank you all for being here and for your tireless work and partnership. In a moment, you will hear from Deputy Secretary Palm from the Department of Health and Human Services. She will be followed by our Deputy and Associate Attorneys General, who will speak more specifically to the steps we have taken in the past year. Before that, however, we will play a short video featuring reflections from the family members, 4 people who were killed by hate crimes, but whose legacies will have an enduring impact on combating hate crimes. Thank you to the families of Heather Heyer, of Khalid Jabara, and of Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. for your important words in this video. And thanks again to all of you who are here with us today.
Hate crimes have impacted our family in a way that we could never have even imagined. We miss Khalid every day. We miss the joy and the laughter that he brought to our family.
And Khalid was the talented one of the family, the handsome one of the family, the funny one of the family.
She was an ordinary person who took a courageous stand with others in the community just to show solidarity that their lives mattered. When hate came to our town and when hate came to say that their lives didn't matter, Heather stood there to say, yes, their lives do matter.
Outgoing, love his music, love to be with people, he's a people person, entertainer, piano, all-rounded person, and we love his family. And to see him the day before, we thought all was well with the world. You know, I would probably see him more times with him, never knowing that day before that I would never see him again.
And what we've expressed in our lives with the loss of Matt has been just really hard and ongoing. It never gets easier, it just gets different.
Our family is so honored that there will be funding and resources available to communities to combat hate in Khalid and Heather's memory.
The Jabara Hire No Hate Act bill that was signed last year, and then the programs that are coming out of the bill, it means a lot to our family. It means that we feel heard, we feel seen.
It means a lot to me to have Heather's name attached to this program because this is
All right, guys, thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Going to step away from that press conference. You know, we always like to go out to the live content happening. We do have a press conference in the Louisiana area after there was a graduation that was erupted with gunfire. Let's go ahead, listen into this on Live Now from Fox.
Minutes after the incident took place, Southeastern University Police Department took Trent Thomas, age 20, of Hammond into custody, and has since been charged with 3 counts of attempted murder in the second degree, possession of a firearm on a gun-free campus, and obstruction of justice, and is being held in the Amite jail at this time. Like I said, we want to thank Southeastern. Definitely wants to thank Hammond Police Department, the TPSO, and the state police for their quick response and aiding us in this investigation.
At this time, Ms. Melissa Stinley, she's superintendent of schools, would like to say something.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank all of our law enforcement agencies that were so very quick to respond and be here just very, very quickly. Also to our medical providers that were here and able to get the victims that were impacted to our medical facilities very quickly and get them assistance they needed. A big shout out to all of those individuals. We need to do that. Also, I want to be sure to mention that our school system, of course, is cooperating fully with law enforcement. We're working very closely with them. We are providing any information that we have that can be beneficial to the investigation. We are providing to law enforcement because we want justice to be served in this situation. Graduation is a very special time for our seniors and their families. It was very sad that it ended in a very violent way for our families and the graduates and the faculty. So I want us to remember and to pray for our families that were impacted, the victims that were impacted, the families, everyone here. We had hundreds of people here. This stadium was packed with family members and friends watching their loved ones graduate. And let's be remembering everyone that was either here and was part of the violence, being here, or was impacted directly by that event. But I just want to thank again the law enforcement, and it's just the teamwork that we have here with Southeastern, the city of Hammond, also our sheriff's department, and our DA is exceptional. And I just appreciate the support of our law enforcement in this case. Thank you.
So the particulars of the investigation that we can give out is at some point there was an altercation between our suspect that we have in custody and another group of people, specifically one individual who is a juvenile. So we're not going to release his name, but he is a person of interest. We do believe, or we do know that the victims, unfortunately, that were shot had absolutely nothing to do with it. Originally, the information we received that there was 4 victims that were shot. At this point, we've learned there's actually only 3 that were shot, and the 4th that was at the hospital received an injury as they were trying to escape the area. All 3 of the people have been released from the hospital. The 4th victim is still in the hospital, is listed as stable, is believed to be non-life threatening. I apologize, but the altercation occurred. We are currently investigating it. We have detectives that are steadily working with it. It's Hammond Police Department as well as Southeastern doing the joint investigation. We have the assistance of the Louisiana State Police, Tangipahoa Parish Sheriff's Office. Last night it was impressive, the people that came out to assist us. Scott Paraloo, the district attorney, parish president Robbie Miller, and our mayor Pete Pinapinto, they all came on scene and were there to help us. Acadian Ambulance, the Hammond Fire Department, just a number of people that were here. We were fortunate that they had some people that were at the graduation that were either law enforcement or medical personnel that began rendering aid pretty quick to one of the victims. Listen, the sad thing is that people bring guns to events like this when it should be a joyous moment for people that have spent the last 12 years of their life come to a graduation, and then all of a sudden we end up in a situation like this. I know Chief Begner will touch on, because I'm sure y'all going to have questions about safety protocols and all moving forward. He will touch on that briefly if y'all have any of those. But the investigation is going. We do believe there will be more arrests. We believe that there's probably going to be more than one shooter. Two, we believe, is what we're thinking at. But we're going to continue to do the investigation. We will update y'all through any kind of press release or something like that as we get more information. So, any questions? Do you have any knowledge as to what led to the altercation? You know, right now we're investigating possible gang affiliation of sorts. We're not 100% positive on that, but that is definitely a potential. We believe that both of them were here, or both groups, or the shooter that we have in custody as well as the other person, that the altercation were here to watch graduation of a friend of theirs or somebody they know, at which point they came across each other on the opposite side of the university center than where we are now. It then proceeded to come around here, which is where all the kids come out after the graduation. So we do believe that that could be a possible motive, but that's still ongoing, and we're going to do the best we can to determine the final motive as we move forward.
The entire altercation occurred outside the graduation ceremony?
Yes.
After, right? After it was over?
Yes, the graduation ceremony was over, and people were starting to exit, and that's when it occurred.
Do you know how many shots were fired in total?
You know, I don't want to give that number out because I don't know a definite number. I would say at least 10 shots, but I can't give a definite number on that.
Did you talk to the people of Hammond, the parents who were there, or the students, and just moving forward, whatever your message is to them?
Listen, guys, Hammond is a safe community. We have great law enforcement presence. When this first happened, Southeastern Police Department, Tangipahoa Parish Sheriff's Office were actually working the event. Hammond Police Department, who wasn't working the event, we were here in less than 60 seconds to assist these guys. Our officers, Southeastern Police Office, Tangipahoa Parish Sheriff's Office, Louisiana State Police, and all the other agencies that showed up, we were here quick. We were here quick, and I think that the unbelievable great response of our officers is what probably prevented bigger issues and more incidents. So, you know, moving forward, look, we're going to do an evaluation of the protocols. I know Chief Begner's already been working with that. He's on top of that, and he's going to be handling that. And Hammond Police Department and the Sheriff's Office and all of our partnering agencies are going to assist him in anything we can do to make it sure that it's safe moving forward.
Chief, how many people were firing weapons?
We don't know that for sure at this point. We do believe at least 2.
Chief, there was some law enforcement out here earlier today scoping out. Can you kind of tell us what was happening?
Well, you know, all this happened at nighttime, right? So we contacted Louisiana State Police Crime Lab. They came out and processed the scene for the investigation. And I think the detectives, Southeastern and Hammond Police Department detectives, are just doing a secondary crime scene look. You know, you have to hammer it all down. It's a little bit easier in daytime, although the parish parish president supplied, you know, light plants and all that for us last night. It's just always better to do a secondary walkthrough the next day.
Chief, can you say if your second suspect was returning fire with the first suspect, or were these two in cahoots?
We believe that they were not in cahoots. We believe that they were the two that got into the original altercation with each other. Any other questions?
Yeah, you found a couple different types of bullet casings.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry.
Did you find a couple different bullet casings that lead you to believe that there was more than one?
We're not going to get far into that part of the investigation. You know, that's what the crime lab's for. They do the processing. They will be giving us all the information, giving Southeastern all the information as soon as they can process through it.
For either of the two shooters, what's their affiliation to the high school? They were just here to watch. One was graduating, one was watching.
We believe they were just here watching people that were graduating. The juvenile subject attended Hammond High prior, but was not a current student at Hammond High.
What type of firearms were used?
I can't say that exactly what it was. It was handguns.
Were the victims all family members of graduates?
I don't know the family relations.
How big of a problem are gangs in this area?
Listen, I think that gangs are a problem everywhere. So I think that all you have to do is turn on the news. Chief Begner told me this morning that over the last couple of days, there was 3 different shootings in our country at high school graduations. That is a sad scenario when you have people that are bringing guns to high school graduations. I think gangs are a thing. They're juveniles that a lot of them are involved in, and it's something that we are actively working in this area. We have a officers assigned that are working with the district attorney's office and District Attorney Scott Paraloo that we do identify anybody that we may believe are affiliated, and we're just going to go after them with the best way that we can and try to get them put in jail.
Was Trent Thomas one of those you had identified as you intended this came from?
I'm not sure exactly where the identification comes from. Hammond Police Department has a detective that's assigned that does that. So I don't exactly know where he was lined up or where they may have identified him as being affiliated.
I understand that graduation cards that we need for tonight and for the weekend, are those going to keep as planned?
Yes, we currently have 3 graduations set for this weekend. The final 3, all schools from Livingston Parish. I have reached out to the Livingston Parish Superintendent today to give them some guidance and some assurances that there will be a police presence here. They're bringing some of their SROs as normal high schools do bring their SROs. We will have officers on scene, and we're requesting that people who attend the graduations come into the building with cameras and phones only. Leave their bags in their cars or leave them at home. These are the last 3 of the year. After that, the university is going to meet, and we're going to start reviewing some protocols and looking at some other safety measures that we can take to mitigate some of these risks. You've got to understand there was a large officer presence here last night, and it still occurred. So we're gonna look at other ways that we can mitigate risk for people entering any event on Southeastern.
Chief, you said that you were recommending people bring cell phones only. Will you be having any type of metal detectors or anything like that present?
No, at this point we do not. That is one of the things that we're looking into buying. For upcoming events, for all events on Southeastern, is actually putting magnetometers in our arenas. It's just another deterrent. There again, you go through the airport and people get through them all the time. It's a deterrent. Cameras in the parking lots, cameras in the buildings, they're deterrents. Nobody's watching a camera 24 hours a day live. So, officer presence, the presence of cameras and the presence of some other deterrents, may stop this. It's not 100% guaranteed that you'll ever stop anything. But like I said, we'll have people here tonight. Hammond will be patrolling the area a little bit more, and I think we'll be safe.
I'm sorry, can you tell us anything about how the Trent Thomas was arrested?
Considering magnetometers or?
Yes.
Can you tell us how Trent Thomas was identified and arrested? Was he arrested on site?
Yeah, he was arrested within minutes. One of our officers actually saw him fleeing and chased him on foot and took him into custody.
Chief, what do you say to the people who were in attendance yesterday and whose parents and families who are expected the next
I completely agree with the superintendent and with Chief Bergeron. This is a time people spend 12 years of their life to get to this day, to graduate and move on to college, military, or whatever they may do in life. This is supposed to be a day where everybody's happy, where families are proud of their kids. And something like this just they don't have that memory of the joyous occasion now. They have a memory of people running and shots being fired in a parking lot. Just to put it bluntly, this is a cowardly act, and I think that we've got to do something and to end this. I'm a firm believer. I think the families need to remember the joyous part of their students and their family members walking across the stage receiving that diploma, and like I said, take heed of what happened, but remember that experience they had inside the building.
How soon is the next graduation?
Oh, it'll be tonight.
At what time?
7 o'clock.
All right, guys, so we're going to go ahead and end it here. We're not going to take any more questions. We do have work to get back to do. The investigation is going to continue. If we have follow-up arrests, we will make sure that we notify everybody. Thank y'all for coming. We appreciate it. And we'll hopefully get more information to y'all as soon as it becomes available. All right, thank y'all.
What charges? That's the only thing we didn't get. What charges?
Chief Beckner advised it was...
it's 3 counts of second-degree attempted murder, possession of a firearm in a gun-free zone, and obstruction of justice.
What was the second one again?
Possession of a firearm in a gun-free zone.
And will you guys email us the mugshot?
All right, so yeah, it looks like it was a shooting at a graduation. Something happened, I don't know. But that was breaking news, though. But you see, nothing really going on. Nothing moving the market besides just the economy itself and investors itself. I told you they were going to make their move, and they brought it down here. And the spots continuing to sell here. We just seen a low at 383.57. This is the level 2 crash here. We broke below 385.15. And this is level 2 of the crash, you guys. The SPY is really going down here. The stocks are really going down here as well. And the whole market is red. Tesla's still selling bad over there, man. It's ugly over there at Tesla. They're down almost 8%. They're down 8%, you guys. So the market is down bad. Wall Street is about to go to lunch here in 15 minutes. There's nothing going on, man. We just going to go ahead and go to lunch early today. We'll be back around like 1:15 p.m. You guys enjoy your lunch, man. The market is in deep red here. We did flip here from green to red. The VIX is up 4% now. Volatility's up mad high. And the selling pressure is extremely on here. This is the level 2 of the crash. We're lower than we were last week, you guys, at this rate. So it's looking really extremely bearish. I do want to go over the sentiment ending this week. The vote, it was 50% bearish anyway, 23% neutral, 26% bullish, you guys. And that just came out yesterday. And this is, we're getting that effect, that 50% bullish, that 50% bearish effect right now in the markets, as you can see here, you guys. The market is down bad here. So you guys stay cautious. If you're not a bear, this ain't your type of action. Enjoy your weekend. Now, go ahead and take a break. It's over with. It's over with, you guys. But if this is your action and you've been profitable right now, cheers to you. Cheers to you. Cheers to you. More power to you. Congratulations. But yeah, man, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We're going to lunch. You guys enjoy your lunch. We'll be back after lunch.
Alright, with the load, with the load, with the load, with the load.
I'm on no drugs for real, and I can't feel my body. Smoking on some gas, you got me feeling anxiety. And this pain I feel, yeah, it cover my body. So please don't fuck with me. I'm in love with catching body. I'm on them drugs for real, and I can't feel my body. Smoking on some gas, you got me feeling anxiety. And this pain I feel, yeah, it cover my body. So please don't fuck with me. I'm in love with catching body, and I don't trust nobody.
I don't trust nobody. In Rush, zero heroes. They hero, and I am no poetic justice at all. I'm just smoking on drugs and it's musty. It's loud. When I fuck your bitch, she leave it musty. That's the whole room walking out in public. Yeah, I hit it. No undercover. We was on drugs, I was on pills. I am a fish, no, I am a seal. When I'm up in that water, man, I'm so ill. These niggas hating, that shit is for real.
I'm on them Zans for real. I'm on your bitch for real. I'm with the shits for real. The way it is for real. I'm chasing bags still. And if you wanna know the recipe, get off your ass and just grind for real. Cause this the time for real. I gotta eat every day like my last, but most of all, I ain't got time to share. Nigga, ain't no time for here. Ain't no time for here. I'm a grind this shit. But I'm on them drugs. Drugs, man. And I'm on them drugs. Give me them drugs, man. Cause I love them drugs. Drugs. Man, I love them drugs. I'm on them drugs for real. And I can't feel my body. Smoking on some gas. You got me feeling anxiety. And this pain I feel. Yeah, it cover my body. So please don't fuck with me. I'm in love with catching bodies. I'm on them drugs for real. I'm on them drugs for real. And I can't feel my body. I'm smoking on some gas. It got me feeling anxiety. It got me feeling anxiety. I'm on them drugs for real. Got me feeling anxiety. And I can't feel my body. Please don't fuck with me. And I can't trust nobody.
Man, it's time to be.
she love me, but I really think she lying. She said she trusts me, but I came with your kind. I stayed loyal, but you kept me in the blind. Over and over, it's like every time you stay lying. She said she love me, but I really think she lying. She said she trusts me, but I came with your kind. I stayed loyal, but you kept me in the blind. Over and over, it's like every time you stay lying. I had to cut her off, she wasn't good for me. She like a gnat, always bugging me. Get the fuck on, away from around me. Before I slap your ass for stealing money. I'm trying to chase a check, you take it from a king. I gave you everything, so fuck the money, fuck your diamond rings. You a petty bitch and that's on everything. I hate your ass and that's a rarity. I look at you but now it's like barely. I should've bagged your Aunt Beverly and took her to the hills while I'm smoking on this medicine. You know how I do when I'm down bad. I used to call you boo, but now I look at you and call you crew. Cause that's where you been, but I don't give a fuck. But I never did what I never was, and now this who I am. And that's on everything. You stay lying, you ain't loyal. She said she love me, but I really think she lying. She said she trusts me, but I came with your kind. I stayed loyal, but you kept me in the blind. Over and over, it's like every time you stay lying. She said she love me, but I really think she lying. She said she trusts me, but I came with your kind. I stayed loyal, but you kept me in the blind. Over and over, it's like every time you stay lying. You stay lying like love is a crime. You stay whining, no turn. You a legend, yeah. I'm tired of that complaining. Sneak this in with your main bitch. All that fuck shit, I can't handle it. That's why I keep the Glock near me. Shit like that, I don't care, baby. If you wanna sneak this, I'ma sneak with this bitch. Cause I can lie to you. I am lion-hearted, but I see through. I'm a puzzle, I figured out everything across the map. Fit in all the gaps. Punch in, throwing jabs. And I might just take a dab. And I'm swimming, that's Michael Phelps. I don't give a fuck how they feel. Cause they ain't get the cards that I was dealt. And this shit fucking hurt me for real. 2 more days to smoke till I chill. Say she love me, but I really think she lying. She really lying. She said she love me, but I really think she lying. She really lying. She said she love me, but I really think she lying. I really think she lying. She said she love me, but I really think she lying. Over and over, it's like every time you stay lying. You stay lying. Tears running down your eyes crying. Over and over, over and over. It's like every time you stay lying. From Sunday to Sunday, I'm chasing paper like it's Monday to Friday. I hit the road and blaze an L like the highway. I'm lit, bitch. You can get your shit split. I like it my way. From Sunday to Sunday, I'm chasing paper like it's Monday to Friday. I hit the road and blaze an L like the highway. I'm lit, bitch. You can get your shit split. I like it my way. way. I gotta go and get it. Money is the mission. And if I fall off, then it's back to licking chickens. Cause I'm all about my business. Waiting ain't listed. The clock's what I'm ticking. My money got me itching, so I'm grinding till I get it. Never stopping, never quitting. I ain't worried about you niggas. All you niggas bitches while I'm riding through the hood. I'm certified living. The street music group taking over, we ain't quitting. Shout out to them boys. Swerving on them 6 hopping out with toys, murking all snitches. I keep a fresh pack of the gas, got me tripping. Came up through the hood, you know we ain't listen. I gotta get this money, especially for my children. And if you wanna know me, then you can call me Spizzy, so certified. And I can't lie, when I be in the hood, I be so fly. Yeah. Sunday to Sunday, I'm chasing paper like it's Monday to Friday. I hit the road and blaze a L like the highway. I'm lit, hey, hey, hey. You can't get your shit split, I like it my way. Sunday to Sunday, I'm chasing paper like it's Monday to Friday. I hit the road and blaze a L like the highway. I'm lit, bitch. You can't get your shit split, I like it my way.
You can get your shit split, bitch. On your pussy it is. I'ma kill that bitch. I ain't playing, I'm getting money over here every day. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Sunday. Hey. Hold up, Thursday, that's just coming in. Hey. They change. And Friday, we is litty. Yeah, we hit the city. Yeah, we do this shit, nigga. We don't give a fuck, my nigga. We been turned over since we was little niggas. But that's every day, we gotta get it. You never know when you'll be out here on your own, just trying to get it. But they don't probably even feel me. They don't even feel me. But I don't care about them. I'm just getting all this chicken. Eating good over here. Denny's. Eating good over here. They getting pennies. Sprinkle it, yeah. This shit just so serious. It's so serious. They laughing. They delirious.
From Sunday to Sunday, I'm chasing paper like it's Monday to Friday. I hit the road and blaze a L like the highway. I'm lit, bitch. You can get your shit split, I like it my way. From Sunday to Sunday, I'm chasing paper like it's Monday to Friday. I hit the road and blaze a L like the highway. I'm lit, bitch. You can get your shit split, I like it my way. It's the only way I know, nigga. My way or the highway, nigga. Keep it high, nigga. Rolling head, nigga. Get lit, bitch. Damn, look at that little snack right there. Little snack right there. I'ma beat it out the frame. Well, better yet the rapper. I'm for real, nigga. No capping. Damn, look at that little snack right there. Little snack right there. I'ma beat it out the frame, nigga. Better yet the rapper. I'm for real, nigga. No cap. No capping. But I be the captain, I beat it out of frame. I call it swagger jacking. I did it for my team, I had to make it happen. I did it for the cream, I stack on top of stacking. You worried about a bitch, baby boy, you was lacking. I'm worried about getting rich and I'ma make it happen. I'ma get it on my own, I call it how I had it. Boy, you playing games, niggas stick to Madden. I can fuck your bitch, ain't no telling how it happens. And when I hit that water, it feels just like magic. I keep my 32, like nigga, who are you? This ain't no Gucci shit, but I'm rocking Gucci shoes. I'm just capping, for real shit. I'm about that action, and if you fuck with me, then you know what happens. Guns get the clapping, this ain't no capping. I'm just blanking, and I'm snapping. Damn, look at that little snack right there. Little snack right there. I'ma beat it out the frame, well, better yet the rapper. I'm for real, nigga. No capping. Damn, look at that little snack right there. Ay, little snack right there. I'ma beat it out the frame, nigga. Better yet the rapper. I'm for real, nigga. No capping.
I'm for real, yeah. No cap. cat, okay? I got drums though, and they'll crunch. Eat your bitch noon, dinner, and brunch. You already know what I'm on. Slay. Munch on this motherfucking money. I just hunch. I love this fucking money, and the sun is going up every day. I'm on the run. And I like that little snack. She a little edible. I might lick that. Hey, don't pull up in my crib. Talking about who that, boy, you will get sealed. Over here, we too real. You don't feel. Oh well. That's not our gear. That's not us to switch up on you, but you gon' switch up on your whole crew. Damn, look at that little snack right there. Little snack right there. I'ma beat it out the frame. Well, better yet the rapper. I'm for real, nigga. No cap. Damn, look at that little snack right there. Hey, little snack right there. I'ma beat it out the frame, nigga. Better yet the rapper. I'm for real, nigga. No cap.
Purchase your tracks today.
It's wood on the beat. Which one of you thought he's gonna make that pussy pop? Throw that ass until I merely rock. Bounce that ass like a ball, bitch, you know I'm up now. Can't go back to that old shit, I'm chasing bucks now. I say, which one of you thought he's gonna make that pussy pop? Throw that ass until I merely rock. Bounce that ass like a ball, bitch, you know I'm up now. Can't go back to that old shit, I'm chasing bucks now. Chasing bucks now, I'm chasing bucks then. I was chasing bucks in the wind, tryna fucking win. What you wanna talk about? I'm smoking that OG 93, bitch, no pretend. We getting it in, blowing by the pound. I see it now, they snitching down. And I don't give a fuck about no clowns, cause I got red dice like arrows. You'll get it when you want to, I don't give a fuck, nigga, I'll fucking stunt you. I'll fucking host you, yeah. You don't want no war, you don't want nothing. She throwing ass, she been doing it, I ain't throwing no cash. I told this bitch I gotta say this my last. I told this bitch you better get off your ass. So she got mad, and she says, it's some fucked up, dirty down shit. And I don't fuck with no dirty down bitch. I fuck with real bitches that be on that shit. Which one of you thought he's gonna make that pussy pop? Throw that ass until I merely rock. Bounce that ass like a ball, bitch, you know I'm up now. Can't go back to that old shit, I'm chasing bucks now. I say, which one of you thought he's gonna make that pussy pop? Throw that ass until I merely rock. Bounce that ass like a ball, bitch, you know I'm up now. Can't go back to that old shit, I'm chasing bucks now. It's chase a bag, I know you heard of that. They like he coming back. I'm like, I'm going ham. You mad or sad, bro? Well, my bad, Joe. Just get a bag, ho. Get off your ass, ho. I'm blanking bad, though. I'm banking bad, show. I'm breaking bandos. Gucci sandals. I leave the tags on. Or leave the tags off. I bust her ass open. I bust her ass off. She call it blast off. I call it rocket ball. She going under, nigga. She like a groundhog. I keep it 10-4, she keep it 10 toes, all the way down with my fam, ho. Let the pick one of you thought he's gonna make that pussy pop. Throw that ass until I merely rock. Bounce that ass like a ball, bitch, you know I'm up now. Can't go back to that old shit, I'm chasing bus now. I say, which one of you thought he's gonna make that pussy pop? Throw that ass until I merely rock. Bounce that ass like a ball, bitch, you know I'm up now. Can't go back to that old shit, I'm chasing bus now. Gotta get it. Hey, let's chase it back. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I was down that lonely road. Only thing I know is now that my money grown. Chase a bag so foolish. Yeah. Cause when you down bad, the streets don't wanna see you make it. I had to change my ways. Best believe the streets will take it. Yeah. I was down that lonely road. Only thing I know is now that my money grown. Chase a bag so foolish. Yeah. Cause when you down bad, the streets don't wanna see you make it. I had to change my ways. Best believe the streets will take it. So change your plays. Niggas turn to police. Fuck a Jake. Nigga know he fucking snake. Just cut your grass. Just keep it low. Just cut his ass off. Just like Pam. She gave too much. Goddamn. Didn't need her. So I had to ham. Leave her ass.
Like my name was Sam. But leave her ass like two can't sound. That bitch a bird. She a bird. She ain't no jam. Fuck these hoes cause she got me locked up in the jam. And after I got out, I said I'm going ham. I said I'm going strong. I said I'm going long. And these bitches they going gone. And this money is going long. And I've been there every quarter, and every down. Yeah, I crossed the border and came back with that pack. Now I got the streets attacked. And these niggas fucking mad. Man, these plugs out here taxing. Damn, yeah, but I done dropped that price. Price is right. You know all night. Yeah, come fuck with me. Come fuck with us. We get chicken. Yeah, bring the hook in. That shit real. Yeah, said he wrote that in the jam.
I was down that lonely road. Only thing I know is now that my money grown. Chase a bag so foolish. Yeah. Cause when you down bad, the streets don't wanna see you make it. I had to change my ways. Best believe the streets will take it. Yeah.
Lord, talk this bitch.
Crucial 808.
Up on the block with the pack and I'm pumping. Bad little bitch that he making them songs. She's fuck from the back, little bitch, I ain't love it. Yeah. I'm the young nigga, got the stick in the function. Roll up the crash, dumb me in the rush. Those a Glock, little nigga, no touch. To get to the goal, little nigga, no fumbling. Up in the trap from sun up to sundown. Don't even try to run up, you get gunned down. Too high off the ops, I can't come down. Talk shit, up the Glock, you gon' run down. Cut open shot, little hits gon' shut him down. I ain't do fronts, yeah, bitch, I don't do fronts now. He kept on running, till his luck run down. I don't do dubs, I do apes and nuts now. If you worry, he gon' get paid when he touch down. They say I'm a dirty boy, got mud in my cut now. Pressure get plied, they quit the shutdown. Yeah, they quit the shutdown. She see him up, she wanna fuck now. Shit was depressing, it ran my trust out. If I ain't got my stick, he gon' get punched down. He did. Come caught what you need. Stay the fuck on the sidewalk, you not in the streets. I left him off on the block like some cleats. If he try to blow, I'ma if he reach. If he try to blow, I'ma if he reach. If he try to blow, I'ma if he try to blow, I'ma if he reach. If he try to blow, I'ma if he up on the block with the pack and I'm pumping. Bad little bitch that he making the song. She fuck from the back, little bitch I ain't loving. Yeah. I'm the young nigga, got the stick in the function. Roll up the crash, dummy in the rush. Goes the Glock, little nigga, no touch. They get to the goal, little nigga, no fumbling. Up in the trap from sun up to sundown. Don't even try to run up, you get gunned down. Too high off the ox, I can't come down. Talk shit, up the Glock, you gon' run down. Cut open shot, little shit's gon' shut her down.
Crucial 808.
I thought that I wanted a Benz or a bag or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Phone rings, are you okay? I'm so used to that shit, and I forgot to call on your birthday. That's another thing I've been bad with, and I think I'm so fucking done with all these bad decisions. I start a lot of the problems and don't know how I did it. Lost cause, don't think I like my image. I couldn't stand in the mirror, I hated every minute. Or a bag, or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Lately not anticipating all things to come. We've got blisters, holes, and bad decisions. We're trained to run, thinking about ourselves and no one else. But who loads the gun? Got me sitting, waiting, wishing about the things I've done. I thought that I wanted a Benz or a bag or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at.
Yo. It's bad. It's bad. Hey, 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 hey. You know it's bad and I'm still chasing. Yeah. You know it's bad and I'm paper racing. Yeah. While I'm vibing in it. Yeah. Hey. We in the rental. We in the bender. You know I'm bending. You know I bend them. Hey. You know I send them. You know the bird. You know I pin them. Hey.
down to that cash. Yeah, I'm down with my bag. Hey, I ain't reading off the pad. Yeah, said I'm going real bad. Yeah, but you think I'm real mad? Nah, I'm just smoother than the groove that I'm in, y'all. Hey, ha, you hear me? Hey, you hear me? Hey, here come, then the P. Hey, here come, then the P. Hey, 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 nah, see me, I'm just love for money, you know. A lot of that money every day. If you don't get it, then you don't. And if you not with us, then you won't. So we don't give a fuck about you. Middle fingers up, even deuces. Fuck you. Shit like that. Shoot you in your head. If you touch this bread, yeah, go sit in time out. Cause you lied. You put me in a drought. Yeah, but I'm still here now. Yeah, I ain't never stressing. Yeah, I'm just counting up my blessings and I thank God he talking to me. I learned my lesson. These niggas just is hating. And I don't play with that hating shit, they Jamaican. Yeah, that's that dumb cry. Yeah, she sucking on my God. Yeah, is this my kid or not? Yeah, I'm so real right here. Yeah, I'm getting all these bills. Yeah, I told you pay your bills. Or you can meet my still. I'm like a stiller. It's the black and yellow. It a stinger. We just winning. We stay winning. For these niggas. It's for these niggas, man. I be smoking every day. What these niggas talking about? It's Leonard P. Yeah. Yeah. It's Leonard P. Yeah.
Ballin', yeah, nigga, I be ballin'. Ballin', ballin', yeah, nigga, I be ballin'. Hey, ballin', yeah, nigga, I be ballin'. Ballin', yeah, nigga, I be ballin'. Ballin', just like ballin', I be ballin'. Ballin', yeah, nigga, I be ballin'. Ballin' like I'm just Ballin', 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 yeah, nigga, I be ballin', 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 yeah, nigga, I be ballin', hey, ballin', 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 yeah, nigga, I be ballin'. Ballin', 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 yeah, nigga, I be ballin', 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 yeah, nigga, I be ballin', hey, ballin', 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 yeah, nigga, I be ballin', 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 yeah, nigga, I be ballin', 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 just like Smallin', I be ballin', 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 yeah, nigga, I be ballin', ballin' like I'm Jordan, 2, 3. When I shoot it, yeah, I'm scoring. Swish. When I pull off, it's a foreign nigga. You can hear the engine run, yeah, I'm ballin' like I'm Jordan. Running them circles round you niggas like I'm Gordon. Yeah, I pull off in my foreign, yeah, my nigga, who I'm ballin'. Yeah, I'm ballin' like I'm Jordan, cause I'm ballin'. Ballin', 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 yeah, nigga, I be ballin'. Ballin', 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 just like Smallin', I be ballin'. Ballin', 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 yeah, nigga, I be ballin'. Ballin', 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 just like Smallin'.
I be ballin', they free fallin', I'm like House Jim. I'm so possible, they more rats, naked axe Kim. I got no friends, cause it all in. I'm just getting bent and riding windows tinted. Don't wanna see sin, but gotta face sin, or I can get pinned. And I get it, they ain't getting, they must be missing the whole image. We be ballin',
Ballin', ballin', ballin', yeah, nigga, I be ballin'. Ballin', 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 just like Smallin', I be ballin'. Ballin', 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 yeah, nigga, I be ballin'. Ballin', 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 just like Smallin'.
Straight bunkin'.
I don't want no problem with no pussy, nigga. Don't push me, nigga. Hey, yeah. Don't push me, nigga. Don't push me, nigga. I don't want no problems. I don't want, cause I might have to solve them. Yeah, you want a riddle? Taste the rainbow, yeah, you pop the bag of Skittles.
Straight bunkin'.
I don't want no problem with no pussy, nigga. Don't push me, nigga. Nope. Don't push me, nigga. Don't push me, nigga.
Straight bunkin'.
Don't push me, nigga. I don't want no problem with no. I don't want no trouble. I got static. I wreak havoc. You can have it, yeah, my nigga. You can have it. You can have it. You run up on me. you end up tragic. Yeah, when I smoke a double baggie. Yeah, this shit is potent. Yeah, you can have it. You can have it. Cause I'm smoking on that gas. Yeah, stay smoking that
J
pack. Cause I don't want no power with a pussy nigga. Don't push me, nigga. Don't push me, nigga. Yeah, don't push me, nigga. I don't want no problem with a pussy nigga. Don't push me, nigga. Don't push me, nigga. Don't push me, nigga.
Hey, I don't want no problems with no pussy ass nigga. Niggas getting hit up. Damn, what's going on? It's niggas, pussy ass niggas, pussy ass niggas. Hey, is the karma really out to get you? Hey, which side you on? Who with you? Hey, which side? Who slide? Who riding with you? Slide, who riding with you? And who vibing going against you? Who vibing going against you? Better watch me to pay attention. Niggas jumped me and I knew it. After that, I had to get missing and add it up. Stack them digits. Stay on that. Never pretended. When that money coming in, yeah, you gon' see who your friends. When that money going out, you gon' see what they really about. It's Leonard P. and OG Zeus. We tryna stack it to the ceiling. We tryna stack it to the millions. We tryna rack it to the billions. Since we was little boys, our clubs had attendance. That mean we been getting injuries. We tryna stack it to the ceiling. We tryna stack it to the millions. We tryna rack it to the billions. Hey, bro told me chill, we got some millions. I said I'm sitting still, I'ma figure out how to get a trillion. And we gon' get that trillion. And I ain't got no deal yet. I ain't signing no deals yet. You told, bro, on a statement. I ain't with it. I'm feeling I ain't even with it. So I mean I gotta disappear from it. And add up this money quick. Hey, rest in peace to Quick and Rex. I'ma rag it up. For Rex. 2 to make them back it up. And let's back.
We tryna stack it to the ceiling. We tryna stack it to the millions. We tryna rack it to the billions. This is love boys, yeah, our clubs had attendance. That mean we getting interest. Stack it to the ceiling, rack it up. We stack it to the millions. Tryna rack it to the billions. Tryna rack it to them billions. Yeah, my nigga tryna rack it to them trillions. You know just how I'm feeling. Yeah, my nigga, I'm sitting on the hill, man. Yeah, I'm tryna get a billion. Yeah, tryna be on a filming. Yeah, clip. Yeah, I'm with the crew. Yeah, my nigga, ooh. Yeah, my nigga, yeah, I'm fresh as you. Yeah, I'm clean. Yeah, get a meal, get a meal. Yeah, my nigga, fuck a deal. I ain't got no label. Yeah, my nigga, ooh, I'm tall, yeah, just like a fable. We tryna stack it to the ceiling. We tryna stack the millions. We tryna rack it to the billions. This little boys, yeah, our clubs had attendance. That mean we getting interest.
We tryna stack it to the ceiling. We tryna stack it to the millions. We tryna rack it to the billions.
Yeah, man. It's your boy OG Zeus. Don't ever try to play us, nigga. Nah, cause you might die.
Richie on the beat.
A lot of people try to play us. A lot of people try to betray us. A lot of people try to snake us. Cut the grass on the daily. Trust the Lord Jesus Savior. Don't pick and choose that favors. Stick in love with who's major. Stick with love ones who major. A lot of people try to play us. A lot of people try to betray us. A lot of people try to snake us. Cut the grass on the daily. Trust the Lord Jesus Savior. Don't pick and choose and have favor. Stick with the loved ones who major. Stick with the loved ones who major. Who paid you? Yeah, you a snake. I hate you. Yeah, cut the grass on the daily. No, my nigga, don't play me. Yeah, my nigga, you wanna play me? Yeah, my nigga, you can't play me. No, you can't. Yeah, my nigga, I'm nice. Yeah, I changed your life. Yeah, I'm so nice. I did the what, so you know I'll do it twice. I'll change your life. I'll pull up on you with my fucking crew. Yeah, my nigga. Yeah, who the fuck is you? Yeah, you don't want it. No, my nigga, no opponent. Yeah, my nigga, you don't want it. Yeah, my nigga, I be haunting. Yeah, my nigga, I be taunting. Yeah, my nigga, I be flaunting. Yeah, my nigga, in the ring, my nigga, it's just like the gauntlet. Yeah, it's going down, my nigga, yeah, just like a clown, my nigga, yeah, I'm laughing round, yeah, my nigga, roll around town, yeah, my Lexus, yeah, I'm flexing, yeah, my nigga, yeah, she texting, yeah, my nigga, yeah, she sexy. Yeah, she's so reckless, yeah.
A lot of people tried to play us. A lot of people tried to betray us. A lot of people tried to snake us. Cut the grass on the daily. Trust the Lord Jesus Savior. Don't pick and choose to have favor. Stick with love and the ones who made us. Stick with love and the ones who made us. A lot of people gon' try to play us. A lot of people tried to betray us. A lot of people tried to snake us. Cut the grass on the daily. Trust the Lord Jesus Savior. Don't pick and choose to have favor. Stick with love and the ones who made us. Stick with love and the ones who made us. A lot of people try to play us, but I can never let that phase us. Every day I'm riding around, I'm faded. I got multiple cars, I switch foreign whips. And man, I'm like, what? What you gonna do about it? Shoot the gun in your butt. Yeah, I don't wanna hear this and that about butt. So I don't wanna talk about nothing else. I don't wanna hear the subject. You fucked me over too much, and I was too loyal. That was too much. I ain't gonna do that, girl. Just know I'm good over here, girl. Mistake is mistake, and a snake is a snake. I call my line boy, he want the grass on the daily. I ain't just famous, don't get this shit twisted. I'm twisted like ankles. A lot of people gon' try to play us. A lot of people gon' try to betray us. A lot of people gon' try to snake us. Cut the grass on the daily. Trust the Lord Jesus Savior. Don't pick and choose and have favors. Stick with love and the ones who made us. Stick with love and the ones who made us. A lot of people gon' try to play us. A lot of people gon' try to betray us. A lot of people gon' try to snake us. Cut the grass on the daily. Trust the Lord Jesus Savior. Don't pick and choose and have favors. Stick with the love and the ones who made us. Stick with the love and the ones who made us. of all, I ain't with all that conversation. I ain't with the fraud and faking, I'm just trying to make it. The best of my abilities, can't let nobody take me. The best of my abilities, can't let nobody take me. First of all, I ain't with all that conversation. I ain't with the fraud and faking, I'm just trying to make it. The best of my abilities, can't let nobody take me. The best of my abilities, can't let nobody take me. No way nobody gonna kill me. I never be that. But I pray that and I hope that, yeah, they hear what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't be playing. The shit going down what I'm saying. So you better listen up, or your body going up. Yeah, spirit gonna ghost, yeah. You can get pop, nigga, you don't want the most, yeah. You don't want to do that, nigga, we don't brag a post, yeah. We ain't thinking of frying, we own.
Yeah, we on. Don't call on my phone. Trying to get me down. No girl, just leave me alone. Yeah, I'm at the crib. Yeah, I'm with the crew. Yeah, my nigga, roll up blunt, maybe two. Yeah, we gon' do what we do. Yeah, cause we the illest crew. Yeah, yeah, we riding. Yeah, we be vibing. Yeah, vibing on the island. Yeah, young niggas, we be wildin'.
First of all, I ain't with all that conversation. I ain't with the fraud and faking, I'm just trying to make it. The best of my abilities, can't let nobody take me. The best of my abilities, can't let nobody take me. First of all, I ain't with all that conversation. I ain't with the fraud and faking, I'm just trying to make it. The best of my abilities, can't let nobody take me. The best of my abilities, can't let nobody take me. Pull off what you save. Pull off in a rave. Pull off in a high-speed chase. About to catch a case. Pull off what you save. Pull off in a rave. Pull off in a high-speed chase. About to catch a case. Pull off what you save. Pull off in a rave. Pull off in a high-speed chase. About to catch a case. Hey, I'm about to catch a case. She done snakes, but I ain't tripping. I call up Chase. He send them checks through the mail. He told me, don't worry, you'll make bail. I told her she gon' go to hell. And what she saying ain't gon' sell. With me, I'm gon' prevail. No limit, I'm top shelf.
Pull off with your safe.
Pull off with your safe.
Pull off in the race.
Pull off in the race.
Pull off in the high-speed chase. Yeah, my nigga, yeah, I'm about to catch a case. Pull off with your safe. I'ma pull off in the race. Pull off in the high-speed chase. Yeah, my nigga, yeah, I'm about to catch a case. I'm about to catch a case. Yeah, my nigga, when I pull off in this race. Yeah, in the high-speed chase. Yeah, my nigga, ooh, yeah, I'm trading just like a race. I'm in first place. Yeah, I'm winning this race. No, I ain't a disgrace. Yeah, talk shit, you get misplaced. Yeah, call a search warrant. Yeah, my nigga, yeah, searching like warrant. Yeah, you gon' need a dog. Yeah, my nigga, ooh, you feel froggy leap like a frog. Yeah, it's going down. I pull off with your safe, then I'm dipping out of town. Pull off with your safe. Yeah, my nigga, I'ma pull off in the race, in the high-speed chase, catch a case. Yeah, in the race. Yeah, I'ma pull off in the safe. Yeah. I'ma pull off with your safe. Yeah.
Gotta get it, gotta stack it up, can't stop. My money growing like my locks. Told me I was a kid, I rock. Niggas claim they trapping, but ain't sold no rocks. Niggas claim they stars, but all they do is block. Gotta get it, gotta stack it up, can't stop. My money growing like my locks. Told me I was a kid, I rock. Niggas claim they trapping, but ain't sold no rocks. Niggas claim they stars, but all they do is block. Hey, Lego, stack it up, my money, how they props. Don't fuck around with static, listen tryna get shot. They bridges in my pocket, they more lives than living. If you try to jerk my profit, then boy, you ain't even living. My money got them so living. I see right through them, they glitching. They nervous now, they twitching. They ain't competing now, they switching. If you a nigga acting like a lady, boy, know that's bitching. If you a boss, bitch, shout until you get money, keep winning. I'm in love with money, I'm sinning. Please, Father, forgive me. At least I'm admitting. I know this money forbidden, so I'm trying to remotely keep on clicking. And you can never ever catch me switching or snitching. Staying on the motherfucking money mission. My intuition, you can't even picture it. Gotta stack it up, can't stop. Hey, middle finger to the cops. And middle finger to the ops. Hey, and shout out to Chop, But nigga, I'ma keep choppers. My niggas team full of robbers. If they bet, man, I'm robbing. Man, they don't want no problems. My money jump in other gym. Yeah. So, my money jump in another gym. Sink or swim, Gotta get it, gotta stack it up, can't stop. My money growing like my lot. She told me I was a kid, I rock. Niggas claim they trapping, but ain't sold no rocks. Niggas claim they stars, but all they do is block. Gotta get it, gotta stack it up, can't stop. My money growing like my lot. She told me I was a kid, I rock. Niggas claim they trapping, but ain't sold no rocks. Niggas claim they stars, but all they do is block.
Yeah. Nigga try to block me. But no, nigga, no, you will not stop. No. Yeah, you a op. Fuck around, yeah, you're gonna get popped. Yeah, I'm headed to the top. A young nigga, but my grind won't stop. I'ma shop till I drop. But my bread, yeah, you're gonna get dropped. My dreads tryna drop. Nigga. I'm tryna get some top. Chasing at the guap. So my nigga know the grind don't stop. It won't stop. Not gon' stop. Till I make it to the top. Yeah, the grind won't stop.
Gotta get it, gotta stack it up, can't stop. My money growing like my lock. She told me I was a kid, I rock. Niggas claim they trapping, but ain't sold no rocks. Niggas claim they stars, but all they do is block. Gotta get it, gotta stack it up, can't stop. My money growing like my lock. She told me I was a kid, I rock. Niggas claim they trapping, but ain't sold no rocks. Niggas claim they stars, but all they do is block.
We're going to be stepping away for a 2-minute break. A beautiful live look here.
Good to see you, Jeff. Appreciate your time today.
To give you.
Yeah, have a great weekend.
Well, thanks to Kira and the Lieutenant Governor of Georgia, Jeff Duncan. And on the Democratic side in Georgia, let's bring in State Representative James Beverly. He's the House Minority Leader of Georgia's State Assembly, and he represents District 143 there. Thanks for being with us. And I'd like to ask you something you say, which I just heard Jeff Duncan say as well, that Georgia is really the center of the political universe, the most important state of the 2022 midterms. Why do you think that?
Yeah, well, for several reasons. Number one, we have the juggernaut Stacey Abrams, who's going to come online, and we're going to have the first African-American female governor in the United States. Secondly, is you have Raphael Warnock, who's going to be in a Senate race. And so part of the political universe, all of it is leading to Georgia. And so we're excited about our chances, both at the gubernatorial race, but certainly with Senator Warnock being who he is, we're very excited. And so that's why I think all eyes are on Georgia. The other piece that's a little known fact is that we have an opportunity to flip the state house this year. Given what reapportionment was and where we're going, my odds are that we're going to come very close to knocking on heaven's door, and potentially we'll flip the house this year in the state of Georgia.
Those are big ambitions. And Representative Beverly, I wonder if I can ask you, Georgia is the center of the political universe, and also, one of the hotbeds of the false allegations of voter fraud and the fierce fight over just counting the votes, which has really damaged the confidence of so many people around the country in our elections. Do you think that damage is lasting? Do you think there'll be voters in Georgia who don't have confidence in the count?
Yeah, I think it cuts both ways. And one of the things is, first of all, there was no fraud. There's no electioneering. I mean, we had a free and fair election. We need to have a Secretary of State, which I think we have some great Democratic candidates on our side of the ledger who are going to win. But more importantly, I think Georgia's confidence is high. Right now in the primaries, we are up, I think 700,000 plus people have voted in the primary so far. 4 years ago, it was 200,000. The Biden in 2020, 2021 is at 900,000. But 700,000 on the Democratic side have already voted. So voter enthusiasm is through the roof. I'm excited about our chances in Georgia. And I think that one of the things we just got to keep telling folk, get out there, stay in line, vote. And I think we're going to fare very well in the state of Georgia.
Well, it's interesting. As you know, that kind of cuts against the conventional wisdom, which is that President Biden is in such a negative position with overwhelming numbers of people saying they don't like the job he's doing. There's inflation, gas price, all kinds of things that people do not like. And it was such an extraordinary effort in 2020 to get Raphael Warnock and Senator Ossoff elected. And I wonder, can you really bottle that lightning again? I mean, is that really going to happen again? Wouldn't there be a natural fall off in addition to all this negativity around the Democratic Party's leadership?
Yeah, I think that's a conventional wisdom. But the reality is everyone on the planet knows that we just came through a space of disruption and upheaval that the world has not seen for 100 years. And we are in a space of rebuilding America. And so you're going to go through a period of uncertainty. And what do you want in a period of uncertainty? Listen, we had people in Georgia who lost their job through no fault of their own, and the Department of Labor that went crazy, reckless. We had a governor who, Lieutenant Governor talked about, a governor who didn't expand health care for all Georgians. In the midst of the pandemic, 30,000 people die in the state of Georgia plus, and you don't expand health care, Medicaid for all Georgians. That's a tragedy. So I'm looking forward to Stacey running the race she's going to run. I'm looking forward to getting our message out. But the reality is we have to uncover from the disruption and upheaval that the whole world has gone through. And we're going to do that. I think that people are going to be enthusiastic about turning out, having new leadership, and moving our state forward. Look, we're the number one state to do business. We should also be the number one state to take care of our citizens. And that starts at the base of the pyramid. We have a message and we have an organization that's going to be second to none as we turn out the vote in November and certainly in this primary season.
So when you hear from voters, what are the big issues? Are they talking about inflation? Are they talking about gas prices, the war in Ukraine? What are they talking about?
Yeah, I think all of the above, right? Check the box, man. I mean, I think that the overwhelming sense is, how do you take care of folk right now in the midst of the disruption and upheaval that we just came through? How do we take care of folks? How do you make sure that people have health care? How do you take care of people who lost their job through no fault of their own? How do we get out of this cultural warfare that we're in and stop the tribalism so that we can start to say, what does Georgia look like when we're one Georgia? And I think that message will play. Now, with the Roe v. Wade, I think they made a big mistake. And I think that the state of Georgia, and I mean it sincerely, that Republicans have to uncenter themselves from the center of the moral universe. They are not the center of the moral universe. Women have a right to their own autonomy over their own bodies. We're going to talk about that. And the way in which they said that teachers can't teach our true history in a classroom, foolishness. And I think that at this particular point, we're going to move forward. So I'm looking forward to having a robust debate with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. And at the end of the day, we'll have one Georgia, I believe, with Stacey Abrams being the governor, Raphael Warnock being the United States Senator again, and the House knocking on heaven's door to become the majority and moving Georgia forward for the next several years.
State Representative James Beverly of Georgia, the center of the political universe. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Well, coming up, today is National Streaming Day. We stream, you stream, everybody's streaming. Look back at some of our top stories here on ABC News Live. And as we head to break, Disney kicked off the day with the drone show over downtown Los Angeles last night. More than 300 drones lit up the sky with the Disney logo and other designs. Thanks for streaming with us.
America's #1 news, ABC News. Most watched, most trusted, and streaming live to you anytime, anywhere, and free. This is ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news, free to you 24/7. Watch America's #1 news whenever you want it, wherever you are, anytime. ABC News Live, streaming live and free on all platforms. More Americans choose
All
ABC
right, ladies and
News.
gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. And wow, everything that we have said today has became to existence. You guys, it is happening. Level 2 crash. I told you, if Amazon start to get bad, if they go down 40, whoa, this market will crash. I said spot 380. We right here at it, man. Right here at it. This is free game right here on this channel. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Man. They really selling, you guys. Like, it's ugly. Breaking news. Stocks fell into a bear market on Friday with the S&P 500 now 20% from its record, you guys. Wow. Amazon is down 37. They were just up $40 this morning. Now they're down $37, you guys. This is volatility. Told you it can work both ways. The VIX is at $32.14. Up almost 10%. That's extremely high. Extremely high. Fear is at an all-time high right now. Bears are making it to the point where they're getting unlimited gains. They are. They are. Puts are leading. Calls still in the mix. They're still in the mix, but they're weak. It's short. It's short-lived with the calls right now. And the shares, they're, oh, man. Oh, we don't want to talk about shares. Ouch. Can't even. So, yeah, man. Look, it's like crypto. Whoa, crypto's down. Ooh, Bitcoin's at 28,000, you guys. Ethereum's below 2,000. Everybody is selling. This is ridiculous right here. This was a big option expiration date, Friday, May 20th. And we're seeing why it's so big and why it needed to be this big and why they're winning so big. It's the bears, it's the puts. This is it. Now, after this, you can tell there will definitely be a different type of action here. They just gave us basically what happened on Wednesday is happening now, and we're back really at those low. We're lower than we were last week. This is a new low for the entire market. You know what I'm saying? This is level 2, you guys. This is level 2. The spot just touched 380.93 cents. We ain't seen this since 2020, maybe some 2019. We ain't seen this. So, man, that's that. But we are back from the break here. You can see the indices are down here bad. The Nasdaq's down almost 3%. The S&P 500 is almost down 2%. And it looks like you got the Dow almost down 2%. Spot still selling here. Spot new low, 380.77. They're still dumping. Russell 2000 is down almost 2.30%. VIX is up 11.75%. VIX just went up again, $32.80, you guys. Oh, man, we're getting new lows here. Amazon is down here almost $40. I told you guys. I warned you. I warned it. You know what I'm saying? Recap. Replay the live stream, you know. And, replay the live stream from the beginning so you can catch the disclaimer in the description. But, man. Wow, they're dumping, you guys. It's ugly here. Nothing's dropping this sell-off either. You see the media acting totally normal. They're showing it here. Pentagon going live here at 1:45. He gonna have something to say. He's a market mover.
139 different videos on his phone.
But it's a lot of distractions going on around the economy, around the world here. You got charges announced against Delaware County school bus driver They trying to distract you with other stuff. They showed the Chicago situation earlier, Chicago shooting. Elon Musk denied sexual misconduct allegations, but they don't. I mean, we knew that was gonna make the stock fall. Stocks fall on Wall Street at the end of a bruising week here. They are saying that is the top headlines, top stories though. Pentagon is going live at 1:45. They're just still talking about that bus driver situation. Like I said, they're showing the Dow Jones just selling out massively like that. And yeah, man, it's crazy. It's getting crazy, you guys. It's getting crazy. So they still selling, y'all. They still selling. I'm just checking the charts here. Everything's going down, man. Everything is going down currently. And this is getting out of hand, man. This is ugly. Where's NVIDIA? I need to check with the chip makers here. They got earnings coming up next week. Oh, 157. Oh, my gosh. You know what time it is, y'all. Earnings around the corner. They at 157. Uh-oh. That's a heads up play right there. Though they at 387. Oh my gosh, guys, this is ugly. SPY's at 380.63. Like I said, we haven't seen these levels since 2019, maybe 2020. Definitely. This is ugly. This is ugly. Some people are really scared and going crazy. They're losing a lot, especially if you can't stop this stuff. It is getting ugly here. You probably want to start to stop it, man. At this point, at these rates, it doesn't even matter. You figure out that stuff with your tax prepared later, but you got to do what you got to do. What's best for you, man. I mean, just think about it. It's something to think about. Not telling you what to do, but it is something to think about. But you know, you guys, we're just going to tune into this right here and just, I guess this is really making the VIX is just going up here, you guys. Oh my gosh. SPY still coming down here. Amazon, new low, 2001, $103. Uh-oh, it's getting ugly, ugly. Yes, sir. Now we're talking.
Have that person in custody, a 70-year-old bus driver facing 139 counts against him related to these offenses. We are going to be stepping away for a 2-minute break. Right back here listening into more press conferences and talk.
You heard her. She's going to take a 2-minute break. LCAOD, we're going to take a 2-minute break, maybe 3-minute, whatever. We'll be back.
Crucial 808.
Up on the block with the pack and I'm pumping. Bad little bitch that he making the songs. She's fuck from the back, little bitch, I ain't love it. Yeah. I'm the young nigga, got the sick in the function. Roll up the crash, got me in the rush. Close the clock, little nigga, no touch. Get to the goal, little nigga, no fumbling. Up in the trap from sun up to sundown. Don't even try to run up, you get gunned down. Too high off the ops, I can't come down. Talk shit, up the Glock, you gon' run down. Cut open shot, little hits gon' shut her down. I ain't do fronts, yeah, bitch, I don't do fronts now. He kept on running. To the
Crucial 808.
Up on the block with the pack and I'm pumping. Bad little bitch that he making the songs. She's fuck from the back, little bitch, I ain't love it. Yeah. I'm the young nigga, got the sick in the function. Roll up the crash, got me in the rush. Close the Glock, little nigga, no touch. Get to the goal, little nigga, no fumbling. Up in the trap from sun up to sundown. Don't even try to run up, you get gunned down. Too high off the ops, I can't come down. Talk shit, up the Glock, you gon' run down. Cut open shot, little hits gon' shut her down. I ain't do fronts, yeah, bitch, I don't do fronts now. He kept on running till it's not run down. I don't do dubs, I do apes and nuts now. Free word, he gon' get paid when he touch down. They say I'm a dirty boy, got mud in my cut now. Pressure get black, they quit the shutdown. Yeah, they quit the shutdown. She see I'm up, she wanna fuck now. Shit was depressing, it ran my trust out. If I ain't got my shit, he gon' get punched down. He did. Come caught what you need. Stay the fuck on the sidewalk, you not in the streets. I left him off on the block like some cleats. If he try to blow, I'ma if he reach. If he try to blow, I'ma if he reach. If he try to blow, I'ma if he try to blow, I'ma if he reach. If he try to blow, I'ma if he up on the block with the pack and I'm pumping. Bad little bitch that he making the song. She's fuck from the back, little bitch I ain't loving. Yeah. I'm the young nigga, got the stick in the function. Roll up the crash, dummy in the rush. Goes the Glock, little nigga, no touch. They get to the goal, little nigga, no fumbling. Up in the trap from sun up to sundown. Don't even try to run up, you get gunned down. Too high off the ox, I can't come down. Talk shit, up the Glock, you gon' run down. Cut open shot, little shit's gon' shut her down.
Crucial 808.
In on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here. And thanks to those who are joining us remotely. Although I'm looking around for the screens, I don't see them. In one of my first acts as Attorney General, I directed an expedited review to determine how the department could improve its efforts to combat hate crimes and hate incidents. Shortly thereafter, and 1 year ago today, President Biden signed the COVID-19 Hate Crimes and Jabara Hire No Hate Act into law. We are grateful to be joined today by members of Congress and their staff who worked on this matter. And as well, we are very grateful to be and honored to be joined by members of the Jabara family and the Hire family. Thank you very much for being here. We really appreciate it. A week after the legislation became law, I issued a memorandum to all Justice Department employees laying out steps that we would take to improve our efforts to combat hate crimes and hate incidents. We had originally planned on hosting today's events to provide all of you, our colleagues, partners, and stakeholders with an update on our anti-hate efforts over the last year. We now gather in the wake of a horrific and painful reminder of the urgency and importance of this task. 6 days ago in Buffalo, 10 people were killed, another 3 were injured, and an entire community was terrorized. The Justice Department is investigating this as a hate crime and as an act of racially motivated violent extremism. We are deploying every resource we have to ensure accountability for this terrible attack, to pursue justice for the victims and their families, and to provide support to a grieving community. Last weekend's attack was a painful reminder of the singular impact that hate crimes have not only on individuals, but on entire communities. They bring immediate devastation. They inflict lasting fear. We will use every legal tool at our disposal to investigate and combat these kinds of hate crimes and their collateral impact that they have on the communities that they hurt. The department-wide directive that I issued last year benefited from the thoughtful input of external stakeholders and internal experts, including many of you who are here today. It outlined 4 areas of focus to improve our efforts to combat unlawful acts of hate: improving incident reporting, increasing law enforcement training and coordination at all levels, prioritizing community outreach, and making better use of our civil enforcement mechanisms. As I said at the time, each of these steps share the common goal of deterring hate crimes and hate incidents and addressing them when they occur, supporting those victimized by them, and reducing the pernicious effects that they have on our society. These are not easy tasks. We know the threats we face are evolving and that our strategies to confront them must evolve as well. Addressing them requires making total use of both our criminal and our non-criminal resources across the entire Justice Department. Our relevant investigating and prosecuting components, including the Civil Rights Division, U.S. Attorney's offices, the National Security Division, and the FBI, are hard at work maximizing their collective tools to prevent, deter, and respond to hate crimes and bias-motivated forms of extremism. I want to thank Assistant Attorney General Kristen Clark, Director of the Executive Office for U.S. Attorneys Monty Wilkinson, Assistant Attorney General for National Security Matt Olson, and FBI Director Christopher Wray for their leadership and for their dedication to this work. In February of this year alone, the Justice Department convicted the 3 men who targeted and killed Ahmaud Arbery simply because he was a Black man jogging on a public street. Our prosecutors convicted an individual who, motivated by racist and xenophobic beliefs about the COVID-19 pandemic, targeted and attacked an Asian family at a supermarket in Midland, Texas. And a federal court sentenced a man in Tennessee for setting fire to 4 separate churches in that state. These 3 results in 1 month represent just a small sample of the investigative and prosecutive efforts that the Justice Department is undertaking to confront hate crimes using our criminal enforcement mechanisms. But we recognize that in order to address the destructive effects that hate crimes and hate incidents have on entire communities, we must make better use of our non-criminal tools as well. Today, I want to announce 3 important steps we are taking that reflect our holistic approach. First, along with our partners at the Department of Health and Human Services, we are issuing new guidance aimed at raising awareness of hate crimes during the pandemic. This guidance includes several steps that community-based organizations, law enforcement, government officials, and others can take to raise awareness of hate crimes and hate incidents, and how that increased awareness can be used as a tool for prevention and response. This guidance focuses on both hate crimes and hate incidents and was created with the input of many community-based stakeholders and public health professionals. In just a moment, Deputy Secretary Palm will discuss this guidance further. Second, I am pleased to announce that the department has hired Ana Paula Noguez Mercado as our first ever full-time language access coordinator. Ana, please stand up. Thank you for joining the team. We know that language access is a major barrier to the reporting of hate crimes and hate incidents. Ana will join our Office of Access to Justice, where she will work to improve knowledge, use, and expansion of the department's language access resources. Third, I am pleased to announce that the department is releasing $10 million in grant solicitations for new programs to address hate crimes. $5 million of this grant funding was authorized under the Jabara Hire No Hate Act. These grants will support better hate crime reporting to the FBI and will fund states to establish and run reporting hotlines for victims of hate crimes. The other $5 million will go to supporting community-based approaches to preventing and addressing hate crimes. I want to thank Congress for providing the funding that allowed us to launch these grant programs. And I want to thank Amy Solomon and her team at the Office of Justice Programs for administering these important grants and putting these funds to good use. Confronting unlawful acts of hate is a matter of moral urgency for all of us here today, and it is a charge deeply rooted in the Justice Department's founding. As I have noted many times before, this department was founded in 1870 in the aftermath of the Civil War with the first fundamental purpose to fight the white supremacist attack on Black civil rights after the Civil War. 152 years later, the task to combat hate-fueled violence remains central to the department's mission. We do this because it is our legal obligation, and we do this because it is our moral obligation.
Moral obligation to continue to try to fight the hate crimes we are seeing on the rise here across our country. We're going to continue listening in here with Merrick Garland on Live Now from Fox after some of you go out to a 2-minute break.
Should be able to live without fear of being attacked or harassed because of where they are from, what they look like, whom they love, or how they worship. Thank you all for being here and for your tireless work and partnership. In a moment, you will hear from Deputy Secretary Palm from the Department of Health and Human Services. She will be followed by our Deputy and Associate Attorneys General, who will speak more specifically to the steps we have taken in the past year. Before that, however, we will play a short video featuring reflections from the family members, 4 people who were killed by hate crimes, but whose legacies will have an enduring impact on combating hate crimes. Thank you to the families of Heather Heyer, of Khalid Jabara, and of Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. for your important words in this video. And thanks again to all of you who are here with us today.
Hate crimes have impacted our family in a way that we could never have even imagined. We miss Khalid every day. We miss the joy and the laughter that he brought to our family.
And Khalid was the talented one of the family, the handsome one of the family, the funny one of the family.
She was an ordinary person who took a courageous stand with others in the community just to show solidarity that their lives mattered. When hate came to our town and when hate came to say that their lives didn't matter, Heather stood there to say, yes, their lives do matter.
Outgoing, love his music, love to be with people. He's a people person, entertainer, piano, all-rounded person, and we loved his family. And to see him the day before, we thought all was well with the world. You know, I would probably see him more times with him, never knowing that day before that I would never see him again.
And what we've expressed in our lives with the loss of Matt has been just really hard and ongoing. It never gets easier, it just gets different.
Our family is so honored that there will be funding and resources available to communities to combat hate in Khalid and Heather's memory.
The Jabara Hire No Hate Act bill that was signed last year, and then the programs that are coming out of the bill, it means a lot to our family. It means that we feel heard, we feel seen.
It means a lot to me to have Heather's name attached to this program because this is a program that will offer actual support and take action in communities. It will allow them to focus at a
Solutions.
grassroots.
We are going to do something about it.
Their stories are our stories.
Welcome to Eye on America.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
We have an inspiring story that started with a strange act of kindness.
Block a Texas law that prohibits social media platforms from banning users based on their political views.
That's right. The law also requires companies with 50 million or more active users in the U.S. to publicly disclose how they moderate content on their platforms. CBS News tech reporter Dan Patterson joins us now with more on this. Dan, always great to see you. So what does this new law mean? Does this mean that Texas residents will be able to sue social media companies?
Yeah, so this could have some far-reaching consequences if it goes from where it is now at the Fifth Circuit up to the Supreme Court, and they rule in favor of this law. It means that Texas users could, in fact, sue these social networks. The thing is, this would prevent all of these very large social networks from moderating content that we kind of take for granted right now. This includes death threats, doxing, porn, spam, and very importantly, video like last week's shooting and the gunman's manifesto, all of which were taken down within minutes. This stuff would have to stay up.
That's very alarming to hear about. You know, the Communications Decency Act has bailed tech platforms out of lawsuits over the years. So how is this one in particular different?
Well, this is one of the largest challenges to Section 230, and this is the regulation that is effectively created the internet as we know it. Now, without getting into the weeds of how the law works, what it does is it allows internet platforms to moderate content. It says these are private companies and they can take down content. They can't be sued by users for the content that other users post. This allows Facebook, Twitter, Google, YouTube, all these social channels to provide social outlets. So if you ever liked, commented, subscribed, shared something, that action would be challenged because if it's something that offends somebody, they can sue the platforms who would have to either let it up, let it stay up, or take all of that action down. If they allow it to stay up, the consequences are that they would lose advertisers and lose users.
Wow, so fascinating. So Dan, how are the social media platforms responding to this?
Well, Facebook, Google, and other social platforms have appealed to the Supreme Court and said that this would have pretty far-reaching consequences. But this is a time where precedents are being challenged and overthrown. So the implications of this are significant.
Well, Dan Patterson, thank you so much for breaking it down for us. We appreciate it.
Good to see you.
And we're going to take a short break now, but that means this is the perfect time for you to download our CBS News app if you haven't already.
Stay with us. You're streaming CBS News, always on.
An original documentary from CBS reports. The metaverse, the virtual world that's become a cryptocurrency casino.
It's like buying property on Mars. Do they get an actual picture of this? No, it's a digital copy. Why would they pay for that?
Making millionaires almost overnight.
We made more than $1 million in crypto last year.
I have no idea how much money I have made over the past year. That's like,
wow. Big rewards.
There's gold in them, there hills, as they say.
Bigger risks.
The market's down, but it's going to bounce back. It's crypto.
Is it a gold rush or fool's gold?
It's our metaverse, our story. Peace out, y'all.
An original documentary from CBS Reports. Stream now.
I'm Nora O'Donnell in our nation's capital. We're here at the White House with the President of the United States.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
We've never done an interview like this before. That's correct. Tonight, a congressional investigation sparked by reporting from CBS News. What's your message to consumers? They need help now. Tell him I feel it.
The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C. on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
We will witness yet another moment in history.
This week on 60 Minutes.
That's incredible.
The 60 Minutes.
60 minutes, 60 minutes.
Are you ready for some tough questions? Let me ask you this.
You know how this sounds.
What's your response to that?
60 Minutes Sundays on CBS.
The threat of severe weather and dangerous tornadoes is expected to last.
Let's get the forecast from our partners at the Weather Channel. Here we are in our virtual view.
Now 6 feet of water, imagine that. Cars that can act like battering rams.
These hyper-realistic simulations show you what the weather will look and feel like before it happens.
This is our virtual view, what it actually looks like.
Those are some of the best graphics I've seen.
Spare no expense, Gail. We experience the weather in a whole new way.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are. Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
People from every corner of America facing challenges.
Everyone is just looking for some type of connection.
Just raise your hand and say, hey, I'd like to help.
Coming together to find solutions.
We are going to do something about it.
Their stories are our stories.
Welcome to Eye on America.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
We have an inspiring story that started with a strange act of kindness.
We found it.
You're kidding me! We share stories that lift you up and brighten your day.
The Uplift. Stream on the free CBS News app.
With COVID restrictions easing, weddings are back and booming.
And 2022 is set to be a record year for couples tying the knot. CBS News' Naomi Ruckham has the details.
Never a problem, but I literally got like 4 words in and started choking up.
Jesse White and Lisa Van Loo got engaged last fall, and when they started looking at wedding dates and venues, they quickly realized they'd have to move fast.
The owners were saying, okay, this date's now gone, this date's now gone. And so I was getting anxious.
Lisa and Jesse chose September in California's wine country to celebrate their big day, which will be one of about 2.5 million weddings in the U.S. this year. According to the national trade group The Wedding Report, the number of couples tying the knot is up about 30% from 2021, the most in nearly 4 decades.
I call it controlled chaos.
Wedding planner Joanne Grigoli says it's all due to a mixture of pandemic engagements and COVID postponed nuptials.
I've never seen this many people who are in need of wedding dates, wedding planners, wedding vendors. It's crazy.
Popular venues like New York City's Tavern on the Green are booking up fast. Couples won't find a Saturday night open here for the rest of the year, and only a handful are available for 2023.
We'll talk to them about Friday night, or Sunday, or even a weekday, like a Thursday night, and see if that's even possible for them.
Flexibility may also help couples with sticker shock and supply chain snacks.
Food costs are going up. Labor costs are going up. Event material. We can't get glass vases. Flowers are in short supply. Champagne is in short supply.
For Lisa and Jesse, expecting the unexpected has been an early marriage mantra.
For us to be able to come out of a pandemic and be getting married is really exciting.
Ending one chapter and beginning a new one together. Naomi Ruckham, CBS News.
Coming up in our next hour, President Biden kicks off his first Asian tour in South Korea, how he plans to use the trip to rebuild economic ties across the region.
And the fate of hundreds of Ukrainian troops hangs in the balance after surrendering in the southern port city of Mariupol. Are there growing fears Russia could retaliate?
And Texas power grid leaders say they are confident the lights will stay on this summer, while there's still some concern the state's electricity supply won't be able to keep up with scorching temperatures. You're streaming CBS News.
An original documentary from CBS reports. The metaverse, the virtual world that's become a cryptocurrency casino.
It's like buying property on Mars. Do they get an actual picture of this? No, it's a digital copy. Why would they pay for that?
Making millionaires almost overnight.
We made more than $1 million in crypto last year. I have no idea how much money I have made over the past year. That's like,
wow, big rewards.
There's gold in them, there hills, as they say.
Bigger risks.
The market's down, but it's gonna bounce back. It's crypto.
Is it a gold rush or fool's gold?
It's our metaverse, our story. Peace out, y'all.
An original documentary from CBS Reports. Stream now.
I'm Nora O'Donnell in our nation's capital. We're here at the White House with the President of the United States.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
We've never done an interview like this before.
That's correct.
Tonight, a congressional investigation sparked by reporting from CBS News. What's your message to consumers? They need help now. Tell him I feel it.
The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell from Washington, D.C. on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
We will witness yet another moment in history.
This week on 60 Minutes,
That's incredible.
The 60 minutes.
60 minutes, 60 minutes.
Are you ready for some tough questions? Let me ask you this.
You know how this sounds.
What's your response to that?
60 Minutes Sundays on CBS.
The threat of severe weather and dangerous tornadoes is expected to last.
Let's get the forecast from our partners at the Weather Channel.
Here we are in our virtual view.
Now 6 feet of water, imagine that. Cars that can act like battering rams.
These hyper-realistic simulations show you what the weather will look and feel like before it happens.
This is our virtual view. What it actually looks like.
Those are some of the best graphics I've seen.
Spare no expense, Carol. We experience the weather in a whole new way.
Go to the ends of the earth right now. We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait,
There's more. Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
People from every corner of America facing challenges,
Everyone is just looking for some type of connection.
Just raise your hand and say, hey, I'd like to help.
coming together to find solutions.
We are going to do something about it.
Their stories are our stories.
Welcome to Eye on America.
Stream now on the free CBS News app.
We have an inspiring story that started with a strange act of kindness.
We found it.
You're kidding me! We share stories that lift you up and brighten your day.
The Uplift. Stream on the free CBS News app.
Stories that inform, inspire, and brighten your day.
I've been waiting patiently for something like this.
Make every day a little more like Sunday morning.
Here comes the sun.
Stream on the free CBS News app.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us here on CBS News. I'm Nancy Chen.
And I'm Tanya Rivero. Here's a look at the top stories we're following right now. President Biden begins his Asia trip with the goal of addressing international supply chain issues. He is in South Korea, but security officials are keeping a close eye on the north.
Ukrainian President Zelensky says the Donbas region of his country is in ruins. This as Russia says it has captured hundreds of soldiers from a steel plant in Mariupol and is classifying them as prisoners of war.
And Buffalo mourns the victims. The first funeral from the mass shooting is today as city officials work to help the community heal from the senseless act of hate.
Also this hour, infrastructure instability. Warmer temperatures will put stress on aging power systems across the country. We look at how electrical grids are preparing for what could be a long, hot summer.
And formula in flight. The Biden administration and the Pentagon are fast-tracking international deliveries to help restock shelves.
But we do begin in South Korea, where President Biden spent the day touring the world's largest semiconductor plant.
That's right. The visit marked the president's first stop on his inaugural 5-day trip to Asia. President Biden met newly sworn-in South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol for the first time in person. Their trip to the plant reflects the growing cooperation between the U.S. and South Korea on technology and other issues.
President Biden there emphasizing the importance of partnership between the two countries in the wake of the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Putin's brutal and unprovoked war in Ukraine has further spotlighted the need to secure our critical supply chains so that our economy, our economic, and our national security are not dependent on countries that don't share our values. A critical component of how we'll do that, in my view, is by working with close partners who do share our values, like the Republic of Korea, to secure more of what we need from our allies and partners and bolster our supply chain resilience.
The president is expected to leave for Japan for talks with the nation's prime minister on Sunday. For more, let's bring in Jeff Mason. Jeff is a White House correspondent for Reuters news agency. Very good to see you, Jeff. We'll start with President Biden starting the day touring a Samsung semiconductor plant in South Korea. What was the importance of that stop?
Well, it's great to be with you both, and it's very important. I think it was very symbolic. A, that he decided to go to South Korea as the first country on his Asia tour, and B, that he kicked it off with a tour of that plant. The symbolism there is about the need for semiconductors and the role that a semiconductor shortage has played in this pandemic and in the sky. Inflation is one of the biggest political challenges that President Biden is facing right now. So going there today and highlighting that and talking about cooperation was key for the bilateral relationship between South Korea and the United States, but also has a key domestic political aspect as well.
Jeff, the president is set to hold a summit with the recently elected South Korean president this weekend. How could the leadership of the new president impact South Korea's relations with the U.S.?
Well, it's interesting. He's kind of a political newcomer, and they have already met, as you showed in the video earlier. But they'll be meeting again over the weekend during his time in South Korea. In terms of how it could impact the relationship, President Yoon is pro-U.S. and has signaled that he'll take a tougher line against North Korea and against China. China, of course, being a major economic and political rival to the United States, and yet that's a relationship that he really also needs to balance because China is the biggest trading partner that South Korea has. The United States is the second biggest. But it could have large and wide-ranging impacts there, and I think that goes back to what I was saying before. That's one of the reasons that President Biden chose South Korea as his first stop.
And going back to North Korea, Jeff, what kind of role does the threat posed by North Korea play in this Asia trip, especially in light of the numerous missile tests the country's conducted already this year?
Yeah, it hangs over virtually any trip that any U.S. president makes to South Korea and to Asia. We'll see if North Korea does any kind of testing while the president is there. That would certainly be seen as provocative. The White House has said that the president does not plan to go to the demilitarized zone between South Korea and North Korea. I partially still wonder myself if that's something they're just keeping under wraps, but they have said that he's not going to do that. So, but to answer your question, it hangs over the trip for sure, and it's a big part of the South Korea relationship, or of South Korean politics, I should say, is how it deals with the North. And the United States still has lots and lots of troops in South Korea because of that threat from the North. So for sure, it hangs over this trip as well.
And Jeff, as of now, what is the U.S.'s strategy for dealing with the potential threat posed by North Korea, and could this visit have any impact on that?
Well, the strategy so far has been to say we are open, the United States is open to talks, direct talks, in fact, with North Korea, but there hasn't been any bite, or the North Koreans have not bid on that offer. As far as how this trip could impact it, it just sort of depends on North Korea's actions at this point. If they do something provocative, that would have a dampening effect. On the other hand, it's not like there's a positive, healthy diplomatic relationship between the U.S. and North Korea right now. It really just depends on the next steps by the North. The U.S. is open to it, to get back to your question, and I think that's the strategy. It's kind of like hurry up and wait.
All right. Well, Jeff Mason, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your insight.
My pleasure.
The first funeral for one of the victims of the Buffalo supermarket shooting is being held today. 67-year-old Hayward Patterson was one of 10 people killed last week after a gunman opened fire on a Tops grocery store in a predominantly black neighborhood. At a church service Thursday night, Buffalo Mayor Byron Brown offered these words to the victims' families.
We are a strong community, we are a resilient community, and we are a praying community. And I'm praying that God will give the families the strength and give our community the strength to overcome.
The suspect has pleaded not guilty to charges of first-degree murder. He is being held without bail and is due back in court June 9th. Authorities say they are looking into possible hate crime or terrorism charges.
Pro-choice activists are reeling after Oklahoma legislators passed a near total ban on abortion. The bill outlaws the procedure from the moment of fertilization. It also prohibits any abortion at any point in a pregnancy except to save a woman's life or in cases of rape or incest. This is considered the most restrictive abortion law in the country. The legislation would allow private citizens to sue anyone who also helps a woman terminate her pregnancy. The measure would take effect immediately after being signed by Republican Governor Kevin Stitt. And now to the war in Ukraine, where help is on the way from the United States.
That's right. Senators approved $40 billion in new military, economic, and humanitarian aid to the war-torn nation. Meanwhile, international fears are growing that Russians may retaliate against hundreds of Ukrainian fighters from Mariupol who've been taken as prisoners of war. Startling body cam footage from the early days of the city's invasion shows the brutality from Russian forces.
CBS News foreign correspondent Imtiaz Tyab joins us now from Odessa, Ukraine. Always good to see you, Imtiaz. Let's start with the medic who filmed that body camera video. It is getting a lot of attention. The medic also getting a lot of attention. What can you tell us about her, and how is her case adding to fears that Russian forces will take retribution against those captured Ukrainian soldiers?
Very good to talk to you both. Yeah, Yulia Payevska, what an extraordinary woman, and somebody who's provided the world with an extraordinary testimony of the early days of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but more importantly, its assault on Mariupol, a city which it now effectively controls. And as you rightly point out, around 1,700, if not more, Ukrainian fighters have surrendered, are essentially now prisoners of war in Russia's custody. But let me tell you a little bit more about Yulia Payevska. She is known by the name of Tyra. This was her gaming name. She was a woman described as someone who loved life, but more importantly, loved helping people. And she really found her calling as a medic in 2014 when Russia's first invasion of the Crimea area began. And that's really what started her on this journey to be a healer. She was also involved in the Invictus Games, which you'll know is a game for injured veterans. Prince Harry organized. And she was given something because she was going to participate in a Netflix documentary about those participating in the Invictus Games, and that was a body camera. And that is why we have this extraordinary footage of those early weeks inside of Mariupol, where she essentially cataloged the horrors that she witnessed with her own eyes, including 2 young children whose parents were killed in a Russian strike. And you can see her sobbing against the wall when the boy she was trying to treat loses his life. And it really is this sort of testimony that we can now see, which really centers the focus on what was happening in Mariupol at the time and where it takes us now. She has been taken into Russian custody. We understand that that happened on the 16th of March. She wasn't heard from until she appeared on Russian television, and the images are shocking, to say the least. She was hooded, that hood was taken off, and she was described by the Russian narrators, for lack of a better word, as an animal, as a beast. And they accused her of being a Nazi, and even said that her haircut was similar to Adolf Hitler's. And the reason this is significant, not only for the horrors that this woman is experiencing, is we talk about these 1,700 Ukrainian forces who are now in the hands of Russians as prisoners of war. There's something.
Ladies and gentlemen, so it looks like we are live. The Pentagon
Reporters,
is live now.
let's listen in.
To go to provide security assistance to Ukraine and to discuss the future of what that could look like. And again, Secretary's proud to be hosting this, and we'll have more information on that Monday morning. Also, this morning, the Secretary had a chance to speak with the French Minister of the Armed Forces, Florence Parly, over the phone. He bid farewell to his colleague, Minister Parly, who is leaving her position now after 5 years in the role. They've had a very, very good relationship in the last 18 months. He thanked Minister Parly for the close cooperation, the collegiality, friendship during their time as counterparts, and, of course, all the work that our 2 militaries between the United States and France do together routinely throughout the world. Moving to some upcoming travel. The Deputy Secretary, Dr. Hicks, will depart for an overseas trip on Sunday to meet with senior military and government leaders in Norway, the United Kingdom, as well as the U.S. European Command and U.S. Africa Command leaders in Germany. Throughout her travel, Deputy Secretary Hicks will work to deepen relationships and reinforce the importance of allies and partners to counter strategic competitors like Russia and China, while also countering the threats of transnational terrorism that emanate from the African continent. So, busy trip for the deputy. We look forward to seeing her accomplish those objectives. And with that, we'll take questions. I think, Lita, you're up.
Thanks, John. Two really quick things, and then I have one broader question on Ukraine. But has there been any resolution to the flights of the Formula? Is that definitely going to be contract aircraft? And my second very short one is I just wanted to check back again whether or not the U.S. has seen any evidence of any laser weapons used by Russia in Ukraine. And then I have a follow-up.
On the lasers, no, we don't have any indication of the use of lasers, at least weaponized lasers in Ukraine. Nothing to confirm on that. On the Operation Fly Formula, we are, as I think you saw, we put a statement out last night. We're doing the sourcing work and the sourcing right now to arrange for the first flight to get formula from Zurich, Switzerland, to the United States. It'll be going to Plainfield, Indiana, this first flight. So we're working on the sourcing on that. I don't have a specific update for you in terms of exactly what carrier it's going to be, and exactly what time and date. But obviously, this isn't classified information, and as soon as we have it properly sourced and all the details worked out, we'll get that to you. I would add that we're working this very, very hard. Have since last night, and I don't think it's going to be very long before A, there's a sourcing solution, and B, that flight is actually in the air.
My follow-up, just on Ukraine as a whole, Shoigu has said, I think today, that the liberation of Luhansk is nearing completion. Do you have sort of a broad sense about how much of Ukraine Russia now controls and what that says about the state of the war right now?
I don't have a percentage estimate of geography, and I'm not sure that it would be much of a helpful metric anyway, Lita, because literally territory is changing hands every single day. For instance, 2 weeks ago, if you'd asked me about Kharkiv, while we never assessed that the Russians held Kharkiv, they were surrounding, encircling Kharkiv. There was only a small corridor to the southeast of the city that the Ukrainians could continue to supply themselves through. And now they have literally pushed the Russians well away from Kharkiv, all the way up to near the border with Belarus and with Russia, and then even to the east, well into the northern Donbass region. They have pushed the Russians out. In the Donbass region, almost every day, there are hamlets, towns, and villages that are changing hands. The Russians are still well behind where we believe they wanted to be when they started this revitalized effort in the eastern part of the country. And while they have made, and we have been very honest about this, they have made some incremental progress in the Donbass. It is incremental. It is slow. It's uneven, and the Ukrainians continue to push back. So it's a long answer to what was a simple question. I don't have a percentage of land held for you, and again, I don't know that we would consider that a useful metric given how dynamic the fighting actually is in the east. Okay, Travis.
Thanks. Just to follow up on the baby formula. So the president has invoked the Defense Production Act, and Transcom is working on getting these flights to bring the formula over. Is the military involved in any other way in this kind of baby formula crisis, or for now is that the extent of it?
Right now, the extent of it is using DoD, really transportation commands, contracting vehicles to find commercial aircraft to fly this formula. And as I said yesterday, that's a cheaper and usually more efficient way to do it because we have we fly contract air every day. Much of the security assistance that goes to Ukraine goes on contract air, quite frankly, not Gray Tails. I do want to stipulate, I said it yesterday, but I want to make sure I make it clear again today. It is possible that through Operation Fly Formula, that we would determine that the most efficient way to do it would be on a Gray Tail, a U.S. military aircraft. And so we are working the sourcing right now for this first flight. And I don't have a sourcing solution for you right now, but I don't want to leave you with the impression that it's definitely one or the other. U.S. Transportation Command knows how to do this. In fact, they know how to do it better than anybody in the world. And they understand the tasking. They'll find the right sourcing solution. And then as soon as we have that, I will absolutely make that transparent to everybody. We'll walk you through it.
Thanks. If I could just follow up on a separate issue. The Secretary met yesterday with the Suicide Prevention Committee. Is there any update from that? Is there any impressions that he had, or is there a better timeline for their work?
He was grateful for the opportunity to meet with them. This was their first week sort of as a group. So it was really a chance for him to simply thank them for their service, because this is a public service that they're rendering the department and frankly the country. And he wanted to thank them for their willingness to serve on this committee and to devote their valuable time and incredible expertise to the effort. There's no changes to their schedule. I think we've already walked you through what that's going to be. They're going to be working well into 2020. They'll have to report out in early 2023. Final report due to him at the end of this year. They've got some scheduled installation visits. I think we've made public that's all on track. That's going to go. So I have no changes to the schedule to read out to you. But he's very grateful, and I think really for the biggest purpose for him wanting to talk to them was to thank them and make sure that they heard directly from him, not that they needed to, but that they heard directly from him how seriously he's taken this issue of suicide prevention and treatment and with respect to mental health. I mean, it is clearly an issue we've got to get better at, and we still have these issues of stigma in the military. The can-do attitude that we have, which is so commendable, also can lead to making people feel like they're not able to, or will somehow be held to account or punished for seeking mental health. And we want to get our arms around that and reduce that stigma. So good discussion. The Secretary was very grateful to have it. Very grateful for their service. And again, we'll keep you posted as things go forward. Yeah, Court.
On the baby formula thing, I just want to be clear. When you say that there's no sourcing solution, that it's still not determined whether it's going to be a civilian or a military aircraft.
We're still working that out.
Okay. Will the military, once it's...
But I don't think it's going to take very long.
Okay. Is there even like a date set for when it's supposed to leave and or arrive in Indiana?
I would refer you to Transportation Command. I don't have that level of granularity. My understanding is that it's not going to take long. I mean, we're talking days at most.
And then, is the military going to have any role in the distribution once it arrives here?
That's not part of the mandate right now. And I assume you mean like trucking it to play. No, that's not part of the mandate. The mandate right now is to work with Transportation Command to fly it from Europe to the United States. Then it's going to have to go through, and I want to be careful here because it's outside our lane, but I understand, HHS and FDA have a role here in terms of, making sure that everything is safe and ready for distribution, and how that gets onto store shelves. That's not a task that the Department of Defense has been given.
So DoD won't have a role in any of the quality control of it or the distribution, as far as you know. No. And then finally, is there anything else on the flight that you're expecting other than formula? Is there any other kind of... I don't know.
Well, the flight hasn't been sourced yet, so I don't know. My guess would be, and I should never be guessing from the podium, but my guess would be that that's it. It's just going to be to get formula, and that's all there is.
So, and then also speaking of guessing from the podium, I guess, is this the podium you're going to continue to guess from, or should we expect you to be guessing from another podium in the near future?
I am very proud to be here. And that's what my focus is on.
That was far from an answer. So would you say that you're going to be in this job in like a couple of weeks, or are you moving to the White House? What's the deal?
I don't have any. I mean, look, I've seen the stories out there. I don't have any personnel announcements to make, certainly not about me. We all serve at the pleasure of the president. I will tell you that I am just so proud to be able to come back into public service and to be back here with you guys, and I'm focused on that.
So if you had to guess, do you think you'll be at this podium or maybe another podium?
I think the only guess I'm going to make today is the guess that I made to Courtney, which I probably shouldn't have done in the first place. I'm assuming it's just going to be formula on that plane, but I don't have anything personnel-wise to talk about today.
Following up though on a different topic, on the Ukraine contact group, can you talk a little bit about like what will this next discussion be? Is it more formalized on what kind of funds they might send to Ukraine, or is it more weapons? Or
Yeah, I mean, I think the main focus is going to be, as it was in the first meeting. I think we're going to want to reorient all the leaders on a battlefield update, what's going on the ground. And Minister Reznikov will be a key contributor to that discussion, as you might expect. Then there'll be a discussion up front, and certainly they're going to want to hear from Minister Reznikov about the capabilities they continue to need. And then there'll be a discussion about that among the partners partners is not a good, the members of the contact group, about how they can best fill those capabilities. So, we've been very open in just the last 24 hours about additional capabilities that we're sending. We look forward to hearing what other countries might be willing to provide as well. So it'll be, I think, dual purpose battlefield update, get a direct sense from the Ukrainians what their capabilities are that they need, and then a discussion with the members about how we can best fulfill that. Obviously, we're not going to speak for other nations. If in fact they have announcements to make, they'll be able to make that on their own.
how many members are there, and has it grown since the last meeting?
We know over 40. RSVPs are still coming in, so I'm going to be a little bit careful here on the numbers, but we'll have a more robust, more accurate list for you Monday morning. But we're still talking to people even today, and I suspect over the course of the weekend.
John, can I just follow on?
Sure, Jim.
So this is a living, growing group, this contact.
That's right.
You expect, I guess you had 30 some odd the last time, you're up to
We had
40?
more than 40 last time as well.
Okay.
Again, I don't want to get ahead of where we are, but there's some there are some countries that have shown an interest in participating that weren't in the first meeting. So we'll have an update Monday morning. But there's not a cap on it.
Right.
We would love to have as many people, many countries participate as possible. And what was really noteworthy about the group in its first iteration was you had countries from the Middle East, you had countries from the Indo-Pacific. It wasn't just Europe, and it certainly wasn't just NATO. There was a true global community there of countries that were interested in what's going on in Ukraine. And more than that, as the Secretary said very eloquently, you wouldn't have been there if you didn't care about Ukraine and care about helping Ukraine. And every country has to decide for themselves how they do that. But it was very clear that every member came with ideas and ways that they could contribute. So we're looking forward to a good discussion. This one will be virtual. And then what the Secretary said he wants to do is have one every month. And so we'll see what it looks like in June and July. Barb?
Can I ask you about North Korea? With the president traveling in the region and Jake Sullivan openly now publicly discussing the intelligence that the U.S. has that North Korea could be headed towards an ICBM or even an underground nuclear test. So with that on the table by Jake Sullivan, what is the assessment here about the risk posed by another North Korean ICBM test, possible underground nuclear test? And he said that you had contingencies. Can you talk a little bit about the potential, the risk to the region of another test and what you might be able to do about it?
Every time the regime in Pyongyang tests, whether it's a nuclear test or a missile test, every time they test, they learn. Sometimes the tests are less successful than others, but each one is a learning experience, which means with each test, they are trying to advance their program and their capabilities. And that's worrisome because those capabilities pose a threat, a very real threat to security and stability on the peninsula, let alone the region, and even beyond the region. So we obviously take this very, very seriously. You also heard Mr. Sullivan say more than once that we maintain an open invitation to Pyongyang to sit down with no preconditions, mind you, to sit down and talk about how we get to a denuclearized peninsula and a denuclearized North Korea. And there has been no indication, and quite the contrary, not only no indication that they're willing, but every indication so far that they want to continue to develop this program. These provocations, again, are clearly destabilizing to the region. The ballistic missile tests, they are violations of existing UN Security Council resolutions. And so you also heard Mr. Sullivan say we're going to continue to consult with allies and partners to make sure that absent any kind of diplomatic progress, because we have treaty requirements, certainly with South Korea and also with Japan, that we, the United States, can maintain our readiness to defend ourselves and our interests if need be.
You mentioned risk beyond the region.
And we've been listening to Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby speaking with reporters. He says the Defense Department is readying the first flight of baby formula from Switzerland and says it should be here in a matter of days. He also discussed the war in Ukraine, saying that despite apparent victories in some regions, Russia is well behind where it wants to be at this point. So you can keep watching this press conference with John Kirby at cbsnews.com/Pentagon. We're going to take a quick break. We've got a lot more news ahead. Stay with us. You're streaming CBS News, always on.
We're obviously watching this very closely, as I said.
An original documentary from CBS reports. The metaverse, the virtual world that's become a cryptocurrency casino.
It's like buying property on Mars. Do they get an actual picture of this? No, it's a digital copy. Why would
The president's going to meet with two of our staunchest allies right there in the Indo-Pacific.
Press one last time. Can the United States can the U.S. military let North Korea have a missile of intercontinental range?
What the U.S. military has to be able to do is defend our interest in our allies and partners in the region. And I think I'll leave it at that. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you confirm the report that the U.S. and allies caught the indication that the North Korea is now fueling in the ICBM?
I don't have any specific information on that. I would point you back to what Mr. Sullivan said just yesterday, that we do have indications that they are potentially preparing for either another launch or perhaps even a nuclear test. I won't go beyond what the National Security Advisor said publicly in terms of what the indications are.
Okay, one more question is, there have been the aircraft carriers in and out of the Yokosuka harbor in Japan. So are they kind of temporarily moving the development of aircraft carrier in response to the president visit to the region or the North Korean move?
I would refer you to the Navy to talk to their ship schedules. I don't have visibility on when aircraft carriers or ships in the Pacific Fleet are coming in and out. I would just remind that we routinely operate at sea in international waters in accordance with international law, whether that's training or whether it's steaming exercises or freedom of navigation operations. We are constantly putting to sea and exercising our capabilities, and that's not unusual. That's not atypical. And I would walk you away from connecting any of that activity, which is ongoing, to the president's visit.
One last question is, what do you expect to the presidential meeting with the South Korean President Yoon and Japanese Prime Minister Kishida?
You're asking the wrong podium here. I'm going to refer you to my White House colleagues on that. That's not for me. That's not my place. Not my place. Laura.
Just on Ukraine, can you give us a status update on the maritime situation? There's been a lot of reporting today about Russia's blockade in the Black Sea, threatening food supplies, and a Ukrainian official tweeted this morning that the U.S. is preparing a plan to destroy the Black Sea fleet.
Say that last one again.
A Ukrainian official tweeted this morning that the U.S. is preparing a plan to destroy the Black Sea fleet.
Okay, I can tell you definitively that that's not true. Just looking here, no changes that we've observed in the maritime posture in the Black Sea. The Russians still obviously have vessels there, most of them surface vessels, but submarines as well. They continue to, although they are not as close to the coast as they were a few weeks ago, they continue to be able to, from a maritime perspective, blockade major Ukrainian ports like Odessa. So there's still nothing getting in economically. But I don't have any other updates for you in the maritime domain.
Are we going to be sending them anti-ship missiles?
We are talking to the Ukrainians every day, as you know. In fact, today's another one of those days when the Secretary is going to talk to Minister Reznikov we talk to them about their needs and their capabilities. And when we have decisions, we come right out here and we issue a press release and we tell you about that. So I'm not going to get ahead of decisions that haven't been made. We're doing the best we can to meet their capabilities in as near real time as we can. And we keep trying to make those capabilities match what's going on the ground. And what's going on the ground right now is a very artillery-heavy, long-range fire-heavy fight in the Donbass. Yeah, back there.
Going back to the Pacific questions, President Biden's not meeting with President Xi. Well, when he's over there, China's holding military drills for 4 days exactly over this weekend. How does that affect U.S. relations with China at a military level?
Again, I want to be careful here. It's the president's trip. I'm not in a position to speak for the White House on this, but clearly the president wants to show our deep commitment to two very staunch treaty allies, Japan and South Korea, on this trip, and so he's prioritized those stops. And they're important stops. In fact, the Secretary's first overseas trip was to South Korea and to Japan. So we're grateful for that. Obviously, China and the coercive activities, the illegitimate maritime claims that they're making, and the pressure they're putting on allies and partners will be a backdrop to his visit and visits and to his discussions. There's no doubt about that. I'm not sure it says anything about China's military in particular. What it says is how much we prioritize alliances and partnerships in the Pacific region, in the Indo-Pacific region, and how we're trying to make sure that those alliances and partnerships remain viable and relevant to the myriad of threats that exist in the region. We just talked a few minutes ago about another one coming from North Korea. The other thing that we've been interested in for a long time is not just U.S. bilateral relations with these two treaty allies, but with multilateral cooperation between the United States and our allies in the Indo-Pacific, including encouraging nations like Japan and South Korea to continue to look for ways to work closer together as well. So it's a terrific opportunity for the president to show how much we're prioritizing those two relationships, those two alliances, but also to encourage more multilateral cooperation going forward, all with an eye, of course, to China's coercive and intimidation in the region. Yeah, Nancy.
I wanted to follow up on some comments you made yesterday about the Secretary's visit with his Israeli counterpart. You mentioned that Shireen Abu Akleh's death came up during those conversations. Given that this is an American citizen who was killed potentially by an allied partner using American munitions, can you give us any more details on what precisely was said? Did the Secretary make any requests on behalf of the U.S. government regarding her death?
Nancy, I'm not going to go into more detail today than I did yesterday. The issue came up, and as I said yesterday, the Secretary welcomed the fact that the Israeli government has indicated that they will conduct an investigation on this. And you've heard my colleagues at the State Department talk about our expectations for the thoroughness and transparency of that investigation. But the issue came up. I think that's as far as I can go. Yeah.
Just one quick follow-up. Did the secretary offer any military assets or anything to help with the investigation or any kind of
There's been no request for U.S. military support to the
did
investigation.
he offer it in the meeting?
I'm not going to go any further than what I've done. There's no indication that there's going to be a need for U.S. military participation in this. Yeah. Okay. Nobody else in the room. Jeff Selden, VOA.
John, thanks very much for doing this. Few questions. Given the very public, very transparent, and ongoing military support by the U.S. for Ukraine, is there still any concern that providing the Ukrainian military with certain weapons systems is going to cause Russia to escalate? And if so, is there any sense of how far Russia realistically would go if it decided to escalate? And then also two quick ones. Any update on Russia's current nuclear posture and the U.S. posture in response? And anything new on Russia's use of mercenary forces or efforts to recruit foreign fighters?
I probably will forget as I get into this half of those questions, so we may have to come back there, Jeff. No update or changes to our strategic nuclear deterrent posture. The Secretary remains comfortable that we can defend the homeland, our allies, and our partners. And we're monitoring this very, very closely. I have no update on use of foreign fighters by the Russians. We know that they have tried to enlist and recruit foreign fighters, but we don't know how successful they've been. They have more than 100 battalion tactical groups in Ukraine right now. And we do know groups like the Wagner Group are still in the Donbass region. And that is a group, a private military contractor, if you will, that we know relies on foreign employees, if you will. But I couldn't tell you what the makeup looks like. I knew I was going to forget the first question. What was it, Jeff?
It was, given the U.S. public support for Ukraine, is there still concern that providing the Ukrainians with specific weapon systems could cause an escalation?
We have been thinking about escalation management since the very beginning, more than 80 days ago when this invasion kicked off. And we've talked about it many, many times here in the briefing room. Nobody wants to see this war go on another day. Certainly nobody wants to see it escalate beyond the incredibly brutal violence it has already visited upon the Ukrainian people. But we also, because we don't want to see that, we don't think escalation would be good for, certainly not good for the people of Ukraine, not good for the region, not good for our interests, and certainly not good for the Russian people. So we're constantly monitoring the threat environment with escalation management clearly in mind. It would be irresponsible if we didn't do that. But as we work these packages, these weapons and systems that we're sending to Ukraine, I mean, we're doing it mostly with an eye towards what does Ukraine need in the fight that they're in right now. And the consistent answer that we get back is they need long-range fires, because the terrain in the Donbass region, the kind of fighting that they're doing is heavily reliant on that. We've seen that play out now in just the last couple of weeks. And so our focus is on making sure that we can advantage Ukraine on the battlefield and therefore hopefully advantage them when it comes to an ultimate peace there in Ukraine. And that's what the focus is. But yes, clearly, look, nobody wants to see this war escalate, and you know, we can do both. We can watch for signs of escalation at the same time providing Ukraine with the capabilities that they need to defend themselves. Yeah, Louis.
We haven't heard this in quite a while, but the effort to get Soviet-made era weapons to the Ukrainians, I mean, there was so much focus on S-300s and so much focus on tanks and planes. I know that the U.S. was distancing itself from being the intermediary and all that, but I mean, is the U.S. still working around the world to get that kind of weaponry in there? We just haven't heard anything on it.
I don't know that we ever distanced ourselves from being the intermediary. Well, the MiG-29 thing, but that was a different deal. I mean, we have been working closely with allies and partners who have these other systems that the Ukrainians need to help get them there. Right now, Louis, because of what's going on in the Donbass, I think one of the reasons you're not hearing a lot about it is because the Donbass is a long-range fires artillery fight. And so one of the things that we have been talking to allies and partners about are their artillery systems, some of which are more familiar to the Ukrainians. Some of them are not as familiar, like our own M777s. But we are still we're still talking to allies and partners about those kinds of capabilities. The reason you're not hearing about like tanks and airplanes is just because I'm not saying they're not being used. Don't get me wrong. It's just that the main need that Ukrainians continue to stress is for long range fires, and so we've been working on helping them get systems that help them with long range fires. But that's still happening, and tomorrow Monday's contact group is another good example of a forum now that we've convened that will allow us to continue to dip into a process to get Ukraine, or at least to make other nations available and knowledgeable about what Ukraine needs as the fight is ongoing. And that's why the Secretary wants to do these every month, so that there's you're dipping your toe into the stream now every month across the global community. People can hear directly from Ukraine about what they need, and we can adjust fires as we go on.
So another thing we've heard about is that you need this stuff right now on the battlefield, and you need to carry out short-term training so that they can rush back to the battlefield. As this contact group evolves month to month to month into something more long-term, can this administration now consider requests from the Ukrainians for equipment that may require long-term training, such as potentially these aircraft, the F-16s, that they are requesting?
We're not there yet. And I don't think we're shutting anything off. We're not taking anything off the table. We have been focused on trying to get them systems that they can use as quickly as possible. And the original, as you know, early on, we were really trying to get them exactly the kind of systems that they trained on, which were all ex-Soviet systems. And they're in a fight, and they're losing some of these systems in combat. And so there was a greater need to replenish. And after a while, the ability to replenish out of what exists in Europe of old Soviet stocks is just starting to dwindle. And not just because there's not that much of it left, but because a lot of countries need it for their own defense. So that led us to look at some American-made systems. And so, as we talked about before, we wanted to try to get them the systems that meant the most to them in the fight, but that also wasn't going to require an onerous amount of training or upkeep and supply chain. Now, could that change over time? It's going to depend on where the fight goes and what the needs are. But we haven't closed anything off. We haven't, put an X through something and said, well, that's never going to go. We're working with them in real time. And you've seen us already change our approach, from small arms and ammunition and UASs and Javelins and Stingers. We're not talking much about Javelins and Stingers anymore, but we are sure talking about M777s. I've learned more about howitzers now in the last couple of weeks than I ever thought I know, thanks to Mike Glenn. And so it could very well evolve going forward. We'll just have to see. Yeah. Idris.
Hey, John, two quick questions. Just going on Shireen skilling. When you said it came up when Austin talked to his Israeli counterpart, when you say it was discussed, is it like it came up for a minute, or was there actually like a discussion about it which lasted for several minutes? Just like, is it just something that came up in passing, or was it actually an agenda item? And secondly, could you give us an update on Mariupol and sort of where things stand? Do you still believe the Ukrainians are in control of the city?
Idris, the secretary brought up the issue, and they discussed it, and he welcomed the Israeli government's willingness to investigate, and I'm not going to go beyond that. On Mariupol, you've heard the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense themselves talk about the combat mission ending there, and I wouldn't go any further or dispute the Ukrainian government's assessment of Mariupol. They have said that they have publicly said that their combat mission has ended there. Sylvie, and then I'm going to have to go, guys.
John, I would like to go back to the Ukraine contact group. You said that you are going to discuss, they are going to discuss what the future could look like. So I wanted to know if it means that there is an effort to achieve a consensus on what victory for Ukraine would mean. And I have a follow-up.
Sylvie, the contact group is not about setting diplomatic conditions for the end of the war. The contact group is an extension of the consultative meeting that we had in Ramstein last month, and it is designed to bring together a community of nations who have a shared interest in Ukraine's ability to defend itself and to explore opportunities and capabilities that can be provided to them to that end. That's the goal of the contact group, not to get involved in the geopolitical end states here. Obviously, every nation involved wants to see this war end today, as it should, but that's not the focus of the contact group. What's your follow-up?
The head of the Ukrainian intelligence said that success for Ukraine would be pushing back all the Russians from all the country to the pre-2014 borders. Is it something that US agree with?
Agree that Ukraine should determine for itself what victory is going to look like, and that Ukraine should determine for itself what it means to win this war. What we're focused on is making sure that we give them the tools and the capabilities to better defend themselves and to be successful on the battlefield. That is not for the United States to make a determination of. Yeah, in the back there.
I was wondering if you can confirm, back in the Black Sea region, are the Russians using civilian cargo vessels to resupply their forces there? And would that be a violation, if so, of the Montreal Convention?
I've seen no indication that they're using civilian cargo vessels. In fact, what we've seen clearly is their use of LSTs, basically small amphibious landing ships, to do resupply. That's what we've predominantly seen. I've seen no indication that they're using cargo vessels.
Vessels that were purchased as civilian vessels?
I haven't seen anything in the information that I get that would be able to confirm that. Okay, thanks everybody. Happy Friday to you. We'll see you next week.
All right, happy Friday. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is Friday. Friday. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the break here. Excuse the moment of silence there, but it is Friday, and we were checking some things out here, and we see the came off the bottom there after the Pentagon market mover he left. He left. He said something important is coming in on Monday. He did state that. So yeah, we'll see what's gonna happen on Monday. In the meantime, let's go over the cover art and what it stands for. Take a break away from the charts here for one moment. Best stocks to hold forever. It says John Deere. Oh man, they had earnings today too, you guys. Let's check with John Deere. They got clapped. We saw this one in pre-market, but we haven't checked on anybody since then. We were in a tough position, a nail biter position earlier, and you know how those get you. You get caught up in those, and you just like trying to really focus in on it. You know how it could be. Looks like it took me down from Safari. Give me 1 second here. All right, I'm pulling it up right now. I'm about to pull it up. Let's see where John Deere earnings is at. I know they was down earlier. I don't know where. Whoa! John Deere is down $55. What this? What? They're down 15%? Ouch! Holy moly! Wow. And now I see why they say this is one of the best stocks to hold forever, all right. Yeah, hold that put. Because you even just came up right there. And you can always buy shares back when you get that security from that put. So just remember that, keep that in mind. But dang, yeah, those Bears won over there today. That was an earnings play, you guys. Ouch. You guys, I keep trying to tell my clients, man, hey, it ain't gambling if you know the information behind it. It ain't gambling if you know the research behind it. You could be right, you could hit and change your life. But I understand risk management for sure. So it all makes sense. To each his own, you feel me? Everybody got their own grind, everybody got their own price targets, everybody got everything in their head. So it works out how it works out. As long as you know you can learn from making more, you can make more. And learn as long as you know that you're settled with what you're settled with, you're okay with it and you're good. So don't be causing no anger and nothing like that or anything like that, you guys. Because it ain't worth it. It's definitely not. It is definitely not. Yeah, man. Yeah, you guys. Yeah. This is the Stock Market Live with LCLD, but these are the best stocks to hold forever. John Deere, well, they just threw me off, though, man. I didn't know they got clapped that much. But it says, look, year-over-year revenue growth of 23.77%. I'm pretty sure all this has changed after today. But these are just some of the ones, you guys, this is really for shareholders I'm speaking to right here. You want to buy shares of these companies, buy shares of these stocks, of these companies, and just they're good to hold for a long time, basically. They say hold forever. But, I mean, definitely catch a good bottom, obviously. You see they're selling out bad right now. The market is like damn near in a recession. And, it's getting to that point. So just be cautious, before you just jump in there and just buy and hold forever. Because you'll be in the negatives if you do that. So just wait for the opportunity. Really start to learn and pick up a chart. And you can really see when would be the best time for you, possibly. But right now, ain't no time to be holding nothing unless it's a put, and that's real. Like for real, like the market is down bad right now, you guys. It's ugly. It's ugly. But even the puts ain't safe though. Volatility ain't making them safe either. So it's to each his own. It's hand in hand, It is. But this is the Stock Market Live with LCLD, you guys, and this is pretty much how the market been acting all day, just straight selling. At first, it looked like this morning they were going to credit spread, and they said, Nah, we here the debit spreads to the downside today. We're going to break it on down. We're giving the market its move. I think it was $3 trillion here about to expire at 4 minutes. And then that's when they saying something is, it's bound to happen, reset, or maybe even sell off further at this point because you got $3 trillion about to expire in 4 minutes, you guys. That's insanity right there. So this was an important option. Expiration day, as you can see, a lot of people got paid. A lot of people. LCAOD was a client of the part of that this week here. The small business have been, a lot of small businesses probably participated as well. A lot of companies are participating as well in this, and we're just seeing a lot of reversal action here. A lot of tit for tat. Man, it's a lot going on, man. It is. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't even gonna lie to you, man. Volatility, it's scary. It is scary. It is moving very fast. It is scary. You can buy and be down instantly 20%, and it's like, oh, do I stop it or what's going on? So a lot of people get caught up in that as well. But you don't really want to panic sell, you guys. I wouldn't be buying it if you didn't really even have no research on it. Think about it as like that. So, do some research first before you because the volatility is very serious. Once you buy, I mean, that's without it anyway. Once you buy, you don't own no more. So keep that in mind. So you don't own till you sell back. Yeah, man. At the end of the day, man, this is the Stock Market Live for LCAOD. When we come back, we're going to get right into the LCAOD word of the day. We're approaching Power Hour on this wonderful Friday. Man, oh man. It's about to be Power Hour in 2 minutes. That $3 trillion is about to expire. Calls are expiring. Worthless. If you brought calls, ouch. Now, after this, calls can pick back up, though. Keep that in mind. Something to think about. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We'll be right back. Somebody pass me my lighter. It's a freestyle out top. I'm trying to keep it clean. Now, after this, call. I got that black high. They say, Lenny, you too high. But I ain't trying to be cool. This the sun, sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. This that sun, sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. This that sun, sit down, go to school. School rocks, you can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, take care, roll out, it's fair, go up, go down, it's there, it's here, my mind be racing, I'm here, I'm there, you here, you there, we here, I'm here, I did it, came up, I'm committed, you did it, I'm committed, you send it, I send it, we send it, you sent it, we swipe, we win it, shit reverse though, it can be a fucking curse though. If you're running your mouth, I hope your shit go down south. Like my bitch going down south, but we ain't gonna talk that now. This ain't about no fucking bitch. Man, that bitch ain't shit. Man, she lied on my list. Then she asked for some dick. Then this shit got twisted. Then I said, ain't no twister, but this ain't no game. You can't get it. You can't fit it. You can't fit in with my team. I'm committed. Yeah, I said it when I said it. Then I know that I did it when I did it. If I did it, then you know that you did it too. So that's all I know, that I did it, boo. Every nigga talked against me, they dead, ooh. Damn. And they dead, ooh, and I don't even brag about that. I just ask God, why is it is like that? Damn, I done did some fucked up shit, but I know I'm gon' go. But it ain't lit, yeah, it ain't lit to be talking about death. That's why I'm even gon' get on that subject to death. You get it? Don't talk about death, don't get on the subject to death. These niggas ain't got death. They run out of breath. They run out of breath, yeah. Hey, they run out of breath. Hey, but I'ma step.
with that 4-5. I step with my hands, yeah, I got hands. It don't matter what you wanna do, leave you in the sand. Knock a nigga down, leave his hands to the land. Rest in peace, that's my man's. That's my man's. Yeah, that's my man. To the land, rest in peace, that's my man. I was in the hood, on the west end. Yeah, we got it in the best end. Niggas in some real trappers. Real trappers speak up for the real trappers. Chase. 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 It's been so hard for me to sleep. My exes keep on calling, I send them for it on repeat. Yeah. I keep some drugs and lean on me. Got an eighth in the wood that shit. Put me right to sleep. Yeah. Then I dream about a beat. Plug me in a socket and you know I'm gonna eat. Yeah. I'm gonna eat. Yeah. I'm gonna eat. Yeah. It's so hard. It's been so hard. It's been so hard. It's been so hard for me to sleep. It's been so hard for me to sleep. Yeah. It's been so hard for me to sleep. It's been so hard for me to sleep. I've been chasing my dreams, not thinking about reality. This ain't TV, so watch what you say to me. Cause nigga, I'm blanking real bad. And this beat hit my heart, so you know I'm blanking bad. Nigga, I don't need no pen and pad. I'm going off my time, talking about my mental past. Yeah, you know it's chase a bag. I've been at the G. Hey, cause it's so hard for me to sleep. Got X and Molly in my drink, you know I'm drinking E. Hey, I don't even think what I say come to my mouth, and you know I let it speak. I'm a beast, and nigga, I've been in the streets. There's one wreck on me, this dude like tatted on me. Yeah, nigga know I'm me, and I ain't going back. But nigga, I'm blanking B, and niggas getting sad, so they going out like bees. Yeah, they going out like bees. Yeah, they going out like bees. Yeah, and that shit gets so hard. Yeah. It's so hard for me to sleep. It's so hard for me to sleep. I got that drugs and lean on me. That drugs and lean on me. I got that drugs and lean on me. Yeah. Just feel it, nigga. Hey, just feel it, nigga. Just feel it, nigga. It's so hard. It's so hard. It's so hard. It's so hard. It's so hey. Man. Shotberry. Man, drop that shit for these. We from the Bay. We from the Bay. It's very scary. Niggas dying very scary. Hey, we from the Berry. If you call her very scary, keep that pussy on you, baby. Hey, this nigga off you very scary. Hey, I'm from the Berry, nigga. Came up in the streets. I remember days when niggas try to move down. Think they gon' set it pack up in my town. You better check a nigga before you even touch down. Let me know what you doing before you set up. Cause I had them young niggas, they'll come and wet you up. Probably come up in your shit, probably get all your shit. Ain't no private nigga, I need that shit. We serving it. Now you work for me and shit. You want some like come check with me and I know where the plug be. I know where the plug be. Shut your mouth, bitch, cause I might be the plug, bitch. You don't even know. Stop asking questions and judge me. You don't even know. Get on your knees and make it ugly. Bitch, I make it glow in the night cause I be muddy. Hold up on that phone and I don't give a fuck, I'm in the phone. Yeah, if you try me, you already know that's how it go. I ain't gotta tell you now, I'm not telling you no more. Cause these niggas think I'm snitching, but they's lying. Niggas ain't on shit, but my tongue. Really, they just want the pack, and you know I keep it coming. Gotta keep it running. Yeah, I keep it running, and I know these niggas plotting. If they fucking plotting, I know they pocket watching. I just double up my pockets and keep that fucking rocket. And you already know I'm plugged in fuck a socket, and you already know I'm from the fold. Stop it. You don't want nothing, ho. If you wanna fuck my homies, then you can do it, girl. I just fuck your girlfriends. Yeah, that's real shit. From the bay. Yeah. Well, you let the and so it's obvious that we have yeah, well, it gets scary. Yeah, it ain't no telling. Us all murders. Yeah, this is the berry.
And kids will be kids. They get themselves into things, and we can say, well, parents should do better, and we all should do better. But they get themselves into this gang-affiliated stuff, not knowing what it entails.
You know how we coming? It's DJ Goldie.
We off that lane, we rolling beams. I'm with the team, we gritty cream. We on the scene, we making plays. Haters that screams, we serve the fiends. We after money, we after money. Why you think we love green? We after money, why you think we love green? We after money, why you think we love green? I'm getting money like DJ Cream. Fuck chasing, we been laughed our dreams. What's up? Like scream. I ain't with that talking, I ain't trying to sing. It's either you're shopping or you're searching like Bing. I'm off that lane, I ain't trying to intervene. Trying to find a bad bitch, put dick in her spleen. Wondering should I take her on a trick or a treat? Haters mad cause they packs not potent. Drake said it best, guess it's the motion. Can't be mad at us cause we was chosen. My packs musty, man, them shits need deodorant. Pouring foes up, all in that soda. Pretty Gucci, ain't none of us folded. We just get money, yeah, that's the motive. We just get money, yeah, that's the motive. We off that lane, we rolling beams. I'm with the team, we gritty cream. We on the scene, we making plays. Haters that screams, we serve the fiends. We after money, we after money. Why you think we love green? We after money, why you think we love green? We after money, why you think we love green?
Pull a boat in the Henny. I'm with a bop on the 2x2. Talking about she wanna stay the night. Bitch, just a 3 live cool. Chain in my rings, bitch, glistening. Hoes looking from the side, yeah, they whispering. Like, who them niggas blowing on that threats with the pack? Girl, come over here, let me put you on your back. Bust her open to the game. All I do is hang.
DJ Goldie.
In the trap, in the trenches. Can't go to sleep. All I wanna count is million.
We off that lane, we rolling beams. I'm with the team, we gritty cream. We on the scene, we making plays. Haters that screams, we serve the fiends. We after money,
We have the money, why you think we love green? We have the money, why you think we love green? We have the money, why you think we love green? I need you chicks like water. 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 She slipping, she sucking, she squirting. I need you chicks like water. She a dumber and say she perfect. I need you chicks like water. 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 She slipping, she sucking, she squirting. I need you chicks like water. She a dumber and say she perfect. I need you chicks like water. Baby girl came over, I took her panties off. She asked, you going raw? I said, hell no. Pulled the magnum out and beat her till I'm soft. She said she want a child, I told her I'm not raw. I do be getting a lot of paper. You can't take it, that means you a hater. Line up the line, my flow is sharper than a razor. On the scale, she a 10, shawty slay with no makeup. I fuck her, she can't even wake up. Her pussy good, it need a flavor. She a boss, she don't need no favors. She an OT, she a slaver. I floated her wallet, said sorry, you call her later. Cause when I'm in the box, I'm swinging and jabbing, it's going down like Frazier. Chicks need me and I need them for all that good pleasure. If she eat Pisces, then she water, you might wanna save her. Had one, but she moved to Houston, you know I had to replace her. Now I got massive chicks moving slowly like glaciers. I need you chicks like water. 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 She slipping, she sucking, she squirting. I need you chicks like water. She a dumber and say she perfect. I need you chicks like water. 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 She slipping, she sucking, she squirting. I need you chicks like water. She a dumber and say she perfect. I need you chicks like water.
It's fucking DJ Goldie. DJ Goldie.
Bitch, get off my line. I'm smoking threats with my lines. Ain't no need for all that line. Just give me Nick, don't waste my time. Bitch, get off my line. I'm smoking threats with my lines. Ain't no need for all that line. Just give me Nick,
I see y'all in the chat arguing. Chill out.
That's your baby mama smash cool, you in love with her, let her eat the
Ain't no need.
hundreds, let Lenny P trap out the shit, let you pay the rent.
Trap.
Trap, that's all I know, it's time to cut this bitch. Soon as the pack come in, I gotta go and serve this shit. Serving quick, I'm swerving quick with a yellow bone, show some other shit. Tryna suck me up in some foreign shit, tryna fuck me up in this foreign shit. Yeah, Keisha hit my line talking shit, say who you riding that bone with. I said, bitch, get off my line, bitch, you on some stalker shit. I had to leave her quick, yeah.
Bitch, get off my line. I'm smoking thrax with my lungs. Ain't no need for all that line. Just give me Nick, don't waste my time. Bitch, get off my line. Smoking thrax with my lungs. With my lungs. All that line. Ain't no need. Just give me Nick, don't waste my time. Flavor it, baby girl. Yeah, your time is up.
If you ain't sucking dick or fucking
Get up out this foreign.
I ain't like
The mother dude, she say them niggas born. She said she tryna roll with you. You got a lot of song.
got some dick, her throat game is amazing. If she keeps sucking like this, then I gotta roll up daily. She swallow all my kids, the doctors thought they saw babies. She swallow all babysitter crazy. Girl, you ain't got a lot of me, you not my lady. Line will make me
Earthquake, I ain't talking.
frontin' over here, so it's fuck you, pay me. Ain't no frontin' over here, so it's fuck you,
pay me.
Like bitch, get off my bitch. Get off my line. Smoking threats with my locks. Ain't no need for all that lie.
Let's get y'all a free live performance right there, yo. First ever, man. First ever one right there on the stream, man. Free live performance. Ain't no need. The Pluto featuring Leonard P. Make sure y'all check that out. This is a really old 2017 Leonard P. Presents. Sorry for the delay. Leonard P. just had got out of jail. Leonard P. was going through a lot, man. He was about to drop the album of the year that year. He had dropped a hit single, We After Money, featuring D. Pluto. And Leonard P., man, he just was going crazy, man, when they stopped him, man. And, you know, they put some knowledge into him, you know, or he put some knowledge into himself, and he just doing things really, really different now, man, really different. And, you know, ain't nothing wrong with being different, man. That'll be different, but, you know, you guys want to hear the story a little bit, I'll let it play through before we get into the word, the LCAD word of the day anyway, you feel me? It ain't nothing going on, so we got time on our hands, you feel me? We can go with the first one. First day out, Gucci Mane version here. Maybe you might, it's filling in the gaps of the story a little bit. You have to listen through 7 through 12 to understand the full story, but you know, that's up to you. We're going to try to get all of it played here while we got the time on our hands, you guys. We are still monitoring the market here. The market is still open. It will be closing here. It is Friday. You guys have some fun. We're having some fun with it. We got some clients. Everybody's profitable. Oh, man. Everybody's profitable this week in the company, man. That's good. Congratulations. I'm proud of my clients. They're really learning and they're really starting to earn. I mean, if we can just get a little bit more into it with everybody else, you know, we got to get into it, you guys. So, you know, get into the decisions. But I understand some of you guys are busy. Y'all got other things going on. I ain't pressing the issue. You know, that's why it's there is you're investing for the long term anyway. You feel me? It'll be there when y'all ready for sure. But some of y'all have seen y'all numbers go up. So that's the key to investing, you guys. Yeah, man. This is the Stock Market Live with LCLD. We're going to play first day out, Gucci Mane version. Leonard P. He's going to give his version of why he got locked up in 2017. And then ever since then, he found the stock market. And now he's going crazy. Well, first day out, Gucci Mane version, Leonard P.
Sorry for the delay. Sorry for the delay. Damn, man, I ain't think this shit was gonna happen, man. This shit crazy, bro. It's all good, I'm out. Hey, everybody's at the scream and say free, bro. Right. You really mean that shit? Right. Hey, started off my day, back to it. I ain't take a shower at first, I was ruined. But I'ma keep it real to these niggas that I do not hit women. I said I do not hit bitches. I just have sex, dick and her kidneys. That is all it is. I don't want no kids, but if I bustin' up, I do want that bitch. So that means something. Why would you call the cops? They not gonna help me or you. Nah. So now we taking 2 L's. Yeah, you claim you 2 L's. But is you fucking real? I don't feel them, man, they fucking still. Holding up my music, man, push that shit. Push that shit, cause I'm a real fucking nigga. I ain't telling no lies, I'm the realest nigga. I was in there with the guys, yeah, free my nigga Trap, free my nigga Chalk, free E-double-O, free the fucking West, Yeah, man, fuck that beef. We need to get together and blow up like Atlanta. Straight like that. If you don't feel what I'm saying, nigga, you whack. Straight like that. I shouldn't have fucked with no duck. But I did, so now I got a dub. From all these fucking pigeons.
Sorry.
First day out.
4D delay. Letter P. Okay.
Started out my day with a blunt of herb. Yeah, I went skirt. Locked me down, threw away the key. Next day, got the bond fee.
I'm out.
Got out. Now I'm back. It feels like they reincarnated me. Cause I can't feel my feet.
Hey, I can't feel my feet.
Gave me Jesus sandals, E. Told me what to eat. I can't be in here. No way. Never happen again. Okay. Shouldn't have happened for real. But okay. God got me for real. It's okay. God got us for real. It's okay. Yeah, roll up that fucking hurt. I had to get my mind away from earth and become heaven attached. And now my mind just feel relaxed. Yeah, I don't take Xanax, cause when I did I was sleeping. And that ain't no feeling for me. Now I don't know about her. Cops talking to me, I don't know words. I don't do no snitching, nah, fuck her. I got a family, they gon' ride for me. And all I gotta do is keep it B.I.G. Notorious. Yeah. That's how my way for this one, man. I guess I understand this shit now. When you go through something, you win something, you win it. There ain't no way out of it unless you gotta. Hey, I can't really say what I want to say, man. It's still an open case. I pray this shit. Tom Hills. First off, don't talk if you don't know what you're talking about. If you didn't was not in the car, you don't know nothing. If you didn't was not in my car, you don't know nothing. If you didn't was not in my car, you don't know nothing. So let me tell you something. I don't hit one, man. I don't do nothing but smoke good weed. That's all it is. She was smoking with me. She is in love and I just love P. USSY. That's why I am that fucking nigga. Cause I keep it real here and I don't fake nothing. You niggas is faking. You niggas ain't bout that. Come play, stop acting. Nigga, what the fuck you wanna do? If a nigga pull up on you, you better pull up on him too. If a nigga try to shoot you, then nigga shoot out the roof. If a bitch try to play you, man, run. Number two. Run, number two. Run, number two. That's rule number two. Yeah, you better run, number two. Yeah, that's KP, you better run, number two. Yeah, that's KP, you better run, number two. Nigga, but I'm back out. They think I'm with the feds, cause my money talk. I ain't with the feds, my money talk.
like Chris Tucker and Money Talks. Oh, okay, yeah. What the fuck you wanna say? Come on, man, say that to my face. Say it to my face. Don't believe nothing that she say. If you wanna know the truth, please come my way. Don't go behind my back. Don't go with attacks. Don't do nothing that you ain't gonna do. Don't do nothing you ain't gonna do. Straight like that, some real shit. I know the fuck that I'm speaking, dude. I don't give a fuck about what you speaking. Niggas ain't fucking beating. Nothing over here, nigga. Yeah, I'm shooting past the weekend. I don't give a fuck what you saying. Niggas, I ain't even playing. Nigga, my mind's caged. The jail got me insane. Super sane. Nigga, I'm not going back. That is the truth. That is the facts. I don't give a fuck. I never will lack ever again. My mind on that. I said my mind on that and my grind on that. Yeah. Sorry for the delay. Somebody prayed on this downfall. Somebody prayed on this damn call. Why the fuck would you call 911? Why the fuck would you call 911? I ain't even hitting you, bitch. You was hitting me while I was fucking driving, trying to fucking end your life and mine in a car crash. I don't know what the fuck you was trying to think with this shit. I don't know, but my car crunk up. I kept going. So you decided to call the 12, thinking that they was gonna try to fucking help. Help what? You doing this all on yourself. You could have got out, but you told me no, go to hell. So I said okay, I'm gonna take you to the 502 and this is gonna be okay. Call my relax, you will be okay. Believe that. Then the cops rolled by. They ain't do nothing. They went to that market, and I kept going. Stopped at the stop sign, then I kept going. Sports cars on my right side. Your sports complex on my right side, and now you fucking wildin' like blindside. Came in, then you fucking sacked me. I see your cousin, he ain't trying to stop, and Swag kept on going, so it's all good. I wouldn't even dream about Swag. I understand, yeah, he in the situation that I'm in, but that was before. Now I'm in that shit, and I ain't trying to be fucking victim to it, and I don't wanna be in the fucking system, boo. I don't even understand why you did this to me. Ended my life, now I'm fucking remembering this. Now I got the devil in my kitchen. Now this shit is fucking wicked. Now this shit is fucking screeching. I don't give a fuck about nobody else but myself. I gotta learn that first before I understand anybody else. The fuck, Yana, I didn't hit her. I just smoked weed. I am a fucking victim to the fucking weed. I know that shit fucking keep us healthy, so I just keep on smoking it. It made me better. Shit like that. I don't sell it. I don't never sell shit. If I do sell something, it is my weapons. Yeah, my weapons. Nah, I don't sell no weapons, but I do sell clothes and shoes, and I'm a rapper too. So I just do what I do, and I just stay in my mood. Kids stay in school, cause that's what they do. They don't wanna do that. They wanna put you in the grave too. That's what they wanna do. I was not about to be another topic to the news. I was not about to be another topic to the news. Hell no. She would've been guilty as fuck. Unsolved murder. All for what? What? Please somebody tell me. I don't understand it. Please somebody help me. But it's all good. I was in my mood, so this what it was. So this what it was. Speaking what becomes, I just do me. That's all it was. I was just trying to have some fun. That's all it was. Just have some fun. I ain't know that my fun was turning to love. She's so crazy, man. She was getting addicted. She was obsessed, damn. She was so stressed, damn. And I didn't even see it. Cause I'm a happy person, I just stay positive about every situation. I don't do nothing, y'all niggas is busy. I'm just getting money, y'all niggas gon' hate me. When I get up out this probation, that's what I'm calling it. That's the worst case. I don't give a fuck, cause I ain't do nothing. I was not in the wrong, I ain't do nothing. I talked to my lawyer, he talking different subjects. He told me just stay out of fucking trouble, just be clean. And I said, I'ma be clean. I'ma tell you the real. I ain't gon' sugarcoat nothing. I am a real one. I am a human being.
Like Wayne, I'm done spending now. Didn't understand it when I was young, but I grew up now. And now I get everything that they talk about. Yeah, yeah, so I better watch my mouth. Cause I'm never going back. Tell the judge that's a fact. Tell her that's a fact. Cause we can't talk, Yeah. Sorry for the delay. Yeah. Hey, first day out, ain't no going back, ain't no time for.
And you know how you usually have to raise your voice to be heard when you're on an idling bus? This bus ran quiet. Now, I've spoken to a number of drivers, for example, who have recently switched to electric buses, and they stressed the importance of a quiet engine, which is much bigger than just you can have a conversation and hear each other. It helps the drivers hear the road, which of course helps keep our children safer. Electric school buses are also safer for our children's health and a more sustainable planet. And electric school bus manufacturing creates good jobs here in America. That is why, for years, I have fought to invest in electric buses. And as a United States Senator, I introduced the first bill to invest exclusively in zero-emission school buses. We called it the Clean School Bus Act. Worked for a lot of moms. And as Vice President, I've worked closely with our partners in Congress, these two congressmen in particular, during the drafting of the bipartisan infrastructure law to make sure that our nation prioritizes this work as what we know is connected to the health and well-being of our children, their education, and also what we can do to see the future in terms of innovation and manufacturing right here in the United States. And so today, as you've heard from the administrator, we are announcing $500 million in clean bus funding to go to schools across the country. Starting today, every school district in our nation can apply for funding to purchase clean buses and to build the charging infrastructure that we need to build across our country. Yeah. So this funding is just the first part of the $5 billion we will invest in clean school buses over the next 5 years through the bipartisan infrastructure law. $5 billion in 5 years. This investment, we believe, will be transformative for so many people. Transformative for the parents of children with asthma and other respiratory illnesses who will soon be able to walk their child to the bus stop without worrying that the diesel fumes could trigger an asthma attack. For those of us who have had to take a child to the emergency room because of asthma, we know what that fear feels like, what it means. Transformative for the teachers working bus duty who will no longer have to stand in a cloud of exhaust while they're saying goodbye to their students. I heard the teachers. Transformative for the school districts that will be able to use the money that they would have had to spend filling up the buses with gas to instead hire more teachers, to raise salaries, or to renovate classrooms. And renovate those classrooms, not at this school, but at many schools around the country that are in desperate need of repair. And this investment will be transformative also for the workers of our nation. It will create good paying jobs in communities across our nation. You know, today already, thousands of American workers are doing this work. I've seen it. I've seen it firsthand. It's the work of building the frames and the batteries and the tires for these buses. Highly skilled work. Highly trained individuals doing this work right here at home. In fact, last year I visited the Thomas Built Buses factory in North Carolina and talked with members of United Auto Workers, Local 5287, who built the bus that I just was on. I toured their factory floor and spoke to electricians and engineers and machinists and mechanics. And we talked about what we're all talking about right now. Electric school buses and electric vehicles in general are the future. You know, I've been, among the many things that I do as vice president, meeting with world leaders. I was just earlier today on a call with President Macron of France. Earlier this week, I was in the United Arab Emirates. The president and I just hosted the president of Finland and the prime minister of Sweden. One of the things that we talk about often with pride about who we are as America is we really do think about the future. And how can we be smart in investing in the future? And one of the things that I love about this issue and what you all are doing here in this community is it is about an investment in the future, knowing one, that when we invest in our children, we're investing in the future. And when we invest in innovation, when we invest in the future of America's workforce, when we invest in building the skills of America's workforce, we are investing in the future. These things are all connected. But the future is not inevitable. We have to build it together. We have to do this together. And so let us continue to do what we are doing, and on this very subject, create a future in which every school bus in our nation is zero emission. I know that we all know this will be a safer and a healthier future for every child in every community. So thank you all again for what you have done and what you will continue to do. May God bless you, and may God bless America. Thank you all.
Leaked draft opinion suggests we know what this means for abortion care, but how will your organization prepare to pivot with the resources and care that you can provide? What will it look like for women in these states, 26 of them, where there will be a ban or something very much like it on the books within weeks of the Supreme Court acting?
That's exactly right. More than half of the states will move to restrict or outright ban abortion. And for us, the 4 states we serve, 3 of them do have trigger laws. And of course, Oklahoma will likely lose access before we even get to that point. We will pivot, as we've always done. We will still provide contraception, STI testing and treatment, cancer screenings, but then we will also be there as a point of information, education, and support. We have helped patients from Texas navigate out of their state to get care and let them know that we see them, we hear them, and we're providing for them. And even if we have to do that to our neighbors and friends to get them elsewhere, that's what we're going to keep doing, because patients are scared and we're here to reassure them as much as possible.
There will be 2 Americas for women, whole regions, whole swaths of the country, from the Atlantic southern states on the Atlantic Ocean, all the way to the Rocky Mountains and beyond, and up into the Midwest, where women will face criminal penalties, civil penalties, whatever, for trying to seek abortion. Emily Wales, Planned Parenthood in the Great Plains, thanks very much for being with us.
Thank you.
Well, coming up, President Biden kicks off his visit to Asia with high-profile meetings in South Korea. What his presence in the Asian continent means for the war in Ukraine and our presence abroad when we return.
A rebel took to the streets. He recruited others to join him. They roamed the hood and challenged authority. Community leaders feared them. Religious leaders abhorred them. We have to get them off the streets, they said. But they weren't part of a gang spreading hate and terror. They were spreading love.
Good evening and welcome to Samsung Electronics Kumta campus. Now I'd like to introduce Samsung Electronics Vice Chairman who is leading the global semiconductor industry with strategic innovation. Please welcome to the stage Lee Jae-yong.
One rack. You already know what the fuck it is, nigga. Chase a bag. Spiffy. One rack. If I don't do nothing, I'ma ball on these niggas. I'ma ball on these niggas. I'ma ball on these niggas. If I don't do nothing, I'ma stack on these bitches. I'ma stack on these bitches. I'ma stack on these bitches. If I don't do nothing, If I don't do nothing, If I don't do nothing, I'ma spaz on these niggas. I'ma spaz on these niggas. I'ma spaz on these niggas.
They say that I'm a baller cause they watch the way I stack cheese bag. Got the bag, they be watching how to pack. Plug, switch the numbers up. Fuck nigga tried to text me. Ball the fan, he like dog, you know how cash be. They say that where the racks be. Rack for rat try match me. Chasing down this chicken, I can't let these niggas catch me. Look like in one rack, yeah, that hunt that shit like cap. See, pressure tight like federal, no shorts, I need max, please. Boogie land to war, that's one rack, I never stop the truth. So talk about what you know, if you bitches tryna clock us through. Spazzing on all opposition, fuck all y'all opposition. The movement made them stop and listen. In the midst of handle business, who done did it? Yeah, bitch killed the litness. One rack is written. Then the motherfuckers written.
If I don't do nothing, I'ma ball on these niggas. I'ma ball on these niggas. I'ma ball on these niggas. If I don't do nothing, I'ma stack on these bitches. I'ma stack on these bitches. I'ma stack on these bitches. If I don't do nothing, If I don't do nothing, If I don't do nothing, I'ma spaz on these niggas. I'ma spaz on these niggas. Hey,
killer.
I be ballin' on these niggas, I'm the definition of hood. Rich every goddamn day, I be sky high, I be smoking on that good shit. Y'all niggas be smoking that bullshit. Talking about 1500 for a P. Fuck nigga, you can keep all that shit. You ain't getting no goddamn money from me. Back in 09, nigga fell in love with that OG, a nigga ain't been the same since. So if you ain't smoking how I'm smoking on the good weed, then fuck nigga, you got me bent. They call me killers, I be smoking on the killer. Straight raw babies, I don't fuck with no swishers. Big long rappers, I don't carry small pistols. Big tall chopper, knock it down wall, nigga. I don't do nothing, you know I'm a ball, nigga. Tryna stack my money up to the tall ceiling. They got one it all, tryna ball with my niggas. All my niggas real, so you know I'm realer. Black and white stripes, all my niggas official. You don't even know half the shit we been through. All my niggas solid, ain't none of them see through. Then when they got beef, nigga, I got beef too. Whenever I eat, nigga, I bite off the spoon. I'm a big 8, y'all niggas baboons. Y'all ain't ready for the shit that I do. Y'all niggas can't move the way that I move. We carry big colors, split your ass in two. Nigga, we pull up, we ain't passing through. We bet all this shit, we love action, fool. And whenever I see you, I'ma spaz on you.
If I don't do nothing, I'ma ball on these niggas. I'ma ball on these niggas. I'ma ball on these niggas. If I don't do nothing, I'ma stack on these bitches. I'ma stack on these bitches. I'ma stack on these bitches. If I don't do nothing, If I don't do nothing, If I don't do nothing, I'ma spaz on these niggas. I'ma spaz on these niggas. I'ma spaz on these.
I thought that I wanted a Benz or a bag or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Phone rings, are you okay? I'm so used to that shit, and I forgot to call on your birthday. That's another thing I've been bad with, and I think I'm so fucking done with all these bad decisions. I started a lot of the problems and don't know how I did it. Lost cause, don't think I like my image. I couldn't stand in the mirror, I hated every minute. Or a bag, or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Lately not anticipating all things to come. We've got blistered souls and bad decisions. We're trained to run, thinking about ourselves and no one else. But who loads the gun? Got me sitting, waiting, wishing about the things I've done. I thought that I wanted a Benz or a bag or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at.
In my hand.
I was just doing it.
Chase. 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 Chase.
It's been so hard for me to sleep. My exes keep on calling, I send them forward on repeat. Yeah. I keep some drugs and lean on me. Got an eighth in the wood of shit. Put me right to sleep. Yeah. Then I dream about a beat. Plug me in a socket and you know I'm gonna eat. Yeah. I'm gonna eat. Yeah. I'm gonna eat. Yeah. It's so hard. It's been so hard. It's been so hard. It's been so hard for me to sleep. It's been so hard for me to sleep. Yeah. It's been so hard for me to sleep. It's been so hard for me to sleep. I've been chasing my dreams, not thinking about reality. This ain't TV, so watch what you say to me. Cause nigga, I'm blanking real bad. And this beat hit my heart, so you know I'm blanking bad. Spazzing out, nigga. I don't need no pen and pad. I'm going on my time, talking about my mental past. Hey, yeah, you know it's chase a bag. I've been at the cheat. Hey, cause it's so hard for me to sleep. Got X and Molly in my drink, you know I'm drinking E. Hey, I don't even think what I say come to my mouth, and you know I let it speak. I'm a beast, and nigga, I've been in the streets. There's one wreck on me, there's two like tatted on me. Yeah, nigga, know I'm me, and I ain't going back. But nigga, I'm blanking B, and niggas getting sad. So they going out like bees, yeah. They going out like bees, yeah. They going out like bees, yeah. And that shit gets so hard, yeah. It's so hard for me to sleep. It's so hard for me to sleep. I got that drugs that lean on me. That drugs that lean on me. I got that drugs that lean on me. Yeah. Just feel it, nigga. Hey, hey, just feel it, nigga. Hey, hey, just feel it, nigga. Hey, it's so hard. It's so hard. It's so hard.
What is this technological terror you've constructed? The ability to destroy a planet is insignificant next to the power of the...
Okay. I'm in disbelief. Hey, start from again, this shit was a joke. They used to laugh at me. No, it's not a question, this shit that I touch becomes a masterpiece. I used to run from my problems, I was an athlete. I ain't know nothing about making it, just hoping the grass was green. Now going back's not even question. Oh, life before was purgatory, now it's painted perfect for me. Lessons I chose. Yeah, I haven't worked on purpose, but I think it's self-learning. I ain't know I can live paycheck to paycheck and make it. I used to be fine with that. Now I'm invested in trying to be famous. I crossed where the line was at. I used to live for a little bit. Now I'm percentage this little is the part that's above where the medal is. If I want the money, I'm getting it. Life's not impressive. This shit is progressive. I'm in it for me. When I see $1, I'm moving the camera. I'm making a reach. Yeah, I just turned that into something. I did it. They hate what they see. They don't believe I can do it, but honestly, not to do it. I'm in disbelief. Don't playing the victim. Life ain't what it seems. Gotta want it just to get some, yeah. And I know that. Raise your gloves, we can toast that. Gonna go back and come back and toe tag. Cost more shit than your own bag. Oh.
Yep. So what's loyalty? Everybody ain't showing me. People got their own definition of loyalty. So what's loyalty to you? Tell me what's loyalty to you. Tell me what's loyalty. Everybody ain't showing me. People got their own definition of their loyalty. So tell me what's loyalty to you. Tell me what's loyalty to you. Say I'ma make my moves and get that dough. And I can fuck it up and I'ma get some more. Mustang full of muscle, damn right I'm swole. I was a hot head, but the game that made me colder. Don't care what I'm dealt, you know I never fold. 3 queens in my life, I never let them go, no. The haters try to knock me off the high horse. They try to bring me fucking low, bruh. But I ain't with that shit. I'm in my own fucking lane, and I've been in this game and damn right it done changed up. I swear to God, these niggas getting more lame. Yeah, I swear to God, I ain't worried about nothing but this paper in my family. So what you niggas gon' do? See me ride low in the motherfucking Coke 4-5. Got my niggas in the back and they all fucking strapped. Tell me what's loyalty. Everybody ain't showing me. People got their own definition of loyalty. So tell me what's loyalty to you. So tell me what's loyalty to you. So what's loyalty? Everybody ain't showing me. People got their own definition of loyalty. So what's loyalty to you? Tell me what's loyalty to you.
Busy. I say all I want is money, so the grind gotta pay me. These streets ain't gon' make me, but these streets they gon' make me a couple G's faithfully. These streets they gon' take me to another level. I be on the pedal, I be moving cautious, but these bitches be the devil. Cause they tryna paper rapers, I be the paper chaser, money band maker. And I be smoking on Jamaica, my weed got hella flavors. And y'all mad cause y'all haters. I be high as elevators, I'm the God, the creator. And my time ain't for wasters. I'm tryna stack this paper, don't worry what I'm making. I'm getting to it, and I be posted on your block tryna get to it. And yeah, and that pack got the smell of that fish to it. And yeah, it's a money movement.
So tell me what's loyalty. Everybody ain't showing me. People got their own definition of the loyalty. So tell me what's loyalty to you. So tell me what's loyalty to you. So what's loyalty? Everybody ain't showing me. People got their own definition of the loyalty. So what's loyalty to you? Tell me what's loyalty to you.
Baby, I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is all brand new. Everything is alright. I don't wanna rush this, but I love it when you're touching on me in public. The way your body push against me, how I feel when you ain't with me. Go down just to see what we come up with. I realize if I just take my time, this ain't never gonna fall through. I've been trapped in my mind, but everything's alright when I'm body to body on you. And I don't think I'm perfect, but I think I deserve this. And I'm loving watching this play out, cause I can see it working, yeah. Nice legs, hair too, nothing that anybody compares to. Got the soft smiles, blue eyes, like a sea that I can stare through. I don't see a flaw in you, you're just my type. Good girl, this is all brand new. Everything is alright. And baby, is it new to you? It's new to me. I could lie, try to tell you that I've got this. Is it news to you? You move me through everything that's been weighing on my conscience. Bad girl, but she's honest. What I wanted. Couldn't tell you how I'd act if I lost it. Nah, I ain't giving up flawless. Baby, I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is our brand new. Everything is alright.
Yeah, I do think that it's a little bit encouraging. I think the real pain that we've seen over the last 4 or 5 months has been that you've lost money in both stocks and bonds. Most people have a 60-40 portfolio, 60% stocks, 40% bonds. And that's worked really well since President Reagan was in office. And that's worked very poorly so far this year. But I do think May will be the last of the months that you're going to look in horror at your statement, because from this point going forward, I think bonds will start to act well if on stock weakness, and vice versa. So you'll have a little bit of an offset. But I do think that the economy is better right now than the stock market is telling you. And my guess is we're going to muddle through on both stocks and bonds over the summertime.
Michael, beyond the fact that it's Friday and it's 4 o'clock and about time for everyone to get a drink, is there any good news out there for investors?
Well, I think what we're really seeing here is your classic, midway through a bear market cycle. We entered this year expecting about a 10, maybe a 15% drop in the S&P across the course of the year, simply because we were pretty expensive, coming into 2022, and the Fed was moving from being unbelievably accommodative to tightening and raising interest rates. We are overshooting that a bit, and I think the reason for it is we had a war we didn't expect and COVID lockdowns in China, all of which are going to prolong the inflationary pain and make the Fed a little bit more aggressive. I will agree that I think bond market pain is getting close to an end. I think as we push towards 3% on the 10-year, the 5-year, the 3-year, that 3% level is an attractive buying on bonds. On the other hand, I'm afraid when I look at the charts and also the valuation picture, if you believe we're now going to have to take a little bit more time to fight inflation, and remember the Fed is going to have to do it all on the demand side. Supply is still going to be constrained. That means we're going to have to push demand even lower, and I think that means we have a full-fledged bear market. And support on the charts isn't until about 3,500 on the S&P, which also corresponds with really good valuation support.
And Reese, you've called the last 7 weeks a bloodbath. How should investors be going into the weekend? We saw that the markets ended mixed. Is this sort of just a sort of brief reprieve, or what can we expect for the following weeks?
Yeah, I don't think you can read too much into the last half hour of trading. I wish I could tell you the bottom was 350 or 330 this afternoon. So I would agree that, I would imagine the stock and bond market will stay a little bit rocky here in the very near term. But, I do think that it's possible that there's some good bargains out there. And for those people that have the luxury of not being mark to market every day or not worried about next week's trade, I would start to, add to some quality stocks. And, we have had the correction this week in some stocks that had held up well, like the consumer staples, like utilities, like REITs. And I do think that there's some opportunities there that, one should look at. And that's true even if the, economy does not return to great growth. I would expect also that the margin pressure we started to see with Walmart and Target will continue. And so therefore, that's why I don't think stocks run away and hide to the upside. But this has been such a bloodbath, and now there's pretty interesting valuations. And if we're right that the 10-year stays around 3%, it doesn't go a lot higher, there's some pretty good valuation support. So I would not rush to sell everything either, just because you can't stand it anymore.
Michael, what about some of the big tech names? You have Apple losing just around $200 billion off of its market cap this week alone. Google, Microsoft, Amazon really falling here to the downside. Is there any reason to think maybe it's time to scoop up some of those names?
Well, yeah, I tend to like growth at a reasonable price, and I think we still have a little bit ways to go on most of those names to get back to what I would call sort of their average valuation. You know, there was so much priced in for these stocks when we had the Fed, you know, pumping 100 billion of fresh liquidity into the financial market every single solitary month. Now that engine is going to work in reverse. The Fed is going to unprint about a comparable amount of money every month, and the big high-tech flyers. Our outlook for 2022 was, remember 2000, a lot like that. And then what we meant by that is that when the Fed printed all that money in anticipation of Y2K disruptions, it all went into the tech names and drove them to unsustainable valuations. I think the COVID money printing had a very similar impact on the big tech names, and I don't think we're yet through the process of revaluing those names to what the new liquidity environment's going to look like as the Fed fights the current inflationary problems.
Nasdaq down 7 straight weeks. That's the worst losing streak in 21 years. Reese, you say the question shouldn't be about how much the Fed will raise rates. It seems baked in, 50 the next 2 meetings. What is the right question?
So I said the right question is, ever since the 2007 or 2008 great financial crisis, the 10-year bond has not gone over 3% without causing a significant slowdown in the economy. And I'm anticipating that the same thing happens here. And therefore, we don't have to worry quite as much about inflation as everybody is right this second. Therefore, there will be a profit slowdown. And therefore the Fed will get some help, and we won't have to raise rates 50 basis points every meeting until Christmas time. And then the second, I'd like to just push back a little bit on the difference between the tech market of 2022 and the tech market of the Y2000. I mean, these companies are much more established, much better business models, and most of them, most of the big tech names that we all know and love, trade more or less at a market multiple. I mean, there's some exceptions, but in general, I don't see the excessive valuation, which in 2000, you had a lot of these tech names trading at, 100 times earnings, even the quality ones like a Cisco, which at that time was a blue chip quality tech name. So I do think that there's quite a bit of difference, and I think a lot of pain has already been absorbed into these big tech stocks that we've already seen in the last 7 weeks.
And Michael, as we stick with big tech, obviously a lot of companies with strong China exposure, including Microsoft, Apple, Nike, we saw that China's central bank cut its interest rate in order to try and support the growth there. How concerned should we be about some of these companies and their exposure to China and how that might affect their earnings going forward?
I think you put your finger on exactly why. I think the valuation still has some adjustments to make on these big tech names, because China appears to me to be getting to the end of their Asian development model, where, just like Japan, just like South Korea, you start with exports. Then when exports run out of gas, you go into a real estate bubble and infrastructure spending. And then when the real estate bubble starts coming unraveled, you throw up your hands and you wonder what next. Well, China seems to be right at that point where the real estate bubble is unraveling. They're going to the same old tune of stimulus methods. They're undercutting the valuation of the yuan. They're lowering interest rates. They're injecting liquidity. All of those things will help. But I don't believe you can put the Humpty Dumpty of their real estate markets back together with those traditional stimulus policies. I think there's a painful adjustment coming. And as you noted, that's been a big source of growth for a lot of the big tech names. And I think that growth is going to come out, and it's going to kind of have to come out of the valuations.
Certainly be keeping an eye on that. A thank you to our market panel there, Michael Jones, CEO of Caravel Concepts, and Reese Williams, Spouting Rock Asset Management Chief Strategist. Thank you both for your time today. All right, coming up, we have insights from former U.S. Treasury Secretary Larry Summers. Yahoo Finance's editor-in-chief Andy So spoke with Summers on inflation and all things Fed. That's next.
Throughout history, I've observed markets shaped by the intentional and unforeseeable. For investors who can navigate this landscape, leveraging gold, a strategic and sustainable asset, the path is gilded with the potential for rich returns.
No plant-based burger for you?
When we start eating plant-based foods at our cookout.
Don't tell me you're afraid to try something new, Spank.
Well, we do the same thing every year. Why change?
Change is good, and change happens often to us. But most people won't change what they think is a good tradition, even if it's better for you.
Peace and a bottle of head grease.
Yeah, come on now, you better get. I mean, traditions keep us connected to our past, but we have to make decisions for the future.
Whoa, this is bogus.
Chill, bro.
Like, totally.
We gotta go beyond traditional thinking. You know, make changes that are better for the planet.
Better for the planet? Oh, snap. You bugging.
Word?
We're still talking about burgers, right?
Eating plant-based is actually fighting climate change. You know, sometimes we overlook the most obvious things we can change. And I don't know why. Some things should be easy, like eating Beyond Meat. Give me some. No? I understand. Changing the world one burger at a time. Where my flame at?
Welcome back. Former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers has been outspoken on inflation, and it turns out he may have been spot on. Yahoo Finance editor-in-chief Andy Serwer had a chance to talk with Summers, who has been critical of the administration for quite some time.
Yeah, it goes back, Dave, to February of 2021, 15 months ago, where he did a piece in the Washington Post basically saying that the American Rescue Plan really put us at risk of having very sustained and persistent, significant inflation. And a lot of people pushed back about that. But it turns out, as you said, he was probably right. I mean, some people say, oh, well, it was, actually the supply constraints. His point is demand, that we had so much money coming into the system that that's what's pushed prices higher. And he acknowledges supply constraints, which means, of course, COVID, supply chain problems in Ukraine and things like that. But the real problem was money coming into the system.
So how much worse does he think it could potentially get if we don't use what we need to do in order to resolve this issue? Are we talking about something that could last for many, many months?
Well, he was pounding the table earlier and saying the Fed was behind the ball, and he wrote sort of a series of articles about that. And again, Fed governors like Clarida and Evans were pushing back against him. Obviously, as you said, no friends in the Biden administration. And by the way, just a quick second on that, a lot of people sometimes talk smack about Larry Summers, but you got to hand it to him because he pushed, he said something that didn't make his own party happy, right? And he calls himself a self-described progressive. He made the Biden administration unhappy and other progressive economists, but he said it because he said he thought it was true. And as far as where we are now, the Fed is catching up to his thinking in terms of rate hikes.
And I wanted to ask you about Davos, which is coming up, and Larry Summers' view on that, obviously holding his part of his own event also recently. Talk about what we can expect there and his thoughts on what we could see come out of Davos.
Yeah, Rochelle, Davos is back. They've tried to jumpstart it a few times during COVID, and it's in May this time around, usually in January. It'll be interesting to see, just how much of the real event they actually are able to pull off. It's looked like it's supposed to be full bore, but on the other hand, I know there are some CEOs and other leaders who aren't going. So I'll be interested to see. And then there's always the question, Rochelle, of how much really gets done at Davos. Now, how do I defend myself going then? Well, easily, because we get a lot of great interviews. As far as the bloviating goes, there's a lot of bloviating, you guys, no doubt, right?
The bloviating capital of the world, and no snow, no Canada Goose coats, so that'll be nice.
Yeah, that'll be nice. Except, as I was telling you guys, it's supposed to rain. Enough of the whining. No
Although,
whining.
Andy, last time when I was there with you, it was the most snow they have gotten in 18 years. So a little bit different climate.
Yeah, right. So you go with me next time, Sean. I will make sure
We'll
to bring some boots.
Have fun, sir. Thank you.
Thank you,
Good
guys.
trip.
Thanks, Andy. All right, well, speaking of Davos, Andy is heading off to the World Economic Forum in Davos along with our own Brian Saze, and he has a preview of what we can expect from this year's in-person meeting. It's the first since the start of the pandemic.
The World Economic Forum annual meeting, where the brightest minds, most powerful political figures, and global industry leaders all make the climb to Davos, Switzerland, a town nestled in the Swiss Alps, best known for its long ski trails and beautiful scenery. At an altitude of 5,118 feet, Davos is one of the highest towns in Europe, and for 1 week, it will also be one of the busiest. More than 2,000 attendees are expected to make the trip and take part in the forum's stacked agenda that includes discussions on climate change, economics, geopolitical frictions, and much more.
The cost of this fight is not cheap, but caving to aggression is going to be more costly if we allow it to happen.
It's the first in-person summit since before the COVID-19 pandemic, and it is an unusual one, set against a backdrop of war in Europe and economic uncertainty worldwide. The World Economic Forum says Davos will be the starting point for a new era of global responsibility and cooperation.
There is a lot of lack of trust globally. We are faced with a very polarized world. We also need countries to collaborate.
The World Economic Forum's annual meeting is normally held in the dead of winter, but this year, spring will be in full bloom, perhaps a hopeful nod to humanity's future.
We will have a number of top interviews for you all week next week here at Yahoo Finance. Well, coming up, a new Elon Musk documentary is making some big claims about Tesla's self-driving technology. We'll tell you all about it after the break.
Elon Musk managed to meet with one of the few people more controversial than himself, sitting down with Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro today, discussing SpaceX technology. Elon also adding that he expects Tesla to have a fully self-driving car by next year. Cade Metz has heard that before. He's the reporter behind the New York Times documentary Elon Musk's Crash Course, which debuts tonight at 10 Eastern on FX. Cade, good to see you. You have certainly heard that before. The things that Elon has said over the years about autonomous cars, are they based in science or science fiction?
Well, let's say science fiction. This is a common thing in Silicon Valley to look towards the future, but act like that future is here. And the entire industry has promised self-driving would be here by now. 2020 was the big date. But Elon Musk has taken this to extremes, right? He promised this in 2018, 2019, 2020. He and his company keep missing those dates, but he keeps making new promises. The reality here is very different. A car that can truly drive by itself and do anything that a human can do on the road, that's still many years away, perhaps a decade or more away.
Yeah, Kate, talking about that, because I think you were able to test drive as well and really test this auto drive system here. What did you find out for yourself? Was there anything while you were doing this that surprised you?
Well, I just think it's important to define our terms here, right? There are two different things we're talking about. Tesla has long had a product called Autopilot. It's wrong to call that a self-driving system, right? That's an assisted driving system. It helps you on the highways. Other companies offer this. It keeps in the lane. It does cruise control. It can brake on its own in certain cases. Separately, Elon Musk and Tesla offer what they call full self-driving technology. That's a misnomer. It's also something that's still in beta test. A few thousand people have access to this system, and it's designed to do more of this type of thing on city streets. But it's limited. Like Autopilot, the driver is required to keep their hands on the wheel at all times, to keep their eyes on the road, to take control of the car as needed. That's very different from, say, what you're even seeing in this video as I speak, right?
This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, man. We extended it here on a Friday and after hours. I do apologize. I have my other family coming through here. Man, what a day. What a day. You see the market closing mixed up. We got a kangaroo market closed. And I just let Yahoo Finance just talk it out and let them tell you what's possibly next here, what to expect. Some of you guys, hopefully y'all caught that. If not, catch the recap, extend it out, But it is Friday. It is the weekend. And we're about to wrap it up here, man. Next week going to be very intense. It's going to be very intense, very intense. Oh, we never did. It's something. We must still do. The LCAOD word of the day is, we're going to do it really fast. Oh. Dole. Oh, man. The word of the day on Friday is dull. D-U-L-L. Not sharp, blunt, boring, slow, dim. That is the definition, ladies and gentlemen. I can relate that to the market. I can relate that to the economy. We'll do both here before we wrap it up. Dull, relating it to the market. Some of y'all you're not sharp. You're not sharp enough yet, But iron sharpens iron here around here at LCAOD. So you will be getting there soon, Some of y'all just it's boring. It's boring to you guys right now because you're just not understanding it. It's slow to you guys right now. You're profiting, but it's slow right now because what you started with. So you're being cautious and stuff right now. Y'all been very dull about it. We got some clients, they like to be blunt about it, So they like to be blunt when they invest. Some of y'all, like I said, you're just not sharp, not yet. But like I said, LCAOD is here to sharpen you. Iron sharpens iron. Sometimes you got to be willing to understand that the market needs to be boring, and that if it's boring, then you won that day. Sometimes you don't need to trade every day. You want slow growth. Slow growth is better than no growth. You know, and no growth, that means if the market, if you're not feeling it, is better than losing. You guys, so remember that it's best to be dull sometimes. It's okay to be dull sometimes. You'll become sharp here soon. You know, I see the dim. It's getting dim with you guys. It's getting very dim, but I know y'all see the light at the end of the tunnel. It's coming. You're learning. You're earning. You know. I mean, relating to the economy. I mean, things are slow out here. I mean, things are slow. Nobody's really not wanting to buy anything. Nobody's wanting to do anything. It's hot right now. It's just starting to get hot. You know. Some people just not feeling at their best abilities right now. Some people don't even ever feel at their best abilities during this summertime. You know, people are really dull. Some people are dull. Some people are boring. You know, some people are dull. But hey, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Don't judge. You know, let people be what they want to be. You feel me? Let them learn. When you learn, you know, like I said, you're not sharp until you learn. So if you're learning, then you're becoming sharp. You know, but that's just the process of being dull, you guys. That's the process of being dull in life. So, like I said, man, relating to the market, relating to the economy, we can go on and on and on. But it is Friday, and it is already 28 minutes into the after hours, and the market is closed here. So we will be back Monday live. I will tell y'all now that we're going to have a short week next week. LCAOD will be taking Friday off of next week. Got to handle some business. Tied up in some situations, got to handle it. Can't miss it. You know, it's like one of those must do things. So we will be going live Monday through Thursday next week, you guys. And like I said, man, remember to let cash accumulate over days. Enjoy your weekend, you guys. Stay safe out there, and just know, being dull, one day it'll pay off. That's the process of having patience. Sometimes it is going to be boring. Sometimes it is going to be slow. The growth going to be slow. It's going to be dull. But just know, as long as you're being successful and you're having patience and you're staying calm, being dull is okay. Iron sharpens iron. Remember that. Iron sharpens iron. Some of you are dull right now. I'm even dull sometimes. I'm not sharp all the time. I'm not perfect, you know. But then LCAOD sharpens me, and iron sharpens iron, ladies and gentlemen. So it's okay to be dull. You guys, some of you need to slow down. Have a dull weekend. Be boring. Chill out. Relax. Do some research. You know, if not, enjoy the weekend, though. It is Friday. Be safe, you guys. And like I said, we will see y'all Monday. This is and was the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. The market closed mixed. We'll see where it gets us Monday. But for now, I think the top 1% is starting to admit that we are definitely in a bear market, you guys. I think it's safe to admit it, but I don't know. I mean, some may still think this is the bottom. This is a dip, you know. So we're going to see next week, you guys. It's going to get real exciting. But like I said, enjoy your weekend. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy being dull. Enjoy the slow growth, because bigger growth, fast growth is coming. It's coming your way. Patience pays off, you guys. The Creator sees what you're doing, and if you stay loyal, He will stay royal. This is and was the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. I'll see you guys Monday. Let cash accumulate over days.